On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujung Bachur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series. The winner of the very first heat, Lu Shu, will join that pack as well. So Lu Shu gets 2 heats in 3 heats. So he'll be straight back out there. Meanwhile, let's have a look what's happened here. Has there been any far run? He's waiting for a number.
Yep, so...
Low score. He's 2 5s in, matches his other 2. That's enough for the lead at this stage.
Oh, so the judges really liked Shangyang Chen's one-turn wave more than the last one of Farhan doing smaller turns and also on a smaller wave. So it just shows like what the judges are looking for. These first couple heats of the day are always so nerve-wracking if you're out there because you're kind of like the guinea pigs. Like you're the ones that are going to put the level and the scores for the rest of the day. So depending on what you do out there, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, so that's what's happening here, folks. The numbers, lots of 2s and 3s, and the highest score I've seen is only a 5-5 all day. Due to the fact that the round of 32 next, there's some goodness in that draw. There's guys going to be blowing up. The judges are really reserving their numbers here early on in the piece, just saving the high end of the scale for some big-time blow-ups that will go on. For sure, there's some tube rides out there that will happen. There's 6-turn waves out there that will happen. And that's all about to happen once this heat gets done in 10 minutes. No disrespect to these first 2 heats, but that's the way it goes. And there's a little bit less experience in this little round we're watching now, G. And good on them, though. It is their time to get out there and just see what this pro surfing deal is all about.
Yeah, and who doesn't want to have 20 minutes out there by yourselves with 3 other guys out at perfect Ujung Bachur? It's one of the best waves in the world. Seriously, world class.
It is.
And as you said, many of these surfers in the Pro Junior are double dipping, so we're going to see them in the QS 6000 as well later on during the week.
Why wouldn't you? Yeah.
So it's a great experience for these surfers and really get their ball rolling in their careers and get those heats in, get those nerves off. So it's a great start for the Pro Juniors.
All right, repositioning now using priority is Shangyang. Oh, he'll be spewing. Check that thing out. Just didn't get the right projection and right pump into that. That thing just barrels off down the line. He'll be dirty on himself when he sees the footage and just took off maybe a shade too deep is what went wrong there for Shang.
Yeah, that was looking like a really great wave. He tried to pull in the beginning, but thought of it again and decided to straighten out. So he'll definitely be wanting to get rid of that 0.53. He has the highest score of the heat. Only needs a 1.33 to go back to first and solidify his lead. He doesn't want to risk anything, especially in this opening round. You never know what could happen. There's no really big score, so it's still anyone's heat.
Yeah, it could take one good turn for somebody, Alexander to get out of third. I'm not sure where our 4th surfer is, Dong Zi, a Chinese surfer. might have just been a little late on picking up the rashie and paddling out. I did hear some mention of something about blue over the beach announcer. There's our lineup, everybody. You're looking at Ujong Bachor Reef. It is the Tanjung Setia region here. It's the area. The region is the Pesisir Barat, and of course, it is in the province of Lampung. He goes white now. A Russian surfer, good-looking wave. Come on, duck in.
Oh.
All he had to do was bend his knees. That wave was right there. Got a little bit wobbly on his takeoff. Didn't once again get the right projection. He went into the tube all a little bit weird. But, this is looking like such a good day's work coming up for our round of 32, our women's, men's Pro Junior quarterfinals later on. So basically what I'm saying for the crew online, stick around. Stuff's about to blow up out here. We've got 7.5 minutes in this one and then over to the round of 32, G.
Yep. So it's a big day for the Pro Juniors. We're all super excited. Most of the surfers are going to be surfing today. I'm just taking a quick look at the round 2, and I'm going to pull out some names that I'm really excited to see. In Heat 7, Dylan Wilcoxon has been on fire. All his free surfing videos are absolutely incredible. I can't wait to see what he does out here.
He'll be getting well tubed on his backhand.
Yeah.
Watch this. What's that? He's Heat 7, isn't he?
Heat 7, yeah.
Okay.
His younger brother in Heat 5, Jaden Wilcoxon, also an incredible surfer, really stylish. I'm excited to see the boys and see what they do today here in Krui. Heat 4, Teddy Billy surfs big in all the time, knows a good left, so it's going to be exciting to see him as well out here. Theo Radcliffe, I see him at Sandbar all the time. Super fun and bubbly young man. So
He's a good grom.
It's a good day of action, guys.
Oh, they must just be so stoked that juniors get first crack here today to kick things off in the Krui Pro, the 2025 version. We've been doing it for a long time. Came here for the first time in 2017. Kajiro Nishi won it didn't have a Pro Junior attached to it then, but Kajiro Nishi won the men's. Lucy Callister won the ladies for the very first time. We rolled out Rashfest on the Ujong Bachor lineup. It's a long time ago. There's been a lot of events that have gone on between now and then. We've missed 2 years, but the rest of them have all been pretty blockbuster, and the event just seems to get bigger every year to the point of rolling out our first QS 6000 ever in Indonesia this year once we get to the men's and women's.
Wow, 7th year coming back here to the Krui Pro. That's a long time.
Yeah, I think I've only missed one. I think the one Oni won, I wasn't here. But I have seen all the other winners go down, and some big names: Jesse Mendez, Morgan Siblick, Jarvis Earl. Last year, the defending champ Jarvis, he won't be here. He's on Challenger Series duties. But that's where this event leads. A lot of our regular faces that we're going to miss you guys. Like your Jarvises and Xavier, for Oscar, these sort of guys that progressed out of this level of competition onto the bigger stage, being the Challenger Series. We wish those surfers all the best of luck, but going to miss kind of watching those people compete throughout the Krui Nias leg.
100%. It makes me feel super nostalgic, after seeing them absolutely blow up on this left and the Nias Pro as well. Those are some of the bigger names that we've always seen really progress through the rounds and put, whip down those 10s, those 9s, those 8s it was like walking to the park. So it's gonna be interesting to see who steps up into their names.
Exactly, and it just opens the door. Once those big name guys are out of the draw, I'm sure there's a lot of people that have just gone. Whew, that makes it a bit easier to now try and be that guy. And I'm 100% in that. What you just said, I can't wait to see who features on finals day at both our events coming up over the next 2 weeks, and who sort of picks up the ball and runs with it here because. The spaces have opened up. A lot of Japanese surfers come to these events as well. Some really insane surfing coming out of Japan, men's and women's side of the draw, G, as you know. So I can't wait to see how they perform over these next 3 weeks.
Yeah, 100%. And it's usually interesting. You can kind of tell already by day 2 or day 3 who's really into who really found their rhythm already out there in the free surfs, as well as those first couple of heats. And usually you can kind of pinpoint who's going to be making it far into those final heats. But I don't want to speak too soon. This is just a Pro Junior today. He is currently our heat leader. This is a replay of his 2.50 in white space. That second turn, he'll try to look for the finishing here. Unfortunately, this wave just tapers off. He isn't able to do anything really explosive or big to get into the excellent range. But really well done for Farhan, keeping his lead with priority with 3 minutes left. He's not feeling comfortable, but he has that 1 foot into the next round.
Exactly. He's got a lead at their low numbers. And I mean, look, when you look at the surf on offer here, how's that overhead view, everybody? I hope you're loving it because this drone footage in our workday is shaping up really well. The judges keeping that scale reserved due to the fact that we've got people like we've talked about before, Westonhurst in the very next heat, a bunch of other really high-class surfers. The judges watched all the free surfing this morning. They know how much blowing up is about to go on out here. So numbers are well reserved for that very reason, but a win is a win, and Farhan with a couple of twos is enough to be leading Shenyang right now. Alexander Lipinski doesn't have to do much to get into a spot in the next heat, in the next round. 261 will do it. Not sure about our fourth surfer. He must have missed the boat. Didn't quite get the memo. Maybe got a little bit too nervous and just didn't front up. But a three-person heat, geez, you'd be pretty happy. Just got to beat one person. You get another jersey in the next few hours.
Yeah, 100%. And, the first days are always chaotic. Everything's all over the place. Everyone's trying to figure out how things work, where things are. So, unfortunately for our man in blue, didn't rock up, but it's okay. I'm sure he'll get another chance. There's still the QS.
Has he entered the QS? Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm sure. If you make it all the way here, you might as well do both.
Well, I imagine he's probably... Dong Zheng. Is he a Chinese surfer? Can we confirm that? Anyway, we've just got over a minute to go, everybody. So our next rounds will bolster up into 25 minutes. Some high-powered surfing as our seeded surfers come into play. The waves are just firing down the line. It's going to be such a good day.
Yeah, I totally agree. Last minute of this heat, and it's looking like our man in green and red are going to be taking this one out.
Alexander's a little lucky. The ocean's gone quiet. We've seen a lot of really good waves roll through all day. The consistency has been better than what this heat has kind of indicated. Maybe we're approaching the high tide. Like you suggested, it was pretty full out there, and definitely does its better work on sort of more of a mid-draining kind of a tide. 30 seconds.
Unless two waves come, because our man in green does have priority. He's on the inside, but looking like our man Alexander Lipinski looking for a 261. He's going to have to do something. Unfortunately, this wave closes out on him. It was a little bit too small on the inside. So 10 seconds left of this heat 2.
And Farhan grabbed another one. Can he get to some clean green face and get some scoring moves? Geez, he's got a good burst of speed about him. So he now sort of starts weighing up his options. Gets a nice little tag going on. Probably one of his better moves in this heat so far. 3 moves there on a better wave. Little fumble. Things got a little bit pear-shaped at the end of Farhan's wave number 5. But it doesn't matter. Regardless of what that number ends up, he will win, move through to the next round with that Shenyang. Round of 32 on standby. The boys will be out the back, eagerly awaiting the sound of the buzzer. And I can't wait either. The 25-minute matchups coming up, everybody. Just to refresh our memory, who's in that very next heat, it is Westonhurst, taking on Made Nessa, Alexander Smirnov, and the winner of the first heat, Lushu.
We're just waiting for the last score of green to come through. He will be staying in first place.
Yeah, it was pretty decent. It was a good-sized wave and did use his rails pretty good at least twice. He fell on the end. The number coming through is indicating it's probably going to lock into his top 2. His best, 2.7. Farhan extends the lead. And we are all set for a start in the next round of 32. So I think we'll just throw to a quick break. And we'll come back very shortly with the round of 32. Everybody stick around. It's all on coming up shortly. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujung Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
How? Oh, mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone offies, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cane today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son. This ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Horn-san, this is...
Absolutely cooking.
This is...
Hello, my name is TP Japarik. I'm from the AAC. Really proud and happy to see the Krui Pro QS 5000. What a great work from Pak Bupati, Pak Haji Agus Istiqlal, and all the crew from the Pemda Pesisir Barat. Hope to see a great event.
Of the Krui Pro, this is Pro Junior Day only. In the booth with me is True Starling. Welcome back.
Thank you, Giada. It's nice to be back and commentating with you.
Yeah, I think our
Yeah.
first time.
I think so. Yeah, it's very exciting.
Yeah. So in the water right now, Heat 1 of round of 32, we have in red Weston Hurst already with a 6 under his name. In blue, right behind him, Madenesa with a 417. Alexander Smirnov in white with priority. And in green, we have Lushu Jiang, the winner of the first heat of the day. So, True. Tell us, you just came back from outside. What's the vibe? What's happening?
Yeah, there's lots going on. I was just having a look at the surf and it is firing out there. It's so clean. It's so, like, the water is so blue out there. Yeah, there was so many waves coming through even further up the point. I was like, oh my goodness, it's firing. There's so much opportunity. So for these pro junior surfers, they've really lucked out today. The waves are so good, and I think they'd be having heaps of fun. There's actually a fair few QS surfers that are around as well, and they're like, can we please go and surf a heat, a pro junior? I'm like, well, seeing as you're 24 or 23, maybe not, but
I don't think you qualify.
yeah, I think you're a little bit too old there, Grandpa. But yeah, no, I think there's heaps of good waves, and it's fun to watch. And I think it's really exciting to see all the local surfers. Mark and I were talking about that in the first heat, like seeing how much better they've got. You know, it's super exciting.
And imagine how incredible it is to surf your home break with just 3 other people out.
Yeah,
You know, Krui is a super well-known spot in the surfing world. So on good days, you're going to have people out there. And getting the opportunity to surf by yourself with 3 other guys at your home break is incredible. So they must be super happy. Even if they don't pass the heat, I'm sure they're stoked.
yeah, just to be able to have 25 minutes out there is yes. Even watching I don't know if you saw how many free surfers were out there for the early this morning.
Yeah.
I was like, oh no thanks, that is so crowded. Yeah, it was insane. There was so many people out there.
So this is our man in white right now, all the way from up the point. tries to go huge. Unfortunately, the board just flings out. I saw him actually just before coming into the booth, and he looked so nervous. He was like, Chara, do you know what time my heat is? I was like,
Oh,
do you know what heat you are? He's like, yeah, I'm heat 1. I'm like, so you better go get ready now.
yeah. Get yourself sorted.
Yeah, he's super young though.
Mm-hmm.
Big future ahead of him. I'm sure this is just another heat to get, just improve his contest surfing. For
Yeah,
sure.
a bit of experience. Oh, nice first turn for Weston. He's flying down the line and just gets a little bit caught behind that one, but he's already got that 6, so that's a really good way to start off his heat.
Yeah, that's definitely the best score we've seen today. Weston spent a lot of time in Lakey Peak this year. So if for those of you who know Lakey, there's not much to do besides surfing.
Mhm.
So he's spent a lot of time in the water. I'm sure he's been training so much. He has been surfing incredible. I saw his clips. And I'm really excited to see his not only the Pro Junior, but what he does in the QS here too.
Yeah, it's so great for them to have, these. I don't want to say warm up heats, but it's just good for them to have a little bit more experience and a bit more time in the Rashi out there before the QS as
100%.
well. There's a lot of QS surfers who this is their first time here, and maybe they're struggling to catch waves, especially out here. It's so different watching it from the beach as to actually being out there, the different lineups and things like that. So I feel like it's a little bit of an edge over the other competitors to be in the Pro Junior and having more time out there for sure.
100%. And it's so different being in a lineup when there's 500 people to 3. Usually when there's a lot of people out, you kind of just adjust your positioning depending on where everyone's sitting. But when you're alone out there, you got to find your own spot because you can't be following the other 3 guys.
Yeah, literally. And Alexander flying down the line. That board is so bright underfoot and unfortunately just a little bit too deep. He's sitting so much further up the point than everyone else.
So Made Nessa right now, a good looking wave, cashing his priority, nice first turn. He's trying to back up that 417. This wave slowly just tapering off, but it looks like he's going to get something here on the inside. Wraps it around again. Unfortunately, goes over the handlebars on that one. He'll be backing up that 417, giving a little bit of space between him and Alex. So it's going to be interesting to see what the judges think of that one.
Yeah, for sure. Made locking in his second wave, and then Weston, quick in and out. Didn't like the look of that one. But I'm sure there'll be plenty more opportunities. It looks like maybe it's a little bit slower for the sets right now, but still some good mid-sized ones coming through.
Usually in Krui, I personally think that the middle-sized ones are probably better because the sets that come, they really break really far out wide, and it's just like this fat wall.
Yeah.
Whereas these ones that kind of hug the reef a little more have that bit more power to it, a bit more vertical. Wants to get rid of that 0.7. That was a beautiful second one. Let's see if he gets one more in. Unfortunately, doesn't. He's the only one sitting really far up the point, so he has his own strategy. He knows what he wants. Oh, behind Weston Hurst on a beautiful looking wave. Gets that second one. Airdrops out of the sky. I think that's going to be a pretty solid score. He's definitely going to be getting rid of that 3.
Yeah, for sure. That was a really nice 2-turn combination. It was a solid set and, critical surfing, especially on that second turn, as you said, getting that airdrop just brings a little bit more drama into it.
100%. But just as we were saying before, that was a set one, so it does run off quicker unless you're in the channel catching it. But then when you're in the channel, it just fades away.
Yeah.
So it's all about wave selection today.
Yeah.
Because anyone can surf good. Weston taking a look at that wave under priority. We'll see what Weston taking a look at that wave under priority. We'll see what Made Nessa being patient, waiting for the last score of red to come through. The judges taking a good look at it. Here we go. Looking like something coming out the back. We see at the point just spit after spit is kind of insane right now. So talk us through this one, True.
Yeah, this is a nice wave for Made. He loads up off the bottom, gets that beautiful opening carve, this drone angle, And so he grabs onto that rail. You could really see him leaning into it. Once again, gets another nice carve. You could kind of see that wave didn't really stand up for him to allow a critical snap in there like we saw from that last one of Westonhurst. But Made, well, unfortunately, just leaning a little too far on the heels and comes unstuck. But still a nice wave, looking to get rid of that 277.
So the last of Weston comes in at a 6.43. The judges really liking that. It was just 2 turns, but it was super critical. Airdropped. He landed it, made sure he like showed the judges like, I got this. He's well out onto the lead. Marinesa behind, wanting to get rid of that 277. I'm pretty sure he did get rid of it on that last one. There was nothing critical, but it was surfed really nicely, really long. But the judges have shown that they would rather have quality over quantity.
Yeah.
So we'll see what they throw out for that one.
It's interesting, like, talking about judging and especially quality over quantity. It's whether it's the QS or Challenger Series or even the CT, I feel like that just transfers over through each, even Pro Juniors, like it transfers over through each division, I guess, or that each kind of stage. And it's such a great learning curve, especially when these men are in the Pro Juniors right now. They can figure it out. They have the time, Of course, they want to be in the WSL World Juniors, but at the Challenger Series is really where they're at their peak to qualify for the CT. And I'm sure that's, a pipe dream, and it's definitely goals for all of these junior surfers. And finding that recipe young is it's such an easy pathway to get up there.
100%. Growing up in Indo when I was younger, we never had Pro Juniors. So it's an incredible opportunity for these guys to kind of get those heats in really young at that bigger level. It makes you comfortable when you're uncomfortable, I guess. Yeah. Like when we were younger, we'd have to travel to Australia to you guys to do the Pro Juniors. So it's great to have them at home now and see these kids getting this opportunity and get their name out and exposed a little more.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, like, to see how many more opportunities there are, and how they're all really taking it, and they're just like, I'm committing to this on the Pro Juniors, or I'm committing to being on the QS. There's so many amazing waves that are on the Australia and Asia QS at the moment. It's just, it's so fun to see pretty much pumping waves every contest that we go to,
Yeah.
Up next, we've got the NIAS Pro. I'm sure it's going to be great over there as well. Last year looked absolutely insane.
Last year was, I call the best waves in a QS ever. Like,
wow.
We had Xavier dropping, made the perfect heat, 210s in a heat. I've never seen that.
Oh, that's right. I
was
forgot
like,
about that.
Oh my God. The whole time I was freaking out sitting down there. It was crazy.
Yeah.
It was insane.
Were you in that as well?
I did, but didn't do well, but it's okay. I was stoked watching.
It's fine. Yeah.
I'm more of a left kind of gal.
Yeah, the goofy footers. For sure. You'd be loving it out here.
This is my favorite event ever. I think Krui is the best.
Yeah.
But not only because of how incredible this wave is, but the fact that there's so many waves all along the coast. You can just grab your motorbike and peak by yourself anywhere.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's I love coming here because you can kind of get, as you said, get away from the crowds, go find your own space, and still have the best waves and just enjoy your time out there and get barreled or find some really good turn sections. So it's exciting, and I've loved coming to Krui. There's been so many events here. I think it's been running since 2017. So it's pretty crazy to see, it's been, I think this is its 8th year. I mean, we had 2 years gap in between, so 7. So yeah, it's pretty crazy to see how each year we've rocked up, and it's just been, firing every time.
You've been around this event quite a bit, True. You've competed in this one as well, right?
Yeah, I have. I think the first year that I came here was 2019. I was one of my best friends, Leilani McGonigal. She won it, and I was her board caddy for the year, and it was so much fun, and we just had the best time. I actually didn't do as much exploring that year, and then every year that I've come back, I've gone to Jimmy's and Jenny's and Honey Smacks, and finding so many fun waves. Mandiri is probably my favorite, where you can get lefts and rights. But then to surf a heat out here is, it's luxury.
It's so much fun. You're out there, and when you get your friends in your heat, I'm like, I talk in my head. I'm like, yeah, this is epic, guys. Talking about epic Westonhurst. Huge first gouge on that turn. Smacks it straight up into that second one. That was absolutely incredible from Westonhurst. He is not done, though. He's going to town on this one. Getting past that bit of a lull section and see if he gets something here on the inside. Wow, so much variety on this wave. He has not stopped at all, showing that he's here, he's ready, and he's excited for what's to come. Let's see. Nice, strong finishing. And honestly, with that, I'd go in.
Yeah,
Like,
we're all good.
yeah, I'm done, guys.
Yeah, seriously, that was such a good wave. He has a 6.0 as his low score, 6.43 for that previous to last wave, that two-turner. So, yeah, he's well out in front. And Weston just looks comfortable. As you mentioned, he looks comfortable out there, looks at ease, and he's really surfing to the pace of the wave as well. He's not trying to oversurf it, do too many turns. He's just like kind of reading the wave expertly, and it's so smooth to watch.
This is going to be an interesting score to come through because the last one is 6.43 were just 2 turns.
Yeah.
Whereas this one was maybe not as big of a wave, but there was a lot of variety, a lot of different turns in there. He really switched up the pace. So it's going to be difficult for the judges to see like what they're going to want to show. Like, this is what we want, you know, like this is what we're looking for when you catch this wave. So it's 2 different types of waves. And it's going to be interesting to see what they score it.
Yeah, Alexander, lays into his rail. Wow. Falls down, but gets back up pretty quickly. And unfortunately, that wave just dies off a little bit. But as you mentioned before, he seemed nervous before his heat. But he's definitely not giving up. And his board looks really good on rail once he gets there. And I feel like maybe it's just the wave selection that's letting him down a little bit.
Yeah, actually, he was already nervous from last night. I saw him at Lani's, and he was like, oh, I've got Westonhurst in my heat. I was like, you got to believe in yourself. He was like, yeah, you're right. And like, seems all pumped up. So I'm stoked to see him really shooting his shot out there. And the last of Weston comes in at an 8.33. That's pretty insane.
Yeah, excellent scores for Westonhurst. 8.33 and a 6.43, 14.76 combination. He has well and truly taken this heat. It's now a battle for second. That last one of Alexander locks in at a 2.1. He's up and into this one, comes out and claims that he likes the feeling of that one.
Yeah, that was sick, Alex. Oh my God. Must have felt good.
Yeah, it would have felt good too. It's always nice to get a barrel in a heat and come out of it as well. How old is he? He looks quite young.
I'm actually not sure. He's very young. I'm gonna ask him later. It'll be good to get a little interview. He must be the youngest one of the event.
Yeah, wow. Oh, beautiful first turn. This is a replay of the 8.33. Those first 2 connections were so solid. Driving through another hard carve. Just seamless connections between turns for Westonhurst. So much speed and power and flow, and that's what the judges are scoring off as well. They loved this wave, an 8.33. And you can see he's just eyeing off this finish. He doesn't try and do too much towards the end, just tags it and gets that completion. So Westonhurst, I dare say you'll be chatting to him after this one, but that last score of Alexander, 2.53. So it was a smaller wave, even though he did get barreled, but I think the judges, you know, it's not that they're not liking that, but I think they're liking that into maybe a turn combination as well.
100%. And right behind him on a bomb, Marinesa gets that first kind of half turn in, lays it back into the second one, highlines it. He's gonna go to town. Oh, unfortunately falls off. That was looking like it was gonna be a pretty good score. That was a good looking wave.
Yeah, it was a really nice wave. Maybe just the wrong turn selection. I feel like that section was begging just a nice hard carve. So I'm sure he'll be able to regroup with 4 minutes to go. It's always good as well to be able to, you know, watch the replays and kind of see your surfing, especially see, you know, what you were getting scores for and what maybe you weren't. So, and I know that all the junior surfers, I'm sure they'd be watching back and being like, okay, where could I have gone better throughout the heat? So I mean, 3.5 minutes to go. Alexander is chasing that 4.87 to get up into second place. So I'd say he's looking for a mid-size wave where he can really lay into a couple of nice turns.
Yeah, 100%. And right out the back, we see the next heat paddling out with their caddies. Heat 2 of the Krui Pro Junior, we're going to be seeing Ricky Tomoshige. Sorry if I said it wrong, guys. Philip Duke, Liu Mingjiang, and Shuma Nonaka. So it's going to be an interesting Heat 2. Straight after that, Heat 3 is Ricky Sato, Aoi Oguri, Muhammad Al Furuchi, and Alif Siaputra. So lots of action today. The waves are firing. We are going to have, oh my God, sorry guys. That last wave was insane. Just as I said that, we're going to have an incredible day of action here for the Pro Junior.
Yeah, we definitely are. Here we go. Alexander looking for a 4.87. Nice first turn. Loads up off the bottom. Gets a second one in. This wave has a nice looking wall ahead of him. Air drops down. He's looking for a critical connection as he drives through another nice carve there and just stomps on the tail to finish that one off. So it's a 4.87 that he's looking for, but Made Nessa on the answer back.
Here is Made Nessa. This is a good looking wave as well. Nice first carve. He highlands it to set up for this second turn. Lays it back and unfortunately again just comes off his board. So it is now all eyes on Alexander Smirnov. Will he get that 4.87?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it was a really nice looking wave. He had some good sections. So I feel like that was maybe his last chance with 1:45 to go. And Made Nessa, once again, that turn just catching him off guard, unfortunately. So, yeah, it's a battle for second right now. We'll see where that last one of Alexander locks in.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to see. He really put it all in that one, and he held through. He got that last turn. He didn't fall off, so it's going to be an interesting score and an important one, too, for him and for Made Nessa to see where he places. We are about to reach the 1 minute mark. There on your screen is Westonhurst in first place and with first priority. He is very comfortably out in the lead. He just has to wait for a bomb to come in.
Yeah, pretty much. He's whatever wave he catches next is a little bit of a victory lap. That 8.33 was so smooth to watch. And yeah, as he said, that time in Lakey Peak is really doing him wonders. That last score of Alexander locks in a 3.43. So not quite enough. Chasing that 3.98. So we'll see if he's back out there and maybe has the opportunity to get another one. So 35 seconds to go. Weston, he's going to bring this one in.
Yep, so he's going to cash in his priority. This is just a victory lap for our man in red. Comfortably out in first. Beautiful first gouge. Decides that was not enough. Wants another one with 15 seconds left. So it's looking like Alex might not be getting that opportunity to get that 3.98. Beautiful effort, though. Oh, maybe he does. Small inside wave. Let's see. This is going to be his last chance. Oh, makes it. Stays on. But I don't think this is going to be what he's looking for. He has done an incredible job anyway. So we will be getting that last score in. And then head into Heat 2 of the round of 32. All right, guys. And with that, we're going to head on to a quick break and see you guys in the next heat.
Krui Pro. We have moved into the men's round of 32, Heat 2 of the Krui Pro Junior. I'm Drew Starling, joined in the booth by Di Wacko. Good morning, Di.
Good morning, Jude. How are you?
I'm really good. How are
Wow.
you? And we've got a really exciting
Mm.
heat. I'm going to let you introduce the Japanese surfers because I'm definitely going to get it wrong.
Right.
And I trust you on this one.
So we have red Ricky Tomoshige, and blue Philip Duke, and white Liu Minjung, and green Shuma Nonaka. So we have my favorite surfers, Ricky and Shuma. They are all young generations, but they surf really great. But here is first up for blue Duke up and riding. Wow, he
Oh.
went vertical, but bit late to the section.
Yeah, a little late to the section. I mean, that commitment was so solid, but Philip just comes unstuck. He did a morning call this morning with fellow commentator Mark Clift, so he was having a chat to him. He had a surf. He knows this lineup really well. I remember him from last year. He was absolutely charging. It was so great to watch, so we'll see how he goes in this heat. But Di, you've been out there this morning kind of feeling it out. How's the vibe out there? What's going on?
Our vibe is getting high and high because
Yeah.
we gonna have opening ceremony this morning,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of people out there and good vibe and good waves, of course. Yesterday looked a little bit washy and bigger, but today just amazing waves coming through the lineup and a lot of exciting actions. So can't wait to watch whole heat today.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting. The opening ceremony is always a good one to watch. So we'll see how it goes. We do have, I believe the opening ceremony is at 10 o'clock. So we'll hopefully be able to squeeze in one more heat after this one. And then we'll, be welcomed. And the Krui Pro will be officially open, even though we've run a couple of heats this morning. But I saw a lot of the local dancers here getting themselves ready. They look absolutely beautiful. And here we go, Di.
Well, this is Ricky Tomoshige up and riding. Nice off the top for the fast section. Can he come around? Get caught behind a little bit. Unfortunately, he finished it with one big turn, but still 21 minutes remaining. There's a lot remaining in this heat.
Yeah, there's lots of time remaining in this heat. And here we go. This is Lu Mingjiang. He was having a look at that one, doesn't quite scratch onto it. Ricky locks in a 3 for his first wave, so goes to an early lead. But we're about 4 minutes in this heat. Lu holding the inside, hassling for that start, gets a nice first turn connection. Driving through that second one. You can see him just trying to gain some speed, but unfortunately coming unstuck for Lu Mingjiang. And with just under 21 minutes to go, we'll see where that score locks in. And here we go, Di.
Shuma is up and riding. He's still young generation surfer. Now, well, this wave doesn't really open up for him, but trying to connect to the inside, but he decided to just get out of the wave. Wow, he's still really young. I think he's like 12, 13, 14 years of age, and he's recently joined into the Riviera surf team, and myself as well, actually. So I know him.
Congratulations.
Well, it's been a year, but yeah, he's up and coming surfer. This is the first ride for Ricky. Just one time, but got 3.0.
Yeah, the judges rewarding that commitment. A 3.43 for Lu Mingjiang. Locks in for his first wave, but there is some pretty good scores in that last heat from Westonhurst. I believe he is down there with Giada Legati. Giada, it looked pretty good out there for that one. Oh, we might come back to that. She's just getting ready. So that is Westonhurst out there. He took out that last heat. 14.76 combination. And I think he's there with Giada. Giada, What's going on? Oh, I still think we're out of the microphone.
I'm here with Weston Hurst, the winner of the last heat. Weston, you dropped some massive scores. You were absolutely ripping out there. Tell us a little bit about what was going through your head.
Yeah, nothing much. Was just trying to go out there and have fun. First round, take it slow, and yeah, just ended up getting a couple of sick ones. Dropped an 8 and a 6. Yeah, super stoked. So hopefully next round, just keep the rhythm going. Yeah, stoked.
I was saying on the broadcast that you spent some time in Lakey Peak this year, your home. Do you think that affected your performance today? Have you been training? What was your routine like over there?
Yeah, before going to Lakeys, I was actually training like physically a lot, and then I just decided to go Lake. And yeah, now I'm here.
There's not much in Lakey's except for surfing, and you were dropping some crazy clips. So tell us what you were doing. Like you're fishing as well?
Yeah, I love fishing, spearfishing, everything, and yeah, pretty much go fishing like 5 a.m. Wake up, fishing, straight to surfing after. Basically like that all day. Yeah.
So is there anything you'd like to say to your sponsors or the Lakey Peak boys or friends and family?
Friends, family, sponsor, thank you so much for the support. Thanks for watching, and yeah, keep watching me.
All right, thank you, and back to you guys in the booth.
And here we go, straight into it, Dai, Ricky.
ともしげ力選手2本目のライディングになります。このセクションを抜けてくるとさらにポイントを重ねてきますがどうでしょうか。しっかりと前に出てきました。さあここで少し滑ってしまったのが焦げてしまいました。さあ後ろからはグリーンの野中ワンターン、ツーターンときれいに入れていきます。ここインサイドのセクションもきれいに決めていきたいところ。しっかりと前に出てきていますが、ここはプルアウトでしょうか。さあ、クルイプロ、QS6000 始まっています。Day1、本日はジュニアのみの開催となっています。
Very good stuff, Dai.
Thank you.
I always get so excited when you speak Japanese in heats. It's super exciting. Dai Wako is our Japanese commentator here, and he's able to give a little bit more insight into the Japanese surfers, and it's exciting. I think. Anyway.
Right. You don't understand Japanese, but you do understand what I was saying.
Yes.
Right? Pretty much.
Yeah,
every time.
basically. Yeah. I
Yeah.
feel like I know what he's saying.
Yeah. Yeah, Ricky, he's actually spent a lot of time in Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
Every year, he spent time in Hawaii for like 3 months.
Wow.
For 3 months winter time with his mom.
Yeah.
She's actually ex-pro bodybuilder.
Wow.
And his dad is, I believe he was ex-pro pro surfer in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
And he spends a lot of time at Pipeline, Sunset, and even at Waimea.
Wow.
At his age. He's only like 16 years of age. Maybe
Wow.
16 or 17.
So
yeah.
he charges, basically.
He charges, basically. So he's not afraid of this, big surf in Krui Onis as well. So
Yeah. There's definitely still some, larger size sets that are rolling through as well this morning. So, it's exciting for the pro junior surfers to be able to surf in conditions that are a little bit more consequential, I guess. And a 3.33 for that last wave of Ricky takes him to the lead. He also has a 3 as a backup. Philip Duke just locked in that 4.67. Schuma locking in a 2.77 and 1.83. He needs that 2.74 to go to second place. And Looming Jang chasing a 2.08. Ricky had a little look at that one, didn't quite scratch onto it, maybe a smaller wave, but those mid-sized ones seem to be the best waves rolling through, and this is a really nice one. Looming Jang has priority, doesn't like the look of it. Philip Duke tries to scratch on, doesn't quite get it, but Ricky committed paddle.
ともしげ選手、さあここでテイクオフしました。しっかりとタイミングを見計らって一発目は大きなカービングを入れてきます。 ここでボトムターンをして、セカンドターンもきれいに決めていきます。ここで、この波で 3.33 以上出して、その差を広げていきたいところ、このインサイドのセクション非常に大事になってきますが、しっかりと縦へのアプローチを入れて、コンビネーションを重ねていっています。ここの波はここで終わりとなりましたが、彼のベストスコアになってきそうです。That was a great ride from Ricky Tomoshige.He needed to better the 3.33 to extend his lead, but probably he's done that with that ride. He put a couple of good turns in, didn't have the finish, but still it was a great ride from Ricky.
Yeah, still a really nice ride. I mean, he's looking to better a 3.0, so we'll see what that one locks in as. Looming Jang still holding first priority. Second priority is with Philip Duke, who at this stage has the highest wave of the heat, that 467, and 13 and a half minutes to go. Di, is this your first time here?
Actually, my second time.
Second
And
time.
this place is like one of my dream place to be
Yeah.
for surfing. But unfortunately, I haven't been able to explore a little more. But
Yeah.
I've only been here and Krui left.
Yeah.
But I'm
You would
just
love Mandiri.
Mandiri beach break, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I've seen the footage and everyone's scoring the barrels out there.
Yeah.
And
It was a little bit too big yesterday.
right.
Because yesterday the swell, for all of those watching, it was a fair bit bigger than what it is today. So to
Right.
wake up this morning and have it drop a little bit is just so awesome. But yeah, yesterday it was a little bit bigger. So Mandiri was kind of closing out and it was just a bit rogue. Could be maybe a little bit funner today. Who knows?
Definitely. I really love this place because there's a lot of places that you can go to.
Mhm.
You don't have to be always surfing here with the crowd. You
Yeah.
can always find your spot and you can surf pretty much by yourself. So
Yeah.
really love to come back here for just surf trip.
Yeah. It's so awesome.
You've been surfing yesterday?
Yeah, I had a surf yesterday.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, which was super fun. I went down to Krui left and somehow timed it when there was not that many people out.
Lucky.
Yeah, super lucky.
Yeah.
Really, really lucky. Had a super fun surf. But I think Ricky's probably put me in combo with that 517 on that last wave. He goes out into the lead. Well, extends his lead, I should say. Sorry. Right now has the best wave of the heat. Philip Duke looking for a 3.84 to go to first. Shuma Nonaka chasing a 2.74 now. And Looming Jang also chasing a 2.08. Have you had a surf yet? Did you surf?
Actually, no, I didn't surf this morning, but I had a surf yesterday at Krui left.
Oh, you
The
did?
morning surf, but with a lot of crowd actually.
Yeah.
So I
heard it
couldn't
was
get many
crowded.
waves, but still, it was good to be back in the water, just, so cool.
Enjoying it.
Enjoying it.
Yeah. I think as well, Ujong Bukur, which is where we are now, is it's a bit of a swell magnet. It does really, it brings a swell in. It's always bigger than everywhere else. Here in Mandiri also. So, there's definitely still swell hanging around. And I think for the rest of the event, I think yesterday was the biggest day that we had. And then it was kind of just like dropping off today and kind of staying similar throughout the event, hopefully. So we're in for about 6 or 7 days of really good surfing.
That sounds really great to have waves like this for the rest of the date.
Yeah.
And even it's smaller than yesterday, it's kind of there's a solid set actually coming through the lineup.
Yeah. Are we going to see Dai in Arashi for this event? Surely.
I wish. But here's a replay of Ricky's last wave, 5.17, big opening carve right there, straight into the bottom turn again. And there's a nice carve for the second turn. He's linking to the inside smoothly and gets the vertical lip right there. Great connection, great technique from Ricky. So that was a 5.17 that put him, well, he was in the first and he's extending his lead now. Sitting in the first place comfortably.
Yeah, judges really liking that commitment. There's been not as many bigger sets in this heat as we saw as the first few in the morning. So the ocean's just having a little bit of a moment, but there's still some really excellent waves coming through. Great opportunities for these pro junior surfers to commit to some really good sections and I was talking to Mark this morning. I was saying to Giada as well in that last heat. It's exciting as well to see the local surfers
Right.
in the draw, and just to see how much they've improved their surfing, and even sitting a little bit further up the point maybe this year than they were last year, and kind of being more confident and comfortable out there to commit to those bigger sections. It's so inspiring to see.
Great opportunities for them. Surfing in QS 6,000 is one of the biggest events for the QS tour.
Yeah.
And having experience with against all the good surfers from Japan, Indonesia, Philippines, Australia. So it's great opportunities for them. But here is Shuma is now surfing blue, up and riding, needing a score to extend his lead. Nice off the top, racing down the line, floats the section. Can he come around? Yes, he did. And trying to find a section. Eyes for the finish turn. Oh no. That is another great turn. Unfortunately, he got behind, but still got the 3 scores, 3 turns.
Yeah, this is Looming Jang out behind. Beautiful section, jams it, winds the windows up, and wow, he holds on to that one. Looming Jang right in front of Philip Duke just gets a solid section.
Wow.
And commits. That was huge.
I feel like the last of white could be better than the blue ones because he only got 2 turns in, but last one was solid and big section to hit. And I don't know how, but he managed to pull that up, made it clean.
Yeah, that was a really, really good connection. Good surfing there from both Philip and Lou. And we'll see where those scores lock in as. Philip was looking for a 3.84 to go to first. He'll definitely better his small score, which is 0.83. And Looming Jang was only chasing a 2.08. So I feel like we're going to definitely see a shake-up of the leaderboard right now with these last 2 scores yet to lock in with 7 minutes to go. And Shuma Nonaka, he's in third right now looking for a 2.74. He's only got a 2.77 and a 1.83. Just the 2 waves, and last wave of Philip Duke locks in at a 5.57. So Philip goes to first place. We're still waiting on that last score of Lu Ming Jang to come through. He's now chasing a 5.08 to go to second place.
Well, I feel like it's going to be close to the requirement for the white.
Yeah.
So now Ricky and Shuma needs another wave.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see. This was that last wave of Philip Duke, 5.57. Gets that nice second turn. Quick float here, air drops down. And you can see he's just patient, waiting for this one. He's showing the expertise that he's got on surfing these reef breaks. Lines up for a beautiful connection there. And unfortunately gets a little bit caught behind. But really smart surfing there from Philip. And then Lou just really opening up.
Right. And really love this turn right here. I mean, so he got 2 turns before the big hits, actually. Comes around the section, and this is where he went for the big... Oh, no, actually.
Wow, he's had a couple of really good
so
turns.
we didn't see all of the actions coming through. So this is the one we saw on the webcam.
Wow.
It was actually the great ride from Surfing White. Comes in 6.83 now. He's in the lead. And Ricky now in the third place, needing 5.08. Shuma now needing 7.47. And the Duke up and riding again, looking to better the 4.67. He went huge. Unfortunately, comes unstuck.
Yeah, Philip only needs a 4.7 to go to first. So I actually quite liked that tactic to try and get back out there and get another wave.
Yeah, that's true. 4.70 isn't that big score. He only needs the smaller ones to to get a requirement to go into the first. It was a great move, but unfortunately, comes unstuck. So
yeah.
Now
Wow, these waves coming through look so fun. Ricky holds second priority. He's going to go this one.
ともしげ選手5.08で2位にアップしていきます。さあ、大きなターンを入れた。少し緩慢になったセクションをしっかりとターンで抜けていきます。さあ、ここももう一発入れてくる。大きなターンが必要になってきそうです。さあ、インサイドまでつなげてきましたが、どうでしょう。ここから波が張ってくるのか。カービングターン、そしてトップのアクションを入れながら最後までつなげていきます。残り時間4分というところで、ここはしっかりとインサイドまでつなげてきましたが、ここで少し引っかかってしまいました。そして後ろからは野中テイクオフしていましたが、スープで引っかかってしまったようです。残り時間3分40秒を迎えるところ。Well, that was really unfortunate for Shuma.
Wow. Lou, that's a bit of a fat one there. Some of those sets just hit, I don't know, they kind of break a little bit too wide and they just hit that dead section and don't really hug the reef that well. I feel like those, Giada and I were talking this morning, those mid-sized ones look like they're the best ones out there today.
Definitely, the mid ones, those ones can break along the reef and has more wall to work on it. So I would really love to see them, getting those smaller ones. But when the set comes, you kind of really want to go for it,
Yeah, for sure. It's hard to, let those ones roll through unridden, especially when you're like, oh, I have first priority. This is a set, but more often than not, they kind of do break wide and they do get a little bit fat. And there's so many great waves on offer today. It's just about picking those good ones and really surfing it the best that you can, I guess. And with 2.5 minutes to go, Ricky needs at 5.08. His last wave locked in at a 4, so just not enough. And Shuma, he's only had that 2.77 and a 1.83. He's looking for a 7.47 at this stage to get up into second place with the quality of waves that we have right now. That's definitely doable with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's right. But with only 2 minutes remaining in this heat, probably he needs just one great wave to score those 7.47. But if there is more time, you can do maybe looking for the 5s and 5s. But now it's under 2 minutes remaining. Now Shuma only needs one big wave or one great wave to get a requirement.
Yeah, definitely. Well, luckily he's got another wave a little bit further down the point, locked in at a 2.9. So he's now chasing a 7.34. It's slightly lower the requirement. It's still a pretty decent score, but there's plenty of opportunity out there. A 7.34 for Shuma. Ricky chasing a 5.08 with a minute 20 to go. They must be sitting a little bit further down the point. And Philip Duke holds first priority. He's in second place. And I feel like he's in a good position right now to really pick the best wave that rolls through.
Liu has the best wave of this heat so far, but still the backup isn't the high score. So probably he wanting to get one more wave in, and which he will now. He's looking for wave to better 3.43. Now up and riding, nice off the rip. Straight into the second turn. This is a smaller wave, but still has a good shape in it. Couple turns in, quick in and out, but still looking for wave to better 3.43.
Yeah. You could see out behind him, Philip Duke unfortunately goes down and maybe even snapped his leggy at that. Oh no, it's just there. I was like, where's his board gone? Because fighting for that out there would be pretty tricky. Ricky.
ともしげ選手、この波で 5.08 が必要でしたが、ここはプルアウト。
Wow, so it looks like Ricky and Shuma unfortunately won't get another opportunity. That heat is done. And I don't know if Shuma got up before the hooter on this one. It looks like a pretty fat wave. He's chasing a 7.34. He's just patient here. You can see loads up off the bottom. Love how he grabs his rail on that backside bottom turn. And you could see him just really tagging it there, just absolutely going for it, hoping that he made that because that would have been a
Right.
huge turn for Schumer. All right, well, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with heat number 3 of the round of 32 for the Krui Pro Junior. We'll be right back after this quick break.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. Back in the booth, Mark Clift joining Di Wacko. We're going to take you guys through heat 3 of the round of 32 of the boys. Surf is going nuts, Di. Big crowds getting around outside, mate. What a way to kick off the Krui Pro this year.
Well, it's the best way to kick off the Krui Pro. It's nice 2-3 foot, amazing left-handers here.
I think you might have undercalled it. It definitely looks a little bigger than 2 to 3 foot. There's a lot of
bigger
good
ones coming
yeah,
through,
oh my God.
definitely.
No, it's pumping out there,
Right.
Di. Who have we got in this heat, mate?
So we have Ricky Sato in red, Aoi Oguri in blue, and white Mohamed Al-Furusino in green, Alif Shaptura. Sorry if I pronounced wrong, but those are 4 surfers in this heat. Round of 32, heat 3 in the Pro Junior men's.
Did a good job of the first 2 names. Both Japanese,
Right.
right? How did your
Well-
hang on, let's just watch this. Ricky Sato.
佐藤選手、1歩目のライディングがアップしています。大きなバーティカルなリッピングから、ここはセクションを見て先へと走っていきます。さあ、ここでも縦のアプローチ、ここで引っかかってしまいました。Ricky Sato had a great wave, great opening wave, great first vertical lip. But unfortunately, he comes unstuck on the 3rd section. But still, there's a lot of time to remain in this heat.
Yep, and apparently this will be, for now, our final heat. We're going to break after this heat, everybody. There will be an opening ceremony. I've just been outside. All the officialdom that's going on out there. There are a lot of crew getting around, ready for the opening ceremony. So, Alif, let's watch the young fella here, the young Goofy, starting to get stuck into it on his opening ride, and he's out.
Wow, it looks like he's still really young.
Yeah, he's a super grom.
And this is 小栗選手、1歩目のライディング、さあ大きなワンターンを入れてエアドロップをしますが、ここは前に出てこれない。
And white now, Muhammad. Not sure where he's from. He's definitely Indonesian. Not sure which part. Probably the Pesisir Barat region somewhere. Anyway, it's a beautiful day outside, everybody. I've got to tell you, it's steaming hot already. The surf and the water temperature is absolutely boiling. Ricky Sato, this guy impresses me every time I see him, Di.
佐藤選手、1発目大きなバーティカルなリッピングをして、2発目も大きなところに入れてきました。これはいい波になってきています。カービングターンを入れてセットアップしてくる。そしてもう一度厳しいセクションに当てていきます。これはまだ続きます。さあ、ここからフィニッシュまでつなぐのか、ここはキックアウト、さあ、いいライディングになりました。佐藤力。That was a well south from Ricky Sato.
Well, according to Ricky Sato, it's 12 o'clock. That board was just going straight up and down every single opportunity. Leaf, not a lot going on there for the young Grom. So we've got a couple of very experienced Japanese campaigners up against a couple of Indonesians. So a little bit more experience, I imagine. Ricky Sato will have a big number about to drop. That was just exactly what the judges like to see, mate. You know, he's ticking a lot of parts of the criteria there, Ricky. And as I was saying before, I remembered that name over the years because every time I see him compete, he's just devastating. He's so polished.
You know, he's very smart competitor, actually. The last one, he had a great wave choice and great choice of maneuver. He got a couple of vertical lip, and then he did a great curves and he gets a finish as well. So definitely, like you said, it's going to be a really, really big score.
Just rock solid top to bottom surfing, you know, just sticking to the formula, keep it strong, engage the rail at every opportunity, attack the lip, tick, tick, tick. So Ricky Sato, you'll expect the biggest number of the heat to drop any moment. Judges are still having a think about it, but here is blue.
小栗選手、1歩目のライディングになります。さあ、これも大きく攻めていきますが、少し、攻めすぎたか、フィンが抜けてしまいました。So actually, I believe Aoi and Ricky are from same area in Japan and surfing in Chiba.
Okay, so with 20 minutes to go in this heat, still waiting for some numbers. Let's throw down to True Starling. He's got the winner of the last heat. Over to you, True.
You guys, Lou, what a great heat. How are the waves out there?
It's very good. Today we're very fun.
And you're here in Krui. How do you like Krui over here?
I very like here the wave. It's very good, easy for training, and can get many good waves.
And you were surfing really good. Do you like going left?
Left. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, congratulations on your heat win, you. It was great to watch you surf. Back to you guys.
Okay, time up. Last wave of red is
And we're back. Let's have a look at Ricky Sato's number, 817.
Wow.
Second best score of the morning. Rightly so. We were always expecting a big number. I'm glad they went into the excellent range. The judges, waves are just reeling down this Ujong Bachur reef.
That's a great way to start this round one for Ricky Sato, 817. It's a huge score.
Fair enough. You know, that was just regulation, top to bottom attack. Didn't blink, didn't falter. Loved every moment of it. Ricky Sato, here he is again. So remember this name because I reckon we're going to be calling him a lot throughout the juniors. No doubt, well, wipeouts like that probably won't make the highlight reel. But trust me, I reckon he's going a long way through the draw. And I imagine he would also be here to surf in the 6,000 men's.
Right.
No
That's
doubt.
for sure. Yeah. It's great to have opportunity to surf in juniors because before the competition, there's so many people at the lineup, but in the heat, only a couple of other guys, and this is a pretty good opportunity for them to know where to sit.
Perfect warm-up going into the QS 6,000. All these juniors surf at least, if they keep getting through. Men's will surf twice today. The ladies get a go. We'll potentially wrap up the pro juniors tomorrow. Let's see if this young fella can contend and be in it, not with wipeouts like that at this stage. But, we're pretty certain we'll be finishing juniors tomorrow. I think we have some QS 6,000 men's heats scheduled to surf tomorrow as well. So we are going to have a pretty big day here today, everybody. It's probably going to be about a 5 o'clock finish here in Lampung time, South Sumatra time, which is an hour behind Bali time, an hour behind West Oz time. So quite a big program. We will be stopping at the end of this heat for about an hour. Big ceremony, Indonesians love a ceremony die. Right. And I've got to tell you guys, there's about 200 official looking crews getting around out there. They've already taken their seats waiting for the start, but it's going to be a big deal.
Looking good though out there. But here is 小栗選手、こちらの波にテイクオフしていきます。さて、ワイプアウトが続いてきましたが、この波はどうでしょうか。ここもう少しタイミングが合わなかったか。
Tell me a bit about him. Is he super nervous? Is he a young dude? What's going on?
He's still like 17, 18 years of age. Looks like he's probably a little bit nervous.
He looks really nervous.
Going around.
Can't stay on his board.
Or because it's a good condition, it's kind of hard to get a really great wave. Hard to pick one actually out there, and that makes him really nervous.
Yep. Well, he's got to get it together shortly if he wants to challenge for a spot in the next round. Why wouldn't you want to keep surfing heats out here this afternoon? All these guys that progress here will get another crack at the Savo in the quarterfinals for the Pro Juniors. That's potentially at this stage formatted as our last 4 heats of the day. The women's will surf their opening round. I'm not sure how many heats there are in that. Let me just check. Okay, pretty sure there's 8 heats there. 4 heats there of the ladies to surf after this round of the men's, and then 4 heats quarterfinals for the Pro Junior boys. But there's been some ripping performances, none better so far than Western Hurst, that first heat. I was queuing him up this morning and rapping a fair bit about Western because with his 8.33 and he got a high five, just devastating surfing from that fella. Ricky Sato with his 8.17, the second best single score of this morning. So those opportunities are definitely out there, Di, and I'm sure that the seeded surfers coming into this round will definitely be taking every opportunity to smash this wave to pieces.
He linked it together smoothly to the next section and going to vertical and a vertical after. That was a great wave for Sato, Ricky.
Yep, there was about 3 more vertical hits after he just went off screen, but a well-deserved 8.17. 15 minutes remaining now. There's the scene. Look at our workplace, mate?
Really love to watching this drone shot every time we put it up.
Not a bad stage for us. This is our work day. This is what we're looking at, everybody. We come over here and sit in a nice AC room with our boys putting together the production and look at waves, get to call it, have a bit of fun, get to do some post-heat interviews with all the winners. And that's going to be our format over the next 8 days. We want to try and involve and show you guys every part of what we're doing here. This drone footage is just so good. There's someone just tagging a wave out the back here. Now, how do I say this guy's name again?
Aoi Oguri.
Aoi.
Racing down the line, eyeing for the section, comes around, great opening curve right there, and another one. This is getting a look. This looks great wave for him. Now looking for the finish, but unfortunately there's nothing offer for the finish, but still a couple good turns in for the Aoi Oguri's last wave.
And, later on when the tide drops a bit too, Di, that end section, this wave will steepen up for longer. We're kind of looking at a highish tide at the moment, hence a few bumps and little creases in the way. But, these waves like this, that we can see the bump due to the tide, that's about it. And it's kind of a fattish wave. But later on, these things will be really contoured out. We're going to see some barrels before the day is out, trust me. And I love it when the tide starts dropping and gets just below that mid-tide out here. It just really goes berserk. Have you had much of a chance to surf this reef over your visits here? Is this your first time to Krui?
Actually, second time. Last year was my first, and this is my second, and I can't wait to surf this place.
That's right. Was that when we first met? Was last year, wasn't it?
Yeah. That was the last year, and it was a big surfing, actually, last year.
Then we went to Nias, and we'll talk more about that when we get there. But that was just an epic moment in contest history surfing. So look at the numbers. They're all pretty low apart from the 8.17. Ricky Sato has been most patient as well, waiting for his, to extend this lead, which I'm quite confident his 3.33 won't stay there for much longer. But currently, the 2 best numbers, Ricky Sato, outstanding performer. Tell me a little bit about Ricky. How old is he, and what's his other major accomplishments in surfing?
Ricky is living in Chiba area and probably 18 years of age, around that, but still a young generation. And he's a very smart competitor like you guys seen his surfing in this heat. And being a competitor since he was really young, so he's very into it, and he's now focusing on the QS is more than pro juniors, but probably he's in this junior event to get a good warm up and as well as getting to the World of Pro Juniors.
Well, there he is. He's pretty patient. He'll no doubt, he's got top priority, so there's no fuss. He's got 11, 12 minutes on the clock to get rid of this 3.33. So only 18. Has he represented Japan in many other big events before?
Right.
I remember seeing him in the Maldives a couple of years ago at the Asian Surfing Championships.
So this is the last of blue. Always racing down the line, just being patient for the section, and nice off the top straight into the second turn and racing down the line, comes around a section, but unfortunately there's not much offer for him to finish it off.
Yeah, no, later on that will all be different, once, how was that thing spinning? So he's 4.57, second best wave of the matchup. Here goes Mohammed. Let's see what the young goofy footer can make some sense of this one. Looks like he's got his tube stance
Mm.
ready to go. He's got that narrow stance. He's winding up. Likes to bury a little bit of rail. That's looking pretty good.
I love the style, actually. It's relaxing and just waiting for the sections comes up for him.
Yeah, they definitely look like
Right.
there was no nerves under Muhammad's rash fest. Looked like he's pretty polished. Well, at least a fairly relaxed campaigner. Surfing straight into the drone. His own best score is only a 143. Definitely that's got to be better than where that went. So his requirement to advance will no doubt drop. Currently needs kind of a lowish 5. But I can't wait to see how Ricky finishes up this heat. He will no doubt be brimming with confidence after the 817. He's since had a couple of throwaways, so he'll want to get some more runs on the board and convincingly move through to the next round with a bit of momentum. So I'm looking forward to his attack. And Wacko, what have you been doing in the last few recent months? You've been around?
Actually, been traveling a lot. Actually, this is my 4th time in Indonesia this year so far, and I've been traveling in Similu Island and Mentawais and Bali, of course. So I've been traveling a lot last couple of months and surfing pretty much every day.
That's why we all come to Indonesia. How good is it? The water temperature is just boiling out there. Close to 30 degrees out there in the lineup, in the water I'm talking about, and on land. So we're approaching it, starting to get to that midpoint of the morning where things start to steam up. We generally have this doldrums, no wind situation throughout Indonesia, which is why the surf is just non-stop, kind of perfect in Indo glass. Let's have a look at the little fella here, Alif. So wave number 5 for Alif. His last wave was a 367. He's starting to bury some rail. He's looking pretty sharp. Boom. Does he make it?
That second one was solid, but unfortunately...
At least he went for it. Yeah, nice try, young man. All right, he needed his better number out of that. He needed 384. If he made that turn, he probably would have got it. Let's watch young Muhammad.
Wow. I really like how he styled, relaxed styled, and couple carves into it. But here is Oguri up and riding, but just quick in and out.
All right, here comes a set.
Wow.
Let's see how patient Ricky Sato is. If he likes anything he sees, this next wave stands up right in front of him, shows zero interest. It must be doing weird things down the line, not to even maybe have a look at that thing. But his choice. Still got 8 minutes. No fuss. No time to...
be patient so far, but now he's paddling a little bit, but
doesn't like that one either.
Doesn't like that one.
No.
I've been patient.
Good man. He knows the rules. You don't have to surf a wave just because it comes your way and you've got priority. You can sort of pick and choose. He's doing exactly that with 7:40 on the clock, folks. So let's tell everyone that's listening in, to get here, all right, Ujong Bachor, the reef, wave we're watching is so good. There's other waves around this area as well that need to be investigated. There's a lot to like about the Tanjung Setia area. We are sitting here in the Pesisir Barat region, and it is the province of Lampung. So we flew out of Bali, right? A stopover in Jakarta, then fly into Lampung, and then you've got the gnarliest part of the trip to get here, which is about a 6-hour car ride to get up from the airport, along a long trail up over a big ridge, down along the coast to park yourselves up here. We got here about midnight the other night.
Right.
But it's a fair way to come. But South Sumatra is the location. It's worth it when you get here because there's a lot of, accommodation to suit kind of every budget. There's a lot of waves to suit every level. There's a lot of killer waves around here, which we know. And I heard some people surfing around the corner on the big left yesterday, and they reckon it was just going off its head. Big wipeouts, huge rewarded barrels. There's other easy waves. There's all sorts. We've got the long point right in front of us here. For you, what's the best part of coming to this region, Di?
Well, just experiencing this left because I'm goofy footer, so I would love experiencing this long left and big barrels. But unfortunately, I haven't been able to, explore this island. So I wish maybe one day I can explore more and experience more waves here.
I've been saying it too. I've got to come here when I'm I'm not working.
True,
When I'm not
that's
on an
so true.
event, and that way we can sort of relax a bit more and get around. And everybody yesterday had some pretty good waves at all the little northern breaks as well, due to the fact
Right.
that the swell was really large.
Yeah, it was fun surf at Krui left actually. I had a surf yesterday morning with the crew, but it was a great spot. Krui left actually.
Yeah, well, that's where we finished last year,
Yeah.
remember? And it looks pretty good when it's doing its thing. It's quite nice. There's another little right up in that corner that allegedly was pretty good yesterday as well. And then you got some killer waves a little further around as you head a little further more north. But yeah, Ricky Sato's quite happy just to pull up stumps. You know, there's no pressure here for Ricky. The guy sitting in second needs a 6.94, which, you know, he would have to kind of surf his best, I feel, to get that number. So Ricky's not that fussed by blue in second. And the surfers in green and white, you know, they can immediately maybe upset blue, but I think Ricky Sato's realised he's in a strong commanding position. Of course, he'll want to get rid of his 3-3-3 just to, you know, just to send a message to everybody. Watch out for Ricky.
You know, Ricky's playing really smart games right now. He got a 8.17, so he doesn't need to rush anymore. He just needs one more score to just back it up. But now Oguri is kind of in the difficult situation, needing 6.94 to challenge first place, but third and fourth needing only 3.84 and 5.27, which is not a big score. So that everyone's up for the second place.
Yep, it's getting pretty close. There's only just 1 point separating second and third. Muhammad in the white. Yep, he needs his best wave in the next 4 minutes. Let's see where he is. He's got fourth priority. That's unfortunate for Muhammad. But I'm sure we're going to see a little flurry of waves at the back end of this heat. In case you're wondering, everybody, what we're up to next, opening ceremony is about to roll out. So we will go on a short break, roughly about an hour. When we come back, our next heat in the shoot will be Iko Watanabe. Another high-profile campaigner. Ifan Saipu, Teddy Dagbilly. He's a polished campaigner as well. Whoever got second in heat one, which was Chikal, he'll be surfing in that heat as well. And just looking at the draw, there's a lot of goodness coming through in this next round as we roll into the afternoon.
Wow, Licky's been really patient. 2 sets coming through, but he did not like all of the sets. And he's letting these waves go again. 3 minutes remaining in this heat.
Surely he'd like to surf his way in, Ricky. Hasn't ridden away for, 15 minutes, I reckon?
Right. And now Aoi is trying to sit close to the green. Try to block him to getting the 3.84.
Yeah, nice pick up there. Yeah, because the Leaf can do it. His best number is right there. It's a 3.67, so 3.84. It's well within his striking power. And he goes, Aoi. Is that how I say it?
Aoi.
Aoi.
Right.
Aoi.
But if I were him, probably because he only got 2.93 as a backup, so I would go for the attack probably.
Let's see what he does here. Is he going to let Green look at this thing? Green wants a piece of it. Blue's thinking about the block. Doesn't do it. Says all yours because it rolls through as a non-event. So if a Leaf had a little strategy going on here, he might want to paddle away from Blue a little bit.
Probably, yes, I would do
because
that.
He doesn't even realise that Blue is going to be nasty on him if a good wave comes. I'm not sure whether he has that much experience and whether he knows that's a thing. But if a good one comes, it will get taken directly off him. So maybe if he just slid a little further away from Blue, maybe hoping one of those little wider things swing down and give him an opportunity to track down this high 3-point ride needed. Ricky Sato is on the move finally.
Well, he's paddling to it.
I think he's too far out.
Definitely. Well.
Yep, can't get it. Doesn't want it. Let's see what happens here between. Yeah, look, check it. Blue checking his watch. Now let's see what happens here. Was that a little bit of?
That was a paddling call, or probably
Well,
close
we'll
to
know in a
the
moment.
goal.
The judges would be harsh to take the priority off Blue, but he did sort of look at it.
Right.
I don't think he paddled enough to lose priority with a minute to go. In fact, he hasn't.
Well, always been playing really smart, be patient, but now Leaf getting away from Blue. But there's a sets coming into the lineup now.
There is. This
Wow.
could be Green. Green needs to get away from Blue here. 35 seconds. This thing here is wide. There's another one behind it. Ricky Sato might chew this thing off. 30 seconds to go. He's having to think about it. Now he's putting a bit more oomph into his paddle up. Ricky Sato definitely wants this thing, and he's got it. Take us through this, Dai.
佐藤選手、さあ残り1分切っているところでこの波にテイクオフしていきます。3.3 歳以上出すとその差を広げてきますが、1発、2発と大きなターンを入れながらインサイドまで来ています。さあ、これもいいターンになってくる。ここからフェイスが張ってきます。さあ、ここもしっかりとタイミングを見計らって力を入れずに、しっかりと縦へのアプローチ、これも決めてきました。これはいいライディングになったのが佐藤力選手。そして、その後ろでもライディングが行われています。佐藤力選手はしっかりとフィニッシュまでメイクしました。
And we're seeing two surfers ride this wave. I saw what happened. White caught the wave, but Blue had priority, right?
Right.
So White's just not getting off. He's going, well, I've already got an interference. I might as well just call it a proper burn and just stay in front of the guy the whole way. So White will end up with an interference, no doubt. But Ricky Sato's got the second best score of this matchup about to drop. Played a game really well. Sat there for a long time. Took the next best wave off everyone else. Quality competition skills by Ricky Sato. He'll no doubt win. White will get an interference. And there it is. The White interference call is in. And Blue will progress. I can hear the noise. There's lots of music going on next door, Di. The opening ceremony is about to start. We're owed 3 scores, but I think it's all academic that red will win, blue will finish second, green third, white fourth. I think we're just going to wait for these numbers, though, before we boost out to the ceremony. You can probably pick up the noise, the background noise, maybe on our webcast, everybody, but it's there, and there's going to be a lot of it. There's going to be some long-winded speeches that always happen. Like I was saying, everybody, the Indonesians love a ceremony, and by the amount of officialdom going on outside, this could take a while. We're tipping it's only going to be an hour, but it wouldn't surprise me if it blows out.
Right.
And you know what? I don't think there's any chance we're going to get in a post interview with Ricky either. Yeah,
definitely not.
No, it's just way too noisy outside for that. So for the crew in the Sato corner, there will probably be no post-heat interview. The noise outside is already blaring. So apologies for that one, but you will see him surf again this afternoon. Do you want to throw a number? I didn't watch his whole wave. All right, so what we'll do is we're going to boost out of here. Congrats to Ricky and Aoi. And we'll be back in roughly an hour with Heat 4 of this round of the Pro Junior Men. See you then, team. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujung Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
Hello, my name is Tipi Japrik. I'm from the AAC. Really proud and happy to see the Krui Pro QS 5000. What a great work from Pak Bupati, Pak Haji Agus Istiqlal, and all the crew from the Pemda Pesisir Barat. Hope to see a great event.
sebuah mahakarya alam dengan sejuta keindahannya. Seakan menapaki tanah surgawi. Sepenggal surga di ujung pulau Sumatera yang masih mempertahankan pola berbudaya dan tradisi yang masih terjaga. Here we go, Pesisir Barat. Menyusuri jalan lintas Sumatera dengan keelokan bibir pantai yang memanjakan mata. Dengan pesona abadi, mempesona mata dunia. Kelembutan dan kedamaian, disinilah hakikatnya. Keberagaman hayati menjadi aset penting kekayaan alamnya. Kabupaten di wilayah Barat Provinsi Lampung memiliki keindahan tak terbantahkan. Keindahan mahakarya alam semesta. Pasir putih memvisualkan kecantikan pesisir barat. Deburan ombak yang saling bersautan memberi ketentraman sebagai pertanda alam tak pernah jenuh memberikan apa yang manusia butuhkan. Gaungan alam seakan memanggil jiwa petualang. Aroma cita rasa sejati, warisan Nusantara. Ija Meet Krui. Datang dan jelajah pesisir barat.
Welcome to heaven on earth, where your dreams become reality. Welcome to the land of beauty, where your adventure meets hospitality. Welcome to Pesisir Barat.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
How? Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone offies. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to make it cone today. Yeah, let's go, bruh.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell 'em, son. This ain't no smoothie. This is as smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, plenty of corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is...
Absolutely cooking.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm gonna start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
There's one thing we all love to bits. It's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice. Juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint. Agave. Hey, that is incredible. How? Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone offies. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to make it cone today. Yeah, let's go, bruh.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell 'em, son. This ain't no smoothie. This is as smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, plenty of corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is...
Absolutely cooking.
This is...
Hello, my name is Tipi Japrik. I'm from the AAC. Really proud and happy to see the Krui Pro QS 5000. What a great work from Pak Bupati, Pak Haji Agus Istiqlal, and all the crew from the Pemda Pesisir Barat. Hope to see a great event.
sebuah mahakarya alam dengan sejuta keindahannya. Seakan menapaki tanah surgawi. Sepenggal surga di ujung pulau Sumatera yang masih mempertahankan pola berbudaya dan tradisi yang masih terjaga. Here we go, Pesisir Barat. Menyusuri jalan lintas Sumatera dengan keelokan bibir pantai yang memanjakan mata. Dengan pesona abadi, mempesona mata dunia. Kelembutan dan kedamaian, disinilah hakikatnya. Keberagaman hayati menjadi aset penting kekayaan alamnya. Kabupaten di wilayah Barat Provinsi Lampung memiliki keindahan tak terbantahkan. Keindahan mahakarya alam semesta. Pasir putih memvisualkan kecantikan pesisir barat. Deburan ombak yang saling bersautan memberi ketentraman sebagai pertanda alam tak pernah jenuh memberikan apa yang manusia butuhkan. Gaungan alam seakan memanggil jiwa petualang. Aroma cita rasa sejati, warisan Nusantara. Ija Meet Krui. Datang dan jelajah pesisir barat.
Welcome to heaven on earth, where your dreams become reality. Welcome to the land of beauty, where your adventure meets hospitality. Welcome to Pesisir Barat.
went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone off his. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cane today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son. This ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Morn-san, this is...
Absolutely cooking.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm gonna start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
There's one thing we all love to bits, some fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujung Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
Hello, my name is Tipi Japrik. I'm from the AAC. Really proud and happy to see the Krui Pro QS 5000. What a great work from Pak Bupati, Pak Haji Agus Istiqlal, and all the crew from the Pemda Pesisir Barat. Hope to see a great event.
Welcome back to the scene of the Krui Pro. Here we are, Ujong Batur. We just pulled stumps for roughly an hour and a half, got through a fairly prominent opening ceremony. There was a fair bit going on there. Giada, what did you make of the opening ceremony? Did you catch a bit?
Yeah, it was really nice. It was good to see everyone there representing everything, kind of. We had a few performances. We had a lot of speeches go down, lots of waves coming by. I know a couple of the athletes were out there as well, but it was
certainly was. It took us a little while to clear the lineup, always does when we go on a break like that. But it was a big deal, and we do have some new dignitaries involved this year. So for them, it was their first time down here, sort of seeing where their money's spent and what's going on, and they sort of maximised their time in the sun. And fair enough, because these events do not go on without the help of. I think you've got the list of sponsors there, have you, G, somewhere? No. So it went on and it was good, and it started on time, which is highly unusual, and it went overtime, which is highly not unusual. And we're waiting for a start of our very next heat, everybody. You're back with us with Heat 4 of the round of 32. You can see our punters there in the top left-hand corner. It is Iko Watanabe, a big-time surfer in red, Irfan Saipu in blue, Teddy Bag Billy in the white, and Chikal, who progressed through that first round this morning to put himself in this position. He's out there in green. The back end now, or the midsection of the round of 32 of the men's. Women's surfing their first round a little late after Heat 8 of this round of the men's. I think 2 of those heats will be a walkthrough for everybody online that's listening in. Heat 2 and 3 of the women's first round of 24 are a bit of a walkthrough at this stage, so we are going to be finishing up those women's a little bit earlier than forecast, and then rolling straight into the young fellas quarterfinals. How's your day going, Giada?
really good. I'm absolutely amazed. Well, I don't know why I'm amazed, but the waves are incredible. Every time we come here, it's the same. It's this perfect peeling left-hander, and everyone wants a piece of it. I can't wait to go out for a surf this afternoon.
Yeah, I imagine that's going to be well patronised. Good luck getting a wave, G. We might want to have roll out some extra rashies and have a fake last heat of the day, just so we get a few. But you can see the wind's gone a little onshore since the opening ceremony bounced down. That's about the only difference. Doesn't seem to bother this wave too much. It still just peels perfectly. It just, maybe it's more beltable.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I actually sometimes prefer this wave with a little bit of onshore, just because it's easier to get into that pocket. And honestly, you throw more water when it's a little bit onshore. So it's a little bit of a trick to the eye. But it just has a bit more texture, so you don't slip so much.
All right. Well, let's see. So there they are. This heat has started, everybody. And good luck to all involved. A high-class field. Chikal will be stoked that he got through this morning to put himself up against these 3 surfers. So let's see if the young fella in green can hold his nerve and represent himself as good as he did this morning, or better. It's probably going to take a good act to get out of a heat like this.
100%. And there are a few lines coming through. Let's take a look at who's in this heat. So I recognize the name Ifran Saipu. He is full Mentawaiian. Lives with the whole Kandui Resort crew. They travel as a pack, as a family. And I'll get right back to that as we have Iko Watanabe, a name we've seen time and time again here at the Krui Nias Pro. Nice 2 belts. Unfortunately, just falls off on the second one.
All right, so here goes your boy Irfan out of the Ments. Let's see what he's got here on his backhand.
Beautiful. Oops. Well, gets a little stuck on the top. I've seen him surf. I know he could do much, much better than that. Just a quick up and out.
Yep, that'll be why he flicked straight off as well. He knows he can do better. Chikal now, local fella out of our, what we're calling trials round this morning. Let's see how he deals with this little bump and lump on the face of this wave. But nobody really has struck a major blow in this heat so far. I didn't see all of Iko's wave, so I'm not sure, but I know he's a quality act.
Yeah, we've seen that name around this part of the world quite a few times in Krui and Nias events, so I'm sure he has a lot to give. But yeah, back to Ifran, full Mentawaiian, born and raised there, part of the Kandui crew, an incredible surfer. Fortunately, last year coming off of a broken leg incident. Yeah,
Ooh.
unfortunately in Padang, he was charging and had that incident happen, but bounced back super quick. So it's the first time I see him surf since. I'm excited. And a big shout out to all the Kandui family. I'm sure they're watching him right now.
Well, there's a few of them here. Dylan Wilcoxon's here. I think his brother might be as well.
Jaden.
Yep, Jaden's in
and
heat 5.
Alan as
Jaden's in the
well.
next heat. Dylan's in heat 7, so that the Mentawai gang are representing again. I wonder if Ray's down here. Dylan's old man.
I hope so. I'd
He's
like to
a
see Ray
character.
around.
And it was good that they did that last year when they first come along and brought the whole team. It was a real bit of exposure for the
Yeah.
Mentawai gang. What have you got for us?
So, just a quick update. Iko Watanabe just won the Hamamatsu Open QS 2000 in Japan, held 2 weeks ago. So, he's coming off a win. He's going to be feeling comfortable. He's going to have that extra skip in his step, as they say. So, I'm excited to see him double dipping. He is a junior, so that's a big result for him.
Yes, so he will be doing it as well in the men's round, and that spells danger for everybody when someone like Iko comes in with a bit of momentum. Because from what I've seen in the past, I can see this guy heading towards the Challenger Series at some point. We can see Teddy there just playing with the drone. He's not focused one little bit. Hang on, Daddy, you've got priority, mate. Make sure you don't let a wave slip through. He's still watching the drone. That's pretty classic. He's a fun dude, eh?
Yeah, Teddy's is good fun. I did a CI trip with him last year at HT's. I've seen Teddy grow up, especially around the Bingin area. I used to go there a lot, and seeing him go from the little Grom to the man he is now is makes me feel old. But it's great, and he's been ripping. I'm excited to see this heat.
All right. Well, under the guard with third priority, Iko is the only one that showed interest wave, and it's starting to pay dividends now, digging in deep, really starting to push hard on his rails. A 3-turn combo. Out he goes. That'll be the best wave of the heat. Who we got here in blue?
So right behind him is Ifran on his backhand. Nice first turn. Gets a little bit stuck on the top, but manages to come all the way down. Nice carve. So that's probably going to be the best wave of his heat for now. But unfortunately, this wave just kind of tapers off and flattens out. So it won't be giving him too much on the inside. But there is 20 minutes left in this heat. So that's plenty of time for him to come back out and get some scores under his name.
Yep. Clean up that first maneuver would be nice. Got 2 waves, got stuck twice on that very similar move. Which part of the Ments is he from?
So he's from the playgrounds area. Okay. I know he hangs out around Kandui a lot.
Kandui,
so I'm
right.
sure. I'm not
so
sure.
So he must surf his backhand a bit then.
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
The boys are on their backhand a lot there, especially in the dry season. But yeah, he's a deadly weapon, both backhand and front hand.
All right.
So.
Well, he's got 2 starts now. He's yet to put some major numbers up. So I imagine, kind of what this does, though, is that the 2 surfers that sit out the back, white and green, they don't know what happened, all right? So they could just think, oh, no, I'm falling way further behind. In fact, once they hear the numbers, they're probably not. Reds will definitely be the best wave. But for someone who might be a bit inexperienced like Chikal, for Teddy, who's a young dude, but we know he's been in a lot of events, it could start to perhaps enter their brain space that, hang on, these guys have already got two waves each. Probably don't know that Blue's fumbled a little bit on his, but you've got to get into the game early. It really helps settle the nerves. So Red will be feeling better about things. It's only a 4.33, but so what? It's in as the highest score and increases his lead. So he's got better with his first 2 rides and plenty of room for Iko to keep improving. Got priority. So he's like, oh, damn, I've let a few go. I can't pick a crap wave now or I'm going to look like a fool. So that could start to detract and lose a bit of focus on what he actually needs to do.
Here we have Ifran on a wave. Good first turn. Oh, unfortunately goes down on that one. I feel like maybe took a little bit too long to get that first turn in. Maybe those nerves are starting to creep in. I'm sure his family's out here supporting him. Dylan and Jaden and the whole team.
Well, that tide's much lower too. So he got one of those ones that broke more on the reef and it really bowled out. And you don't really want to be nosediving too often if you get a little reef hugger like that and it bowls out. If you're going to do a big lip line floater like he did, you've got to sort of land flat and keep going.
100%. So right now in the water, it is Iko Watanabe with, I'd say, kind of a pretty solid lead. Like highest score of the heat of 433, but he's going to be wanting to get rid of that 267. He knows what the other guys can do, but he's feeling confident. You know, he got his 2 scores. Now he's going to be waiting for a set as well.
Yep, and 4s today, 4.3s are sort of like high 5s or 6s, really. The judges have been a little bit stingy with some of their numbers today. Like, they're really keeping a lid on the high-end scores. We've only seen 2 8-point plus rides, the best of them for Western, and then also Ricky. Was it Ricky? It was. Ricky Sato, I think, got an 817.
So just
it was.
Taking a look at the heat draw while we're waiting for some waves to come through. In Heat 5, we're going to be seeing Sentaro Sakai, another name that we've seen around here quite a few times. Jaden Wilcoxon, part of the Kandui family. We have Sinar Tanjung and Farhan. So great heat coming up. This is Ifran right now on his backhand. Much better on that first turn. Didn't get stuck on the top like the other waves. He's finding his rhythm. Floats this next session. Unfortunately, pushes it just a little too hard. I think he's trying
to be active. He's trying stuff, all right? Yeah. So he's been proactive here. He's fallen a few times. He's caught 4 waves, I think, now. But at least he's doing something. Mm-hmm. You know, he's not just sitting there. And for sure, Teddy's got to go, okay, 10 minutes is gone. I have not budged. Might start to question his tactics here, but sooner or later, things have got to click for Ifran, as you're suggesting. Really good surfer, rolls with a good pack of lads out of the Mentawais. So he's got better than what he's shown, and he's fallen a number of times, but at least he's riding waves.
100%. And Ifran is so young. If I'm not wrong, I think he's either 15 or 16. So he's got plenty of time and plenty of heats to, to get his act together, kind of.
Gain some experience and put it to good use. Here we go, out wide. Iko Watanabe does Teddy, still doesn't even look at this wave. So let's see, a big floater here for Iko. A bit of a dodgy, scrappy wave. Probably didn't really need it in the big scheme of things. You can see why Billy didn't want a piece of that. Wisely not using his priority, but does he go now?
Taking a look and looking like this could be another one of those quick wide ones that just kind of run off if you're not wide enough. But I was telling Chu that here on days like today with the swell being so west, sometimes those big sets aren't actually the greatest. They tend to just break super far out. And when you do catch them far out wide, they're kind of fat and don't give a lot of water.
I had a little chat with one of the judges on his break during the opening ceremony. He said, oh, yeah, Western did really good, but he probably needs to get some bigger waves. And I said, hang on. The wave he got his 833 on was a mid-size wave. I said, I think they're the runners. Oh,
100%.
Yeah. And I went, well, sometimes the big ones aren't the best. And biggest is not part of the criteria anymore. It's like the best waves, right?
Yeah.
So on a wave like this, a reef like this at this size, I feel, hunt those mid-range ones that hug the reef. A la Teddy, he's going to take this off green now, and he does.
So Teddy, taking a look at this one, good first turn. Oh. Oof, unfortunately, kind of nosedives on his turn. That's not going to be feeling good, especially after waiting so long for that one. Had to, use his priority over Chica. Probably thought, the local guy knows. I'm probably going to go on this one.
and maybe he just, lost his nerve, lost his sabar a little bit there because he pulled the trigger. And now a fall has got to start to play into your mind and going, oh, no, I waited that long and I blew that wave. Let's see if he can recover here and show zero sign of nerves. Come on, Teddy Billy. We know you're a good surfer. That's better. A nice little bit of variety. I sort of spiced the way he spun the wheels on his first move. goes real soupy and fat, but you know what? He's back in the game, and this will settle some sort of nerves now. And we know Billy's good, and he's down to a 13-minute heat, but I'm sure he's served plenty of 13-minute efforts in his time in a rash fest.
Yeah, he's a fit guy. He's been training a lot. He's been really putting the time and work in, so I'm sure he's not going to have any issues getting 2 scores up. But you're right. At least he finally put his name back in the mix. There aren't many big scores here on this heat. The highest of 4.33. So he has all the chances to get back in. And there we have it. The last one came in at a 3.70, only looking for a 2.57 to advance. You're going to see him scratching a little on the inside. This is Iko Watanabe now on the back. Oh, it's an all regular heat. Oh, except for the local.
Well, this is another good bit of wave choice by Iko. It's one of those waves at least offering some bowl, and it's breaking at a slow enough pace to go top to bottom and not rush. Green out the back, G.
This is our man Chikal on a good-looking set. Nice first opening turn. Just kind of follows that lip through straight into the second one. Using his local knowledge here. Wraps around. Let's see if this wave stands up and bowls for him on this inside. Beautiful. I think this is going to be one of the best waves of the heat for sure.
Well, all turns very similar for me, but at least it's a connection. We've got Teddy out the back now. So he's, I'm not sure what sort of work he's done earlier, but now starting to connect a little better. But once again, that fall off, it's really starting to cost Teddy some sort of credibility on the score line, but also it's got to start to play with your mindset a little bit that you've got off last to a start, you've blown a couple of waves, you're back with the 3-7, but it's still not much to write home about. So I like Chikal's act. You could see his confidence. Once he connected with that first move, he kind of went, oh, hang on, and he just repeated it. So there's a little bit of maybe lack of variety, but still, well done, young fella in the green, Chikal.
He'll definitely be getting rid of that 0.43, so I think it was a good call from him. At least no one else got it, and it was a good wave. So no one increased their score on that one. But I'm sure Iko is going to be definitely getting rid of that 2.67 after that last one.
He's doing good, proper, strong turns in the right sections. That was a good wave choice by Iko. And I think Teddy's wave, he needed to capitalise that time and just settle his nerves a bit. But let's watch Iko here. Wave number 4.
Really nice. I like his style. He really has a low center of gravity. That was really good.
Are you digging the matching board / rash vest combo, G?
Yep. He's
it's eye-catching.
It's not just oh, that was fun. I haven't seen one of those in a while. That was a really good wave from Iko Watanabe. I love that second and third turn. That first one was a little more safe, but then he really went to town on that. Like went more critical on those last two.
You can see he's starting to push his game because he's got some numbers. His confidence in stark contrast to Teddy's headspace right now. Iko's got the belief, and Teddy's still yet to look at some decent numbers that are going to give him any sort of shot at a second surf here this afternoon. Nice little clean inside. It just grinds off unattended.
That was a good-looking wave. But yes, I would like to see Teddy really get into this heat. Some sets coming through. It is Ifran with priority out the back. He's taking a look at this one, or maybe just trying to get away from it.
The good news, though, for Teddy is the surfer in blue hasn't done much either. So although we've sort of harped on about him waiting and maybe sort of not the best tactics, he's not that far out of qualifying. Blue really needs to capitalise here and put a bit of scoreboard pressure on white. Chikal's number still yet to drop. It won't be big, but it will probably maybe challenge for a second position.
So the boys, no one going on these sets. So there we have the last of Chikal, a 5.27. Pushes him straight to second.
Yep. Here it is again.
Is the replay of it. This one was a little bit more of like not a check turn, but I think most of the work was done out the back.
And at least he investigated the lip line a few times. There was no real mid-face turns out of all this stuff. Every time he did something, it was out of the top of the wave. And we could see Billy starting to wind up out of picture there as well on that replay. So Chikal, great move, 5.27, his best score today. It's his second surf. We've got to remember that. He did feature in our first event we ran this morning. Good number starting to appear now for Iko. He's a surfer that's digging in the hardest for me, doing the best turns. Hence, he's getting the best scores. Previous, he dropped a 5, 6, 7. He's added an 8 to that.
That's a really good position to be in now for Iko Watanabe. Solidifying his lead. He is pretty comfortable right now with just under 8 minutes left in this heat. He's just going to be letting loose now.
This is really good. The third highest scoring wave of the day. As we were alluding to, he's kind of got better as the heats rolled on, but he got that early start and got that bit of belief and didn't do his best work, but he cleared his headspace and he just started, got the groove on. So the 5, 6, 7 and the 8 off his last 2 rides, wave 4 and 5, are now factoring in some pretty good numbers for Iko. Up there with the best 2 wave totals of the day. The 8, as I was saying, third best score this morning. So I really can't wait to see what Iko can bring on his next wave in the next 7 minutes.
100%. I'd like to see Ifran and Teddy now kind of get the ball rolling in this last leg of this heat. See them taking a look at this one. Is Ifran going to catch it? And it looks like he's too far out on the shoulder.
He's got to remember he's got first priority. Get up there somewhere where it's starting from, you know what I mean, and capitalise on some of these bowly sections.
Look at that.
If you got priority, you probably should give these guys a bit more of a nudge. And anyway, it's his game. I think they're all fighting out for a second spot here. Chikal's really only got to improve on a high 1. Ifan needs only a 3-7-1, and Teddy needs a mid-3. So pretty close.
Yeah, it's pretty close for second. Iko Watanabe pretty comfortable out in the lead. Coming off that win, he must be feeling pretty good. He's confident in himself. He knows he can do it. And this is a pro junior. He won a QS, so
yeah,
it's a big difference.
Yep, sure is. So he's just kind of in this round as well to, I guess, try and get to the World Juniors. This is where it all starts, a la Bronson last year. But I guess his main factor is trying to become a challenger surfer and getting some big results in the men's. Perfect little roundup, lead up into a QS is to surf a pro junior, do well, surf some heats, figure out the lineup like you were saying. Realise you can get some decent numbers off the judges via the 8, and that sort of surfing is going to stack up even in the men's. So, Iko, yeah, I want to see him ride another wave.
100%. And looking at his score line, he kind of just went improving each wave he caught, except for that 2-4 that he fell off on. But you could really see him slowly building, slowly getting more confident, and just slowly feeding the judges. Like, here's a little bit more of what I can do.
And I reckon Chikal's right there as well with that sort of mentality, because with his 5-something, his best wave of the day, he's probably going, right, I needed to step it up. I kind of have, and I got a number I'm happy with. So let's see what he can do next. This is Teddy.
So Teddy, if I'm pulling the priority off of Teddy, so that is something I would expect. Unfortunately, Ifran falling
Can't
off
stay
on
on
that
his
one
feet.
too.
Cannot stay on his feet.
I'm curious why Teddy stood up on that one. I mean, if Ifran's paddling for it, I would have, in my position, I would have completely.
And
just
now
stopped
he's getting
paddling.
cleaned up, and he's going to get back and maybe be lucky to pick up third priority at best. Hang on, let's watch. Who's this? Oh, Chikal. All right, let's see how confident this fella is after his last 5. Yeah. He's got a good wave, which is the first part of things. Oops. He forgot to rotate back down.
A lot of falling on this heat.
There is, Ben. There's something going on. Everybody's got maybe the wrong wax. 3 guys anyway. I'm seeing a lot of 1s still getting used in the scoreline.
Yeah, I think maybe the onshore is actually affecting the backside surfers a little more than the...
It's the first heat we've seen today that surfed onshore. So Teddy's now starting to go, hang on, where am I? What do I need? Maybe a little bit of panic starting to creep into the white rash vest. But I imagine most other heats coming up in this men's round are really watching this one closely now, because effectively it's like the first heat of the day, because it's the first heat of the onshore.
Yeah.
All right,
100%.
and to reboot it back into this round, let's see if our next heat can take a little leaf out of this book and go, all right, we can't make errors. We can't wait too long. Do a bit more stuff like Red has, and we have some quality acts coming up in these next 4 heats.
100%. Iko is chilling right now. He's stoked on life. He's like, I had a great surf.
Yep, he's got second priority.
Minutes.
3 to go. Teddy will be starting to sweat, I reckon.
Yeah.
340s. They're not handing out 3-4s today very easily.
All right, here is Teddy's chance to get that 3-4-1. He knows he can do it. He's got the surfing for it. Nice opening first turn. Straight up into that second one. Pretty nicely done. It's looking like this wave is just going to fade away a little bit. I'm hoping it stands up for him and he can get some more critical sections in the inside.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
there
yeah.
we go.
He's got the score.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
It looked like a couple of little nervous moments on that wave, though. But once he connected once, you can see he's just gone, all right, I'm starting to find my rails. I finish here. Boom. Well done. Yep, enough for second right now. So Chikal and Irfan will have to regroup here. I imagine they'll be pretty keen to hear that number as soon as possible. The requirements will go up. But here goes Chikal.
Chikal, wanting to get rid of a 183, decides it wasn't enough. Well, he knows he's
Took
a
it 2
local.
minutes,
He
yeah,
knows this
yeah.
wave better than anyone.
Yeah, that's true.
So he knows. And right behind him, Iko Watanabe, the current heat leader, on his backhand, wraps it around, gets closer to the whitewash of this wave, floats this section, makes it around.
Huge.
This is looking like it's going to be a really
Huge.
good score.
Boom,
Oh.
Iko. Outstanding surfing for me.
Beautiful.
You know, right on cue. We were suggesting he was getting better every wave, and I reckon this is his best wave. Look at him. He loves it.
He
He's
likes
feeling it. So sick. Those sections he attacked early and then just started getting more vicious with his moves. He just kept collecting points the whole way along that wave. Really top-notch surfing, Iko. Congratulations. That's going to be a huge heat win.
Yeah.
Lots of momentum going on to his next round. We'll see him this afternoon. Teddy's wave still not in, but for sure it's got to be a mid-range number, I reckon. He only needed 3-4-1. It's probably 2 points better than that.
Here we see Ifran needs a 3-7-1. We're still waiting for Teddy's last score, though. So we're going to be needing a bit more than that. Let's see what he can do on his backhand. Nice first turn. Straight up into this second one. This is much better from Ifran. And right behind him
They're all getting one.
is Chika.
Yeah.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting finish.
It's going to come down to how big was Teddy's number.
Yeah.
You know, Blue's going pretty well. Chikal, I haven't focused on his whole ride, but he's got himself a real runner.
Oh.
Boys have all saved their best for last. Chikal's out and Blue's out. 25 seconds. I doubt whether we're going to see any more waves ridden, but I'm still not clear who gets second.
Yeah, I mean, Chikal only needs to get rid of a 183. So the last of Teddy came in, a 4-6-7, pushed him to second. Now Chikal looking for a 3-1-0 and Ifran a high 4, practically a 5.
Well, once again, didn't sort of analyse those waves closely enough to put a number to them. I know Blue did some pretty good surfing. I think Chikal's probably not there. It may be Ifan that can actually be the only one that really challenged Teddy for that all-important second spot. We are kind of speculating with those results. Iko's got a huge number. Trust me, that'll be the better wave of the heat.
100%. Iko's
So-
last wave is going to be the best wave of the heat.
This stage, I think we're staying with this heat just to get these numbers and give everybody a clear vision on what happened.
All right, so the judges taking a good look at those last waves ridden through. They're
Iko's
probably going
huge
to
score.
be comparing Ifran's last wave to Iko's 5-6-7 and see kind of where that sits because it's the most similar. And last of Iko comes in at an 8.83. So
Best wave today.
that's the best wave today. That was incredibly well served from Iko. So smooth and powerful, really critical in every turn he did. So put the whole team, the whole fielding combo, waiting for the last of Chikal and Ifran. Will it be enough to take Teddy off of second place?
I'm going to make a note of that because that's the best performance today. Got into the eights twice, feeling full of confidence, coming off a QS win, as you were saying, G. Thanks for that stat. Loved it. And here goes Irfan's right on the borderline here of progressing. He still needs one more big number here. We're just watching that. He falls 1 point short. He's out. Chikal's score to come. I can't even recall what he did on his wave. I was still watching Blue, but Blue will not progress. His number fell about 1 point short there, G.
Chikal, he did a 3-1-0. It was a solid wave. Nice. I think it was a nice first and second turn. Bit wobbly on the third. And he gets it. A 3.57 puts Chikal straight into
The
second.
local fella, the boys will be pumped. I think we're going to throw to an ad break. That was an exciting heat, and stand by everybody for Heat 5 right after this short break.
Right, guys, welcome back to the Pro Junior here at Krui. I'm in the booth with True Starling. Welcome back.
Thank you, Giada. Yeah, it's nice to be running some more heats for the afternoon after the opening ceremony. It was pretty cool to watch, that's for sure. But surf's pumping right now.
100%. It's turned onshore a little bit,
Mhm.
but that doesn't
We'll take
affect anything.
No.
I was telling Mark that I actually prefer it onshore.
Really? Why is
Yeah.
that?
I feel like with the texture on the wave. Obviously, I'm talking like this type of onshore, like slightly.
Yeah.
With a bit more texture, it's easier for me to get a little bit more in the pocket. I slip a lot when it's too glassy.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm like, oh, I'm tripping out.
Yeah. It's pumping, and I don't know. Yeah, I get way too excited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I definitely prefer it when it's a little bit onshore, just like this. And speaking of the heat in the water right now, we have in red Sentaro Sakai. In blue, we have Jaden Wilcoxon. In white, Sinar Tanjung. And in blue, we have Farhan. Beautiful, beautiful day here. This is day one of the Krui Pro. This is only Pro Juniors Day. After this, we're going to go straight into the Pro Junior Women's and finish off the day with Pro Junior Men's quarterfinal and maybe some heats of the women's quarterfinal, but we're not sure yet.
Yeah. It's there's definitely some really fun waves out there, so it'd be great to see the women's Pro Junior quarterfinals to wrap up the afternoon, although it does leave for a pretty short day tomorrow as well with the semis and the finals. But tomorrow we will have Champions Crown, which will be super exciting. Bronson Mady took out the last two Pro Juniors in 2023 and 2024. And then Kana Nakashio took out the Women's Pro Junior in 2023 here, and Mirai Aikido taking it out last year, which is super cool. So, yeah, we'll kind of see who's going to take it out this year.
Yeah, Mirai last year was, for me, one of the standouts here in Krui. She did she won the Women's Pro Junior and the Women's QS. So it was back to back. She was unstoppable. Incredible surfing, beautiful style. It was great to watch.
Yeah, she's got such a she's a natural footer, right? Yeah, she's got such a lethal backhand. It's so exciting when she winds up. And right now it looks like Jaden unfortunately unable to scratch into that one, but still a couple of waves to come through, I think.
So in the previous heat, we had Ifran, who is part of the Mentawaian Kanui crew, and Jaden Wilcoxon, one of his best friends, also part of that crew. And speaking of, that's him right now on his backhand. Managed to stick this one. He's going to try to get around that section. Unfortunately, this one just runs off on him. But that was a beautiful start for Jaden.
Yeah, really nice first turn. Wave, as you mentioned, Giada just running off. But here we go. This is Sinar. Loads up off the bottom. Nice opening carve. Wow, beautiful bottom turn for that second connection. Patient off the bottom once again as he taps it there. And wow, I love the pace that he's surfing right now on this wave. Sinar is just looking so smooth. driving through another nice carve and loads up to get that finish, but wow, doesn't complete it. I was thinking, wow, he's on his way to a really good score. In my mind, there was no doubt that he wasn't going to complete that wave, but comes unstuck, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was great to watch Sinar on that one. He wasn't rushing. He was, keeping his steady pace, following the rhythm of the wave. That was really nice to watch from Sinar. Unfortunately, just falls off on that last one, but I think that's probably going to be the best score of the heat for now. We still have so much time left, so there we have some of the Indo crew there.
Wow. And it looks like Dai Wako might be over there with the winner of the last heat, Iko Watanabe. Oh, we'll come back to that. We're going to stick with live action. Farhan, unfortunately, just comes unstuck. All right. Now that we have a little bit of break in the action, Dai Wako's down there with the winner of the last heat.
お疲れ様です。見事第一通過果たしました渡辺一行選手にお越しいただいています。最初なかなか波乗れなくてタイミング取りづらいのかなというふうに見えたんですが、最後8.2本というふうに素晴らしいスコアでまとめました。ヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
最初はロータイドでロータイドあんまり練習できてなくて結構合わせるの難しかったんですけど、今回キャディでロイ君が入ってくれてたんで、ロイにアドバイス聞きながらいい波キャッチできてよかったです。
So he hasn't been able to surfing on the lower tide, but his caddy, Roy Kanazawa, gave him some advice and that helped him a lot. クルイは何回目ですか
？3回目です。
3回目のクルイということで、ここの場所、いかがですか？好きですか？
すごい苦手です。毎年1回戦とか2回戦で負けちゃってるので、そこを挽回できるように頑張ります。
This is his third time in Krui, and he's struggling with this break, but he's trying to get through more heats than last year. では最後にヒートを見てくれている皆さんに一言お願いします。
次も頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。Thank you so much, and back to you guys in the booth.
So good to have Dai on our team. He translates everyone's the Japanese surfers, so it's great to have a little bit more insight on them and a little bit more details of what they're feeling, what they're doing, their routines. So thank you, Dai.
Yeah. Biggest legend, Dai. And he's so knowledgeable as well about, surfing in general, but also all of the Japanese surfers in the draw, and absolutely rips too. I feel like he'd definitely be making at least finals day if he was wearing a rashi at these events. But right now it's Sinar Tanjung who's out in front with a 417. Sentaro Sakai has that 3.33 in second. This is that 417. I love this wave, Giada.
Yeah, this is the replay of Sinar, or I call him Dynamite. Beautiful wave. Like I said, you don't see him rushing through any of the turns. You don't see a lot of pumping or moving the board around. He's very smooth, very connected. Beautiful wave from Sinar Tanjung puts him straight into the lead for now. We're reaching 16 minutes, 30 seconds of this heat. Just to recap a little bit who we have Sentaro Sai in red, we have in blue Jaden Wilcoxon, and in green Farhan. Still a couple waves to be ridden. The boys taking their time, being a little bit more picky. We haven't seen too many sets come through, so it's gonna be a good heat.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, I'm excited to see where Sinar goes throughout the rest of this heat. I feel like if he had made that last turn, he's looking at sixes, especially with that last one locking in at a 417. And it looks like Jaden is going to use his priority on this one. Big paddles for the natural footer. Loads up off the bottom. You could see just a few bumps in the wave there, but navigates that really well. Tags it for a second turn. He's patient through here, hoping to get around it, but unfortunately just fumbles a little bit, comes unstuck. You could see his board just, looked like it was struggling to navigate that chop a little bit just now, but I'm sure he'll be able to find another wave with a cleaner face.
100%. And Jaden's from the Mentor, so he's super used to point breaks and surfs, and they surf all day long. When visit them at Candaway Resort, I can't keep up with the Groms. Like they're like, let's go surf. I'm like, we just spent like 6 hours in the water. Like, you guys want to go again? They're like, yeah. And it's as if they've been like resting all day. It's pretty crazy.
Wow.
So he's going to be getting out there pretty quick. And we have in green Farhan cashing in his priority. This wave has quite a lot of whitewash on the face, so it's hard to keep that board under control. You can see it kind of wobbling around and with a lot of lumps and bumps. There we have Rise's drone just passing by our screen.
All right, here we go. This is Centauro. He's looking. Oh, that was so unlucky. Just coming unstuck. He looked like he was on his way to maybe opening up on a really nice wave, but yeah, it just catches a little bit of bump and comes unstuck, sadly. He's got a 3.33 and a 0.53 in his scoreline, only chasing a really small score to go to first. I mean, there's not really much on the scoreline, on the scoreboard. The best wave is at 4.17. That last one of Jaden Wilcoxon locks in at a 2.07. So he goes to first momentarily, but I'm sure we'll see more fireworks towards the back end of this heat.
100%. And while we wait for some sets to come through and the last score of Farhan, I want to give a big thank you to our sponsors for making this event come to life and making it possible for us to be here for this super, super important event. We want to give a big thank you to Kemenpora, the Indonesian Sports and Youth Minister. Big thank you to WSL and PSOE, the province of Lampung and the region of Pesisir Barat. And of course, thank you to the ASC. We wouldn't be here without any of these amazing organizations that help us. So thank you.
Yeah, it's exciting to be back here for another year. And you can see the support team on the beach. Kian's just loving it.
Oh,
look
Kian Martin. I grew up with Kian. His dad practically taught me how to surf.
Amazing.
Yeah,
that's so good.
He's like a brother.
Beat him in a couple of heats.
Oh,
surely.
for sure.
Surely.
Oh, I don't know. Kian is such a talented surfer. He is been training a lot down at the block. He has been surfing and getting those clips in. I saw him go to HDs recently with the CI team, did a couple trips around Bali as well, went to deserts with Riza. So I'm excited to see everything they've been filming, but he's been looking in great form, and I'm super excited to watch him compete.
Yeah, it sounds like there's lots on the cards outside of competitive surfing for Kian Martin. And yeah, I always get super excited when, you see a lot of surfers here and they surf so good in their free surfs, and sometimes when they put on the rashies, it kind of locks them up just a little bit. So I get super excited when they drop clips. I'm like, oh wow, like this is them really opening up.
You
really
actually surf.
free.
Nice.
Yeah. I mean, I love obviously it's great to watch people surf in heats and see how they go, but it's just a different style of surfing to watch.
Yeah, and that's what I tell people who are not really, or like non-surfers, that competition surfing is so different to free surfing. I think I consider them two different types of sports in our sport.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Because the mentality you have to approach both competitive and free surfing is just so different.
Yeah.
So it's you're right. It's great to see people bring out their competitive side and then their free surfing side. And that's a special thing about Kian and some of all these guys on the QS is they all have that free surfing side and also the competitive. So it's great to see them kind of switch on and what their tricks are to switch on onto the competitive surfing.
Yeah, it's definitely a different mindset. Hey, it's cool. And, I also love watching when people can kind of gel or mesh the two of them together and bring that attitude. It's, it's fun, it's creative, but there's also that little bit of fire as well, which is super cool.
Yeah, someone I think that really brings his free surfing into competition is probably Bronson Mady. And lately I've been seeing him really improve his competition side and bringing that free surfing into the heat, so that he's been getting those massive heat scores. I mean, he's world junior champ. and it really shows that he's been putting the time in.
Yeah, for sure. And then being world junior champ, also getting that wild card onto the Challenger Series to really push onto that CT qualification is so incredible. Yeah, it's awesome to see how he brings all of that together. But it looks like Sentaro having a look at this one on his backhand, a quick in and out, doesn't like the look of that wave for the Japanese competitor. But we've got 10 minutes to go in this heat. It's been a little bit slow wave-wise and score-wise, I guess. And you could see Sinar just waving his arms, asking for a situation from our beach commentators. He's got that 417 from that first wave. I'm still calling a 6 if he hadn't made that last turn.
100%. That would have been quite a lot higher. He is in second. He doesn't have a backup. He only needs a 0-4 to go into first. But Sentaro just keeping busy on the inside, trying to catch something under priority. He doesn't have a lot of high scores, a 3.33 and a 0.53. So he knows he has to start getting some waves in, getting into the rhythm. And I think it's a move of him to just start getting those waves in.
Yeah, definitely. Getting the momentum rolling. He's up and on this one. Nice first opening turn. Gets that second one in. Just smooth rail surfing. Sentaro just swiveling his way through this flat section. Staying on his rail and doesn't do too much, unfortunately, that wave. So he has to kick out. He only needs a 1-2-4 to go up to second. So I feel like we will see a situation change with 8.5 minutes to go. But yeah, hopefully he can get rid of that 3.33 by the end of this heat.
I'm sure he will. I mean, 8 minutes doesn't sound... It can either be the fastest 8 minutes of your life or the slowest, depending on who you are and where you're positioned. But looking at the scoreline, there's no real significant score except for Sina's 417. So it's anyone's heat still, really.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone's really within striking range in this heat. This is that last wave of Farhan and getting a couple of nice turns. It's a little bit of a whitewashy section, unfortunately, coming unstuck. But that last one of Sentaro locked in at a 4.1, so he goes straight to first. Farhan, his last wave was a 2.7, so he actually goes to second. Jaden Wilcoxon in third, looking for that 2.44, and Sinner only chasing a 0.76. So small scores required for third and fourth. And I mean, you can see there's less than a point between second and fourth right now. So yeah, it's really anyone's game. And Jaden and Sinner are basically best friends right now, sitting on top of each other.
I mean, they know each other well. They both compete in most of the contests we have throughout Indonesia, especially in Bali. So they know each other well. They know how each other's heat tactics.
Yeah.
Sinar with priority, kind of sitting on Jaden, trying to create a bit of pressure, trying to be like, I'm here. I only have one score, but I'll get the 0.067 just by standing up. So it's going to be interesting how this pans out. Jaden, also one of the youngest probably on this, not only this Pro Junior, but the QS. So hopefully we will see both of them look for this one, but it is priority with Sinar. Nice opening first carve. We have that smooth, tranquil style. Taps that one. Looking like this is going to be a really good looking wave for Sinar. I think this is going to push him back into a leading position.
Yeah, this is a really well put together wave. Tags it there and just really lays into that one, driving through another hard carve to finish. That was a really well surfed wave. And Jaden out the back, just catching a bit of rail, but recovers well. Tags it once again, and wow, he's just really navigating these lumps and bumps, but unfortunately can't quite hold on for that last turn. So he'll get back out there, but that was a good surfed wave for Sinar on that last one.
Yeah, Sinar's was slightly bigger than Jaden's. And the judges are really picky in particular about, finishing your turns well without any wobbles or looking like you're about to fall off. So that could maybe affect Jaden's score a little bit and the fall at the end. But Sinar's wave was beautiful. He is only on 2 waves. I think he's going to go straight to the lead with that last one. It's definitely going to go in the 4 range. And right behind him is Sentaro Sakai Really good looking wave here. So much speed. He's running down the line. Finishes it off not as strong as maybe he would like, but he wants to get rid of the 3.33.
Yeah, I feel like he's definitely on his way to doing that. Once again, just we've seen really smooth rail surfing in this heat, and look at these lines coming through. As you mentioned, it's a little bit onshore at the moment, but there's still some really, really good waves rolling through at the moment. I mean, wow, it's fun.
It's still looking so fun out there. I would take these conditions for a contest any day. Like,
Yes.
any day.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially with 3 other people out. These guys are having a blast. So while we wait for some of those scores to come through, next up, we're going to be having Heat 6. We'll be seeing Teo Radcliffe in the red. We're going to be seeing Sho Shirai in blue. We're going to be seeing Shuai Wang in white and Rendra Ataro in green. This is a replay of the last of Sentaro.
Yeah, really nice wave. It was a smaller one, but he gets a bit of rail surfing done. I think that might have been the 417 or the 4.1 that he got prior to that, but a 477 for that last wave of Sinar. So he goes straight out to first place. Sentaro has a score to lock in. He needs a 4.84 to go to first, and this is at 477. Giada, super smooth surfing. You're talking through this wave, and he's looking really confident out there, really solid on his feet, and he's really not placing a foot wrong, I guess. He's just surfing this wave to its best potential and not trying to do too much. And love these 2 turns here and then loads up. You can see how low he gets off the bottom, drives through that hard carve to finish that one off. So judges rewarded that wave with a 477.
Yeah, we're just about to reach the 3-minute mark of this heat. We're waiting for one last score of Sentaro, and it comes in at a 5.40, so pushes him straight back into first. It is Sinar in second. It's Jaden and Farhan now playing catch up. They're gonna try get back out there as quick as possible. We can see them on screen. This set, look how big the whitewash is. It's still pretty solid, you know. It's not small at all. Yesterday we were out here and it was way too big out the point. There's not that many people challenging to go out there. I definitely know I didn't bother.
Yeah, definitely looked challenging. I was way too much than I had for my energy. I was like, you know what? No, not today. But it's nice to see it drop off a little bit.
Especially after that drive the day before and the travel, and you're coming from Oz, so the jet lag,
a little bit of a mission, but it's worth it.
It was just it was a chill day yesterday. It was a lay day.
Yesterday was a chill day. Yeah, it was a lay day. It was definitely an enjoyable one too. But right now we're coming down to 2 minutes to go, and Sentaro Sakai out in front. Sinar Tanjung in second. Jaden Wilcoxon needs a 5.47. And Farhan chasing a 6.24. They're pretty decent scores. They'll have to be the best scores of the heat if they want to get that. And I feel like they're looking at if they want to get those scores, they need to do some really committed critical surfing.
100%. So just under 2 minutes. It's going to be interesting how this pans out. We just had a set come through. It's going to kind of have to be one of the insider waves. You're going to have to, if it's Jaden or Farhan, they're going to really have to go to town on them. Everyone's still trying to make it back out after getting washed in from that set. Looking like, I think that was Jaden. Taking a look at that insider, wasn't impressed. He needs a 5.47. That's going to be the best. That's going to have to be the best wave of his heat.
Yeah, definitely. And I think he's looking at finding, as we mentioned earlier in one of the last heats that we did, finding those mid-size ones. I feel like they're the best ones out there. Those sets, as we saw before, they push a little bit wide. They're a little bit fatter. And even during that opening ceremony, just the best waves that were coming through were those mid-size ones. And there was some really good surfing going down. I have no doubt that there was a few of the pro junior surfers out there just enjoying the lineup.
Yeah, it's the conditions have changed so much from this morning. Like before the opening ceremony, we had high tide and super glassy conditions. Now it's practically almost dead low and onshore. So it's kind of a little bit of a a new base to the scoring has been made for sure. So we're counting this one down soon. It looks like there might be a last chance for Jaden. Gonna start counting this one down. Will he be able to stand up on time?
Wow. Looks like he might just miss it, unfortunately, for Jaden Wilcoxon. He's still going to surf it as though he got up in time because you just never know. But even then, that wave doesn't really look like it's offering the 547 that he was looking for. So, unfortunately, Jaden bowing out.
All right, guys. And with that, we're going to head to a quick break before we start the next heat.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to
And so I am True Styling, joined in the booth by Di Wacko. Di, surf pumping.
Surf's pumping,
It's
even
so
though
good.
it's onshore. It's
Yeah.
just
Still firing.
Still firing. So many waves coming through. But I talked to Iko Watanabe, who won the first.
Ichi, is that his
Ichi.
nickname?
Yeah, that's his nickname actually.
I
and
love
Ichi, he got through, and I talked to him during the interview, and he said, "Well, it's on the low tide, and waves kind of hard to pick, but still there's plenty of waves opportunities for them to surf on." So,
Yeah.
well, looking great so far.
Yeah, it's super exciting. And yeah, obviously the conditions change a fair amount with the tides affecting it a little bit. And right now we do have a little bit of an onshore wind. So you can see, even on screen, that texture to the wave. But there's still some really good ones coming through. We saw Centauro get two really nice scores in that last heat as well, putting together two good waves.
Well, Centauro is actually from Shonan area, where I actually live in.
Yeah.
So we surf sometimes together, and I saw him at the beach last week, and he has a really stylish surf, and he's one of my favorite surfers from Japan.
Yeah, he's so good to watch. And someone else that is as well is Rendra right now. And he's trying to get around this section, patiently waiting. And right now he's going to try and gain some speed to get onto that open face. Loads up for that first turn. Driving back to the power source. Tags it there to finish. Gets that completion. So Rendra, really nice way to open up his account out behind him. Shoshirai.
白井選手1本目のライディングにテイクオフしています。少し肩が張りづらい波ですが、うまくカービングターンを重ねていってインサイドまで。ここはキックアウト。That's a great opener for Sho Shirai as well. Sho is really talented guy actually. He surfs really good. He's still young, and as well as that, he does jiu-jitsu. And
really,
I saw him Instagram, and he said he won one of the jiu-jitsu tournaments in Japan.
No way.
A couple months ago, I guess.
Wow.
So he's a very talented, strong, physically strong surfer.
Yeah. Wow, that's pretty incredible. To have that as well. Seems like he must be a pretty competitive person if he's competing in jiu-jitsu as well as surfing. That's pretty huge. Wow. So scores to lock in for first wave of Sho Shirai as well as Rendra. So we'll see where they come through with just under 21 minutes to go. 3.67 locked in for that last wave of Rendra, and you can see the caddies there just supporting athletes in this heat.
Yeah, good to have caddies in this condition because it's
Yeah.
fair bit of paddling from the beach actually at this point. So it's great to have caddies. But here is surfing red, trying to go to vertical, but I think he pushes too much and unfortunately comes unstuck.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for
Mm.
Theo. He's just got a few small scores. That was a good looking wave as
Right.
well. Great
Mm.
wave selection. Maybe just needs to dial it back just a little bit, especially for the first 5 to 7 minutes of these heats. It's always nice to get a good score on the board.
There's a nice checking turn and try to come around a section, and which he did, and racing down the line. And here is going to the great big carves into second. Really love that turn right there.
Mhm.
Great connection, smooth transition in between turns.
Yeah, that was a really
Mm.
nice wave from Rendra and Sho Shirai just locking in a 5-1-7. So Sho out in front with a 5-1-7, but someone who took out that last heat with a 9.5 heat total was Sentaro Sakai. He is down there with Giada Legati.
All right, guys, I'm here with the winner of the last heat. You took your time, huh? You kind of practically your heat was in the last 10 minutes. Tell us what was going through your head.
Oh God, I don't know why. I was so nervous in the first few minutes, and I feel like I did really bad in the first few waves, and I don't know. It's just so much change from the morning. I surfed this morning. It was super grassy and offshore, but now it's like kind of onshore, a little bit bumpy. But I don't know. The waves are so fun. I was watching my friends hit before. Um, yeah, I don't know. Glad to make a hit. Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about how you trained for this event. What were you doing? Where were you surfing? And what your mentality was before getting here?
I came here from Japan, and I competed a lot of contests last year, and it didn't go well. I mean, didn't get any good result, but I feel like I had a lot lost, so I could work harder, and I feel like a lot of practice, and I feel like I've been surfing a lot, so I'm confident, and my surfing feels good, my body feels good, so everything's ready. I think I'm just gonna keep going. Hopefully, do better in the next round.
I'm sure you will. You got your the nerves off from that first heat. And I asked this question quite a bit. Are you nasi goreng or are you mi goreng?
I don't know. The both is very good. I would say both, but nasi goreng is pretty good. It's so much different as Japanese fried rice. Yeah, it's super spicy around here, but I like it.
Amazing. So is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home watching?
ちょっとラウンドは結構やばかったんですけど、サーフィン調子いいので、自分のこと信じて、次も頑張ります。応援お願いします。
All right, perfect. Thank you. And back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Giada, and thank you, Sentaro. That was awesome. It's cool to see him feeling confident, feeling like he's ready for this event. We'll have the Pro Junior Finals on tomorrow, but he will be surfing his quarterfinal this afternoon. A couple of replays here. This is that last wave of Sho Shirai.
Wow, I love the first section. Hits really hard and love the big calves for the second turn. But wow, it keeps going section to section smoothly and gets the fourth turns in. That's a really great wave. That was his first wave?
Yes, I think that was his first wave actually. So 5-1-7 for that one of Sho Shirai. 16 and a half minutes or just under to go in this heat. Sho has the best wave of the heat so far and the lead, but not really much else going on. Theo Radcliffe has a few small scores and Rendra has that 3.67 from his first wave with 16 minutes left. And you can see it's a beautiful day here at Ujong Bukor with some really fun waves. Dai How many times you've been here twice before? You were saying, what's your favorite part of coming here?
Well, my favorite part coming here is to experience this beautiful left-hander breaks
Yeah.
because I'm goofy
You're
footer.
goofy.
Goofy footer
yes.
loves left,
Yeah.
always looking for the left, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Always got
Always.
the goofy goggles on.
But
Just getting ready for it.
yeah, I spent a lot of time on Gold Coast as well, so I love going right as well.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. We can go right together at Nias.
Right.
We've got 15 minutes to go and couple of nice waves rolling through. You can see Theo Radcliffe looking to get a decent score on the board right now. Just trying to gain some speed, but unfortunately doesn't like the look of the rest of that wave. So he will get back out there and try again. Only needs a 2.81, but really looking to get at least into the fives.
It feels like first 10 minutes they all, adjusting their positioning and adjusting the selection of the waves, and probably less than like now it's under 15 minutes they starting to get a good rhythm in the ocean and getting the scores. The last two heats, something Central was struggling to get waves in the first 10 minutes, but second half of the heat starting to getting a good rhythm.
Yeah, definitely started to pulse a little bit more as well. A few more consistent waves rolling through. So, it's the beauty and also maybe I guess a curse of competitive surfing is relying on the ocean and waiting for it to kind of provide you with those opportunities, and it's up to you to capitalize on that. On screen there, you can see that is one of the surfers in the next heat, Kenshin Matsunaga.
Oh, I think it, yeah.
Yes, heat number 7.
Well, he charges in Hawaii too. He loves big waves.
Really? I'm excited to watch this one. I feel like there's so many surfers in this draw that I haven't really seen too much in Arashi. So I'm, it's cool to see them for me, they're the first time seeing them in events. So 13 minutes to go. And we've got an exciting next heat coming up. It's heat number 7 of the men's round of 32. Dylan Wilcoxon will be taking on Yuma Nagasawa in the blue. And we have Kenshin Matsunaga will be in the green.
Wow,
so
that's a great matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be a good heat.
Is Dylan from Mentawai?
Yes, from the Mentawais. We saw his brother Jaden in that last heat. Unfortunately, Jaden getting knocked out just in the last few moments. He needed a score and just wasn't really able to find the best waves out there. And I feel like especially maybe when it's a little bit more onshore and not as consistent, being on the best waves is definitely a big leg up. So 12 and a half minutes. Sho Shirai out in front with that 5.17 and a 1.8. Rendra in second, has that 3.67. Looking for a 3.31 to go to first place. That last wave of Theo, a 1.83. He is chasing a 1.85 now to go to second place, but really he's looking to get a good score on the board so far.
Everybody's so close now. Kind of quiet in a few moments in this heat. Probably the tide started to go out.
Yeah.
And hopefully more waves coming in for them.
Yeah, hopefully it gets a little bit more consistent. Maybe even a few lines to come through. I think today and tomorrow is going to be pretty similar, but then picks up, well, from what I've heard, picks up again on Thursday. This is live action right now. Theo Radcliffe, unfortunately, just a little bit too far behind that section. And no takers on this one. Theo was looking for a 1.85. That last wave does not go into the top 2. Priority is with Sho with 11 minutes to go. He's holding the lead and first priority with that 5.17. He's in a good spot right now, Dai.
He's pretty confident at the moment, I guess. Still have plenty of times and has 517, but he needs to get a wave to better the 1.80, which is kind of easy to better the 1.80. Pretty much, it takes off and do a couple turns and he gets it.
Yeah, definitely. It's just finding that wave and being in the right position so that he doesn't have to he doesn't get too caught behind or he doesn't have to try and get around it. I feel like the judges are really appreciating a good first turn.
Right.
And that first impact, I guess, big turns, big scores is what they say. So hopefully Theo can get that and get that 1.85, but
Well,
we'll
here
see.
is 白井選手、3本目のライディングになります。バーティカルに一発大きなターンをしてきて、このセクション抜けてきました。少し引いてきて、少し難しいセクションでしたが、ここでレールが引っかかってしまったようです。Here is no takers on this one, but a couple of the lines coming up. Green is trying to get this one and up and riding. It's kind of a little bit, a little too deep, maybe. Unfortunately, it comes on stuck.
Yeah, Rendra just a little too deep, gets caught a little bit off guard, and this is Theo racing down the line. He's trying to get around this one, which he will. He's found an open face. Theo Radcliffe, he's looking for a 1.85. Oh, but also just goes down. So that little bit of texture, that little bit of onshore wind is causing a bit of havoc out there right now in these heats. Unfortunately for the Pro Junior men.
It was kind of hard to surf on the bigger waves this morning, even when it was glassy. But now it got texture, it's got onshore. Probably the smaller ones are way better to pick, I guess.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of factors in with it changing so much throughout the day. It's super important to just be aware of the conditions, what's going on. What waves are actually the best waves to go, whether it's small ones, mid-sized ones, sets, whatever that is. I'm sure there's people here that can provide feedback for the athletes. That last wave of Shoshirai just locks in at a 3.27. Last wave of Theo Radcliffe, a 2.03. Momentarily puts him into second, but last of Rendra was a 0.47, so he goes back to second place. Theo chasing a 2.12 to move up into second place and progress through to the men's quarterfinals for the Krui Pro Junior.
Well, they're looking for smaller waves. I mean, smaller score requirements. 2.12, just you takes off, pretty much you get the point. But here is important wave for Theo. Trying to look for the 2.32 to go into the second. Nice carves, linking through to the inside. Gets the finish right there. So I guess it'll be enough for him to go into the second, getting those 2.12.
Yeah, hopefully that is the requirement that Theo was looking for. I mean, it was a well-surfed wave, really nice on rail. A few moments where it was oh, is he, going to come unstuck? But he navigated that really well. So scores to lock in for last of red. Shoshirai holding first priority in the lead right now with a 5.17 and a 3.27. So hopefully he can better that 3.27 and extend his lead. We'll see with just under 7 minutes left. What do you think is going through his head? We'll get back to that. This is that last replay of Theo Radcliffe chasing that 2.12. It's a smaller wave, a little bit foamy, but he does well to navigate those kind of weird sections. Really nice connection there for Theo and bags it to finish. So looks like it's a score. It's a 3.93 for last wave of Theo Radcliffe. He goes to second place. Rendra down in third. Now looking for a 2.3 to go back to second. So it is so close between second and third place right now. With them requiring twos, it's a really, really tight heat.
Right.
And it would be nerve-wracking for
Mm.
them both, for sure.
Well, that's a smart move from Theo, right?
Mm.
Getting those insider ones and getting the scores what he needed. Well, actually, he got 3.93, which is pretty good. Pretty good score in this heat. But now pressure's on the green, needing 2.30, but which is not that big score again. So he can do it on the inside smaller ones as well. So yeah, like you said, this is very, very close heat.
Yeah, this is a really tight heat. I mean, if I was Theo, I would not be feeling safe right now, and Rendra might be feeling a little bit of anxiety, a little bit of nerves.
Right, I agree with that. So pressure's on the both, red and green actually, and Show is sitting in the first place comfortably, I guess. And here is the sets coming through the lineup. So Show with the first priority. Is he gonna get this one? Yes, he does. 白井選手、さあ、この波に抵抗していきます。3.27 以上でその差を広げていく。スープにうまく当てて前に出てきます。ここは大きなカットバックをして、看板のセクションを越えていきます。さあ、ここもタイミングを見計らっている、そんなターンですね。ここから波が切り立ってくると点数を伸ばしていきますが、ここはキックアウト。What the back?
Wow, Rendra, goes down, and you could see Theo just has to bail his board because he's thinking, I don't know where Rendra's gone. And wow, they're really close together right there.
This is very important paddling from red and green because it's just less than 4 minutes and green needing only 2.30, but looks, still green has first priority. So here his Show is switching to different board here.
Yeah, it looks like he's changing equipment. That's the beauty of having the caddies in the lineup.
Right.
As we mentioned before, you can just paddle over there and be like, hey, I need to swap boards right now.
Maybe getting some, advice from the caddy.
Yes, yeah. It's actually super cool because after you catch a wave and when you're paddling back out, you can hear the caddies screaming and yelling for you, and it's super fun. Really, it's a really supportive environment.
So true.
Yeah, it's great. Oh, all right. We have a bit of a situation there. I think Theo may have had first priority with 3 minutes to go. But we will get an update on that situation. That last wave of Show locks in at a 4.2. So he extends his lead. Has that 5.17. So he's well out in front right now. Theo Radcliffe has a 3.93 and a 2.03. And this was that last wave of Show Shirai, a 4.2. Smooth surfing.
Yeah, and he navigated really well with those really difficult sections and trying to linking to the inside where the steeper section is and try to put a couple turns in and gets 4.20. That was great move from Show.
Yeah, really smart competitive surfing from Show Shirai. I liked that wave. He seems, seems effortless for him out there on his backhand. All right, Theo Radcliffe up and riding. Back to live action. He's flying down the line, but just unfortunately a little bit too much speed. Just looks a bit unsteady on his feet right now with just under 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, you don't really want to get those open, like wide open waves out there because it just runs out. I mean, running so quick. So you kind of want to get those ones that comes into the reef and breaking along the reef.
Yeah, it's definitely wave selection is definitely a big thing out there in these heats right now. Finding the best waves, and doing the best surfing that you can on them for sure. Those weird ones that either run off really quickly or they're too fat. It doesn't really offer too much scoring potential, especially when it's like this. I feel like the judges are really rewarding waves that have that critical section.
So even though you only do one turn, it can be rewarded, right?
Yeah.
If it's a big turn.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
it's a great condition and great waves coming through, but still you don't have to put 4 or 5 turns to get scores.
And it's cool as well, like some or most of these pro junior surfers are probably going to be doing the QS, right? It's a QS 6000. So they have the opportunity to surf a few heats and maybe get that leg up over the rest of the competitors in the QS.
Right.
So yeah, it's awesome for them to have that practice out here.
It's great, warm-ups for them as well. Well, looks like there's a few sets coming into the lineup.
Wow, 20 seconds, just under to go. Rendra chasing at 2.3.
Well, he needs to get this one to get the requirement, 2.30.
Wow.
He's up and riding. He needs one big turn and we'll do it. Nice carve off the top. Try to linking through the inside. Is he gonna get to finish? To me, it feels like he needs a finish turn right here to get the requirement. Doesn't look like it's gonna offer much more.
He's gonna try and milk it as he gets through to the inside. You can see Sho Shirai, bit of a victory lap out the back, getting a couple of nice carves in as well. So we have scores to lock in for Sho Shirai and a very important score for Rendra Attard. He was chasing a 2.3. Wow, really close.
Really close. If he did a big one turn, and I would say he got it.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's any big turn out there. So I don't know. It's going to be close. That's for sure.
It's real touch and go. It is a score that's going to get him from third to second and progress through to quarterfinal round. Also scores for Sho Shirai. Numbers are starting to lock in for Rendra. And it's very, very, very close. We'll wait and see how this goes. One or a couple more scores to lock in. Sho Shirai also has his last score to lock in as well. And it's a 2.17 for Rendra. So it'll be Sho Shirai and Thea Radcliffe moving on through to the next round, the men's quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with a stacked heat number 7 of the Krui Pro Junior.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best
of the Krui Pro Junior. We have launched straight into heat number 7 of the men's round of 32. Dylan Wilcoxon will be taking on Yuma Nagasawa and Kenshin Matsunaga. I'm True Styling, joined in the booth by Mark Clift. Mark, fun waves out there today.
Oh, look, it's been such a good day. I mean, it's a little onshore now. Stuff's changed. But look, there's still waves rolling through down the reef. Everyone that's coming is going, it's pumping. Let me out there. All those sort of things which you like to hear at a surf comp. So day 1, tick, tick, and it's not over yet. We still got this heat and the next heat to go and then a couple of heats of the ladies and then for 4 quarters of the men's.
Yeah, super exciting. About 7 heats left of the day.
Yeah.
So plenty of surfing to go. And we've already seen some really good surfing, a pair of 8s locked in by Iko Watanabe a little bit earlier.
Yep, VOG.
And you can see that is a
Team
little
getting
insight. Ready. Yeah, a little insight into the athlete area. That looks like up in that next heat. But right now, Dylan Wilcoxon up and riding. This is live action.
Sorry. I was just going to say, I love what this fella has done over the years. I mean, he's fallen there first wave of the heat. But just keep your eye on young Dylan. He's definitely watched this space sort of guy because he's a young fella on the charge.
Whoa.
Who's this? Boom.
Yuma Nagasawa. Wow, huge first turn. Lays into his rail on that second connection, but decides the rest of that wave isn't what he's looking for. So he jumps out of that one. And unfortunately, we saw Dylan's, I believe, younger brother, Jaden, get knocked out.
In that last one, was he?
Yeah, in the, I think the heat before that.
Okay. All right, hit that off.
But
Bummer.
still a really, really exciting heat to watch for sure.
All right, I'm sure Dylan will be revved up to get a little bit of revenge, family revenge back. Will Coxons don't go down without a fight.
Yes.
And Dylan has been chipping away at a lot of our Indonesian events for quite a while. I know he won the Grom Search a couple of years ago and won a trip to Australia, and I think last year actually.
I think I remember this actually. Yeah, that's.
And you know, he's been doing these two events for quite a couple of years now, and he's still only like 16. And he really impressed me last year at NIAS. He got through a couple of heats and then he lost a close heat, but he did everything right. He just got outsurfed by older, more mature guys, but did nothing wrong as a Grom. Really, I feel picked up a few more fans with his performance there at NIAS.
Yeah.
Definitely me.
Yeah.
I love what he does.
Yeah, well, that first wave for Dylan was a 4.67, so good way to start off his heat, even with that fall. Kenshin Matsunaga locking in a 1.83 and scores to come through for that first one of Yuma Nagasawa.
It's a pity for Yuma. That was such a good looking wave at the start. And that first slice he did, you know, we haven't seen a replay of it, but it was quality. It was really good. So I think Yuma is going to be a real threat in this heat as well.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like we're in store for some fireworks in this heat, that's for sure. These pro junior surfers don't go out without a fight.
Well, 4-5 for, I think, basically one turn for Yuma.
Yeah, judges rewarding the quality. This is Kenshin right now. Loads up off the bottom, gets a good first connection. You could see, I love how he just tapped his rail, but unfortunately just gets a little bit too caught behind. Mark, we've seen that a little bit in the last few heats, just people getting caught behind in this section. Is it they're sitting too far up? Are they a little bit out of position, or is it the waves are just stretching out?
I think maybe the onshore's had a little bit to do with it because it's a pretty fast wave at the best of times, right? And when it's smooth and clean and you can go really fast and there's less bumps, I think maybe it might be the onshore. When I looked outside before, I did notice that a lot of the crew were sitting further down the point now as opposed to this morning when it was all clean and bowly and looking pretty good. Here's replays now of Dylan's. This is his 4.67. Could have been a huge number had he just hung on and finished this thing. He was well on his way, but he just always goes out swinging. You know, he fell on that move, but he went upside down, totally took on the end bowl. Congratulations. Keep up that sort of work, really.
Yeah, good surfing, smart surfing from Dylan. Committed as well. So that last wave of Kenshin was a 2.47. So it goes into his top two. That is, of course it will. It's his second wave. But, wow. Super fast off the bottom. Yuma Nagasawa.
And then he flicked out.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like maybe that might have been a little bit of a mistake. I'm not too sure. I mean, he was still rewarded that 4.5.
I know. He
knows what he's surfed here enough. I'm sure he understands what the wave is going to do, but maybe there could have been another.
Maybe there just wasn't, and he just was smart enough to go, you know what, there's no point milking this. I've done pretty well. It's my first wave. I'm feeling pretty good. He still left himself plenty of time.
Yeah, well, it looks like someone who had a really smart heat was Sho Shirai in that last heat for heat number 6. He is down there with Dai Wacko.
第1位通過を果たしました白井翔選手にお越しいただいています。前半かなり難しそうなライディングをしていたと思うんですが、後半にしっかりとスコアを後半に揃えてきたと思います。ヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
そうですね。いつもファーストラウンドはめちゃくちゃ緊張してしまうんですけど、1本目から5点ぐらいの波に乗れてちょっと安心できたんですけど、なかなか張ってくる波を見つけるのが難しくて結構大変でした。
He always, before the heat, he's always getting nervous, but this time he got a 5 in the first wave, and he was so lucky that he got a good waves in the last heat. 今回は誰と旅してるんですか？
今回も去年と同じカイリ君と一緒に旅をしてます。
キャディも野田選手、
カイリ君がやってくれてます。
何かそこでアドバイスあったんですか？
そうですね。最後の方に残り4分ぐらいの時に板試してみてって言われて、板変えて試してみれたんで、それはすごい良かったなと思います。
So he's traveling with Kyrie Noro, and who was his caddy in this heat, and in the last 4 minutes Kyrie told him that, well, try the different boat, and he tried it, and he's so happy with that. では最後に、ライブを見てくれている人にメッセージの方をお願いします。
次も頑張りたいと思うんで、応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。Thank you guys. Back to you guys in the booth.
And thank you for that insight as well with Sho Shirai from that last heat. A couple of well-surfed waves as well ridden during that
Well,
interview.
did we just see a wave with the most turns all day? Dylan Wilcox in that last wave of red. That was so sick. Did you see it while that interview was going on? So didn't really connect big time for anything super major, but just based on the fact that he squeezed that many moves out of that wave, you know, he juiced that thing for all it was worth. And I think he's going to be happy with at least getting a good second score together, considering conditions are a little bit going at this stage, and a well-waved surf by Dylan Wilcoxon. So I'm expecting it still to be the best number of the heat without being too large.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of good work, strong work rate there by Dylan.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see that is Kenshin Matsunaga, but Yuma has a priority, loads up off the bottom. Huge first turn for Yuma Nagasawa, gliding through this second one. And he is just looking really comfortable. Driving through this third turn, he's waiting for this wave to stand up. You can see him eyeing off this section, tags it, releases the fins, and gets that completion. Out behind him, Kenshin Matsunaga. Nice opening turn on his backside. Loads up off the bottom once again, driving through another nice turn. That wave kind of goes a little bit fat. He's going to stick with it. And Kenshin Matsunaga, once again, just floating through these turns. And this is where he's going to really unleash. Gets a nice backside snap in. Maybe even an opportunity for a couple more. So that was a really well-surfed wave for Kenshin.
I think all those three waves are going to factor in towards the end results. They were all pretty well ridden. And I really liked it. So a good three-way exchange. Stand by for some decent numbers. We'll get True back in a little later on, but I'm going to welcome back into the booth Dai Waka Dai. Have a look at these last three waves. Dylan Wilcoxon seriously did 10 turns on this wave. A lot of them were sort of, smallish, but he did go really well for the whole wave. And the guy in blue put together a really good wave. And then the last fella as well.
Wow.
So this is a really strong exchange. Check it out.
Got to the next section, put a couple of turns in.
This wave just kept going. I reckon more than 10 turns. It was seriously a longest wave. So a good replay. Nothing huge. I mean, blue kind of, for me, did a really good job on his wave. And blue is Yuma. You might want to tell me a bit more about Yuma.
Yuma Nagasawa is from Chiba area, and he's really good in the air game as well. And he recently had a trip to Mentawai. So he's really used to this reef condition as well. And he loves the bigger waves too.
All right. Well, I'll be looking forward. He's got a style for me very similar to the fella that won the first year we were here, Kijiro.
Right.
For me, I've seen Kijiro surf this wave a lot over the years. And when he was just going through his motions, then I went, I think I've seen that style before. And then I just went, oh, Jesus, Kijiro. That's a good person to be matched up, compared to, because he's a shredder and a past winner. While we're just on the topic of this, a 5.25 drops in for green, so all those waves pretty good. The 10-turn wave of Dylan's didn't really light up the judges much. There was a lot of small surfing, but this fella here.
長澤優馬選手、こちらの波で 6.0 をマークしてきました。サイズのある波にテイクオフして、大きなカーブターンからもう一回大きなカービングターンをして、ここはしっかりとインサイドまでつなげていきます。さあ、セクションが張ってきたところ、ここで大きな力強いバーティカルなリッピングを入れてきました。こちらに 6.0 がスコアされ、現在第1位のポジション。
Yep, he's a strong position now once that wave's dropped, so good work. I know there's some friends watching around the world, mate. I'm going to do a little shout out to Team Glossop, Matt Glossop and J-Man right there. Just made their way over to Queensland after doing the WA state rounds. So Maddie and J-Man, wish you guys were here. Love having a beer with Maddie, and I love watching Jasper surf. So good luck at the Goldie, fellas. We're down to 13 minutes. If you're just tuning in, this is Heat 7, and it's going to end up quite close. This duel at this stage with Yuma. We have this fella here in green, did a really good job for the 5.25. He's put himself well and truly out of last, back into a third, but he's having a good look at second spot here. Here's Yuma.
長澤選手、こちらはクイックに、キックアウトしていきます。4.50 以上出すとその差を広げてくるのがブルーの長澤選手。Well, did you notice that he has a what do you call it, headband?
Does he?
Yeah, it's like his trademark. Every
No
time he
way.
serves in the heat, he always wears the headband.
And is that superstition? Is it part of it? What is it?
I don't know, part of his routine, I think.
All right. All right. Well, if he happens to win, he's in the lead. If he happens to win, ask him more about that. I want to know why, when, what if I took it off him and he had to surf a heat? Has he got a backup?
I think he's got a backup as well. Yeah.
No way. How old is he?
He's about 19, 20 years of age.
Right.
Still young generation. He's really into the making a surf movie as well of himself, and he raps as well.
Well, hence the headband. I want to be gangster. Here we go. Let's have a look at Dylan Wilcoxon here. Going to have to do a little better than his last wave. I mean, 10 turns, didn't cut it. He probably heard the number and went, a bit stingy. It's only a 3.5, but the judge is sending him a clear message. Just got to go big. I guess his wave didn't have the sections that Yuma's wave had. So here he goes again, straight into another one.
This is looking good wave. Nice floater down. Ooh, a little bit wobbling. Unfortunately, stuck.
Hit a big bump.
Wow.
Hit a big ridge. Just went right across where he was trying to bury that inside rail. Let's have a look here at Yuma's wave number 4.
長澤選手、ここは少しフォーミーなセクションを抜けてきて、縦のアプローチ決めてきました。しっかりと縦、ボトムへ降りて、そのまま大きなカービングターン。少しフォーミーなセクションですが、うまくコントロールして、カットバックを続けていきます。さあ、この波、インサイドのセクションが出てくると、その点数を伸ばしていきますが、ここでキックアウト。素晴らしいライディングを披露してくれたのが長澤優馬。残り時間10分40秒。
Yeah, he's pretty slick. I like his style. You know, he doesn't do any little mini moves. He just kind of holds a good rhythm and style throughout everything and seems to connect his dots well, which is what reminded me of Kajiro so much.
True, yeah. Well, that last wave, he navigated really well on those foamy sections. That section is kind of hard to surf on it, so he did really well. Was probably backs it up with a 6.0.
You know, Dylan's leaving the door open here for Kenshin. Here he goes now, small wave, so he's going to have to tee off. It's not a bad start here for Dylan. He's backed it up again with a second pretty strong move. Just a little mini schwack in the pocket. Now the section stands up, so he helps himself to another pretty good belt. It's gone sleepy, and he's just hanging in there, and now he must see something down the line that he likes. That section was pretty good connection. Does he get off now? Yep, there he goes. All right, well, that, for me, is going to improve his scoreline. But here is Kenshin.
松永健信選手、ここで 3.04 出すと2位のポジションになってきます。縦へのターンからもう一度縦へのターンを繰り返していきます。ここももう一発入れてくる。少し面がガタついていますが、ここもうまく処理して、しっかりとフローターで前に出てきてフィニッシュしました。これはいいライディングになりました。そして立て続けに長澤選手、テイクオフしていきます。縦へのレイバックターン、スプレーを大きく上げた後、ここもセクションを見て大きなターンを入れてきます。さあ、フィニッシュ決められるか、ここもしっかりと前へ出てきました。
Slick.
Wow.
Yeah. He's throwing the basketball. He's looking for the hoop there at the end of the ride. So Yuma,
that was a well
gangster with the headband. He's the rapper with the headband. He's going pretty good. Just good, no nonsense surfing. You know, no mini moves. He's just always attack, and he's a style master. He doesn't flap around. He's really got a good, pleasant style to watch. I like it.
Yeah, I really like the Kenshin's wave as well. He got the great 3 sections in a row, and then he, put 3 good turns in. So he needed 3.04, and I think it's going to be close to the requirement.
All right. Well, I did meet him at Lakey a little last year. He came down with Teo.
Oh.
And he's a good fellow, very pleasant, very respectful. Big guy, and does a lot of power moves. So I'm sure we haven't seen the best of Kenshin yet, but his second last wave, the 5.25, really put him, in the conversation to qualify. So he does need to get a good backup, Dylan, as we were suggesting, has improved with a 4.43, but only by less than a point. So Kenshin's requirement went up to only a 3.87.
3.87. Yeah, it's gonna be close.
Yeah, well, I can't recall it. I don't remember us seeing it all, but Yuma's last wave a throwaway 4.3. So although he's looking slick, he probably hasn't really had the absolute banger wave he wants, but his 6 was dynamic. He's just got to get another one of those, and I think he's safe. 7.5 minutes. Great style. Another one of those Japanese surfers, mate, that you guys just keep putting out there that are just well drilled in no mistake, good surfing. You know what I mean? It's a trait with Team Japan. Someone might be on this. No.
Judges are taking great time to, score these 2 waves from Yuma and Kenshin.
Yeah, they could have a big bearing on the outcome, so they've got to get it right. No, Gogo Sajaya is up there head judging today, holding things down, and we're just waiting for a few of the judges to arrive after the Newcastle event.
Yeah, so much traveling for those CS surfers and judges traveling all over the world.
Wow, just rapid fire. Lucky to get a down day.
Right.
That's a tough gig. A 4.37, so Kenshin does go into second spot. All right, really close. Wow, there's half a point between Kenshin and Dylan Wilcoxon. Dylan would have heard that. The pressure now mounts. He's been in second the whole heat until right now, as we're getting down to the real back end of this heat. So Kenshin's done a good come from behind. He did not have a very good start to this heat, but he's really got it together here. So this is his 4.37, I imagine, his last ride.
Kind of stuck on the second one, but still managed to get the third one and actually the fourth one as well. Really like the finish turn.
Yeah, really
strong
good connection
finish
there at the end. Probably wouldn't have got the score without that finish. So well done. Hanging in there and just hedging his bets at what he sees down the line is enough to warrant staying on that wave, and he did it well.
Wow, he almost got a 6.20 for the last one.
Oh, 6.2. Nice. Yeah, there was a couple of moments on that wave of greens. He could have packed it in, when he caught a little rail and it's like, oh, no. He kept the belief. That's what got him over the line here by just half a point. They're both listening to the beach announcer now. Kenshin wants to know how long. I'll tell you, 5 minutes 10.
Wow, now pressure's on Dylan.
Yeah, let's see how the
Needing
young fella can answer back.
4.94, which is the best.
And Kenshin has priority over him as well, more importantly.
Wow.
Yep, there you go. Dylan, 5 minutes.
So now they both understand the situation is. So how are they going to play out?
Well, Kenshin needs to immediately improve on that 4.37. Dylan, time to do his better work. He needs only a 4.94, but it would be his best ride. He's done a lot of surfing in this heat, Dylan, but he just hasn't found anything clean with a big, like a proper bowl.
Right.
Maybe looking back, the fall on that first wave might cost him here in the end if he doesn't advance.
Oh, he's having a look at this one, but no takers on this one. Oh, it's just over 4 minutes remaining. Just time is ticking.
Now, something I wanted to ask you. Iko Watanabe with the 8.83 and an 8. Did you get to interview him at the end of that heat?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said it was difficult to get a good waves, but he kind of adjusting through the heat, and he was lucky enough to get that wave.
Was he happy with how he did?
Yeah, he was very happy with the result because he said he's actually hasn't had any good result in Krui. So he's just looking for the good result. So he's happy with the getting through the first round.
All right, where's our other sheet? All right. Well, he was an absolute standout. The biggest numbers all day, an 8.83 and an 8. You go Watanabe. Just going back to what heat he was in. This one, heat 4.
Heat 4.
Yeah, the first heat of our restart, basically.
Right.
So he dealt with the onshore. Since then, we haven't seen anybody reach those lofty heights. The breeze might just be poking up a bit more chop and making these waves run a little too fast. I did notice a lot of the crew was sitting down the point a little more now.
Well, 3 minutes remaining.
Whoa,
Just being
nervous.
patient for those two surfers, green and red. Dylan only needs 4.94 to go into second, but Kenshin has first priority.
Yep, and wisely sitting close to him, but just on the outside in case Dylan wants something that looks good.
I think
Kenshin can disrupt his flow and take it. So some low numbers needed by both these guys. I mean, Kenshin with the 6.97 could win. As we were suggesting earlier, your boy Yuma, if he gets another one of these sixes, he's looking pretty good. And he just went and did exactly that with a 6.2. So the two best scores in his column, looking slick. For me, he's caught my eye in this heat. Loving the style. Just a really good composed heat here by Yuma. So I'm just going to stick that name in my memory bank and see how he goes for the rest of the tournament.
長澤選手、この波にサードプライオリティながら乗ってきます。インサイドの小さめですが、大きく力強いターンで前に出てくるようなターンでした。ここでも大きくピンを抜いてきますが、ここはこけてしまいました。
There's our gangster basketballer slash surfer. He's all over it. Good style. Good style, man.
Good style, aggressive competitor. I really like his style. Actually.
Yes, that's what's caught my attention. I'm gonna just check him out again, the Sabo. I think he could every bit feature in a semi-final if he has a heat like this later on. So the format today, everybody, we've got one more of these men's heat coming up very shortly. We're then having two of the ladies' heats of 4 because heats 2 and 3 will not be surfed. Boys quarterfinals to round out the day, and then we're on hold. Free surfing session will be available for all competitors, everyone involved. If you want to get out in front, do it. Good luck getting a wave off this vicious pack, though. Die wacko. Right. I know you're probably going to do it, but good luck. I should just about give you a priority card to get out there and take on that free surf. Oh, Dylan. No turns.
It was an important wave for Dylan, but unfortunately, a little bit took off too deep. But here is
Kenshin.
松永健信選手、ここで 4.37 を超えてくるとそのを広げていきます。フローターターンからスープに仕掛けていきますが、これは少し上に行くのが遅れてしまったか。
35 seconds. Can Dylan find himself something clean and smooth down the line here? Blue's going to take this thing. Dylan now has 28 seconds to find himself a wave. Yuma didn't need one, but he's got another pretty nice little bowly thing here. Really opens the wings there and a full rotation. Tidy foam climb. Look at him go.
Well, looking for the finish. Strong finish right there from Yuma.
Great heat with the headband. Does he speak good English? Not at all.
I don't think.
All right,
so,
you better do the post heat, and we'll hold it down in here. Heat is done. Yuma. Nagasawa, great job. Kenshin come from behind to take out Dylan Wilcoxon, who will be totally bummed. So watch Dylan in the men's round because he'll be surfing a QS heat a bit later on. And he is one to keep your eye on, even though he didn't progress out of that matchup. I think we are going to throw to a break. We'll be back with Heat 8 shortly and the final result. But trust me, the two Japanese surfers will get through. See you in a moment. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujung Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series. Okay, we are back, everybody. This is the final heat, the round of 32 of our Pro Junior boys. It's Mark Clift and Giada Lagardi. G'day, G.
Good afternoon now. I'm happy to be back in this round of 32, Heat 8 of the Pro Junior Division. In the water right now, we have Raiha Onu. In blue, we have Gedenenga Suryaditya, which we will get his nickname shortly, I'm sure. In white, we have Kishore Kumar. And in green, we have Shanyang Chen.
I'm glad you tackled that. That was a bit of a tongue twister. Like, I hope G does this. And you did. Thank you.
I got you.
Yes, nice one. Looking after me. So that's what our scene looks like from, say, the judge's angle. All right, what we're looking at right now, everybody. Light on shore. The glare is starting to take a little bit of effect as we roll into the afternoon. We should be finished here by about 3 o'clock today. It's 1:15 now, so let's see. After this, we have, I think, 6 heats to finish off today. That'll give us, that's more like 4 o'clock.
So I guess we will get a free surf in.
For some of us, I don't know whether I'm going to tackle that crowd. You know what the after work surfs look like, G. You probably surfing tomorrow. You're going to have a free surf?
Yeah, I think I'll surf this afternoon for sure. I think I need to move my body a little bit.
There you go. And you know what I think a really good thing is as well, which most people are probably onto since they've been here. Getting in this lineup at such a big piece of reef, right? Getting in, looking back and trying to pick a marker for your heat. Because when you get out there the next day and there's only 3 surfers, you need to be familiar with what you're looking at. What is that? When I look at that colour, when I'm sitting in front of the judges' tent, how far in the lineup, through the lineup am I? And it's kind of the homework you need to do on such a big venue like this. So have a look around this afternoon, G. And you've surfed here before, but I mean, I'm sure
I've got my
you
markers.
got your points?
Yeah, the
All right.
best part about this wave is that it's always the same. So it's always the same marker.
All right, done your homework in the past.
Yep.
Raiha.
Definitely not my first rodeo here, and
No.
it's not Raiha's either. We've seen his name come here quite a
Oh.
few times. A good start for our man in red.
Oh my God. That's the best wave I've seen since Iko Watanabe was in the water, and it's still got more. My goodness. Are you kidding me?
Wow, this thing is the wave that keeps on giving. He's going to decide to pull off as it kind of tapers off. There we have blue, last part of his wave. It'd be great to see what he did before that. And there we have it, the reef we were just now talking about. Super slippery when you're walking out
Sorry
there.
yeah.
I've definitely seen a few surfers fall there. Hopefully I'm not any this year.
Now, that wave of Raiha's so good. Surely excellent. How excellent? Is it the best wave of the day? I don't know. It's got to be up there. That was such good connections.
I don't know. I think Iko was in an incredible form. He looked unstoppable. His wave selection was incredible and had a great rhythm. And let's not forget Weston as well.
Weston, I could have seen that good wave of his being like a bit higher, an 833, second best wave of the day. The judges haven't seen a ride like Raiha's for a while though. So maybe they've been just keen to see something different and something, someone blow up. Raiha just blew up. So I can see the boys getting a bit excited about that number, but the score is in. They've only thrown a 683 at it at this stage. I think that's the number.
And that's right.
It's still a big number, but I thought it could have gone a little more, but that's why we're sitting here. Geez, he did such a good job on the sections he got. Look at this thing. Boom, crunches that.
Really, really well done from Raiha.
And you thought that could have been it.
Yeah.
Look at this. It gets around this and gets another bossy section.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And it's not easy out there with all that chop on the face. He really good control his board. Luckily, there's no whitewash on the face of that wave. So that whitewash just makes it that extra bit difficult on afternoons like this with the onshore. So really well done from Raiha Onu. Great wave selection. Must be feeling incredible starting off his heat like that.
Yeah, that's 683 in these conditions. Well done. It's as good as an 8 in other heats because they don't seem to be on tap as much as they were this morning. So congrats. Now this fella here, Shanyang Chen. Let's see what he's got here. He's got himself a little bit of a burger. Lots of lump and bump. He's going to have to hope it levels out a bit and draws off the reef and cleans up a little bit. Yeah, that was a tough wave to surf. It was a really hard wave to surf. So on reflection, that replay of Reds, he had 3 good hits, but yeah, it wasn't the best wave of the day. Sorry, my apologies. What we are going to do, though, is have a chat with someone who just had a really good heat. So let's throw down to Yuma and Dai Wacko. Go for it, Dai.
第1位通過果たしました長澤優馬選手に来ていただいています。おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
あれ今回僕ウェブ見ててヘッドバンドしてるかなと思ったら今回してないんですか？
そうですね。今日ちょっと波でかくてサスケ君からもらった大ジャンバンドはなくしたらあかんからちゃんと試合前に拝んでから来ました。
Like I mentioned in the heat, he always wears headband, but this time no headband actually. Because the wave was bigger, so he just trying to not to lose it, so he doesn't wear headband this time. ヒート振り返ってみていかがですか？
そうですね。結構風吹いてきてわちゃわちゃしてたんですけど、まあターンはできたんでよかったです。
次のラウンドはヘッドバンドしますか？
そうですね。なんか今日一本も焦げてないから次やったのかなと思ってます。
He's happy with the result and he probably will be wearing headband in the next heat. ではヒートを見てくれている皆さんにメッセージの方お願いします。
はい、まずクルイ初めて来て結構波良くて楽しんで、まあなんか試合の勝ち負けも大事だけど、俺のサーフィン見て楽しんでもらえたら俺はそれ最高です。よろしくお願いします。
次も楽しみにしています。頑張ってください。Thank you and back to you guys in the booth.
Winner we did have away from Raiha Onu. That last one, a 2-6-0, just one turn. It's looking like. So Kishore and Shangyang a little more quiet in this heat. They're taking their time to start. So there we have the girls coming up next. That is Kia. She is another surfer from the Mentawai. Super excited to see the girls hit the water. There we have the support team.
Just getting ready, going through motions. Everybody's got a different routine to get in the zone, I suppose, and she likes to be away from the athlete area. Obviously with the team there, just having a bit of a quiet moment. Made Barlon is the surfer in blue, yeah. Matty Glossop just enlightened me. I didn't know that was his full stretched out name. It's kind of a mouthful.
Yep,
on
100%.
paper, but there's Made. And this fella here, geez, he does strong turns.
Oh.
He's done a lot of that sort of turn this heat, and that's the first time he's fallen, but he's got a strong act, Reha. Who's this?
This is Kishore Kumar, our surfer from India. Beautiful. Whoa, that was fun. Unfortunately, does not stick the landing. I've spent some time with Kishore in Bali last year. I saw him compete in the Maldives.
Me too.
The Grammys.
A couple of years ago there, eh? Look at these young kids having a big day out, day off school. Maybe they don't even go to school. Look at them, those three hanging out in the athlete zone.
Oh, Messi shirt. Argentinian shirt right there.
All right.
World champions.
There we go. So they're having good fun. Good on you, fellas. It's not every day such a big event comes down to this area here. Pesisir, Barat, Tanjung, Setia zone. So come the weekends, you know what generally goes on around here. Thousands of crew from the local area come down to support this event, and things go pretty crackers on the weekend. The Groms are getting in early. They want to see. They heard it's Pro Junior Day. They want to hear what all the fuss is about. How good are these juniors? Because they're right there with the numbers. There we go, Team Rip Curl. Who's this?
Lydia.
Lydia getting ready for the next heat as well.
I'm excited to see Lydia of Indonesia's up-and-coming surfers. Beautiful style. She's
Always got a smile, doesn't she?
Yeah, not afraid of anything. I saw her charging HTs when we were all together there for the CI trip we did. This is Balon. Wraps it around.
Oh, Hati.
Oh, he went for it.
Oh, that didn't end well. Started with a bit of a sleepy cutback. The wave just grew and it got a bit out of control, a bit out of hand on him. Shang Yang Chen now. He's got a big section as well. He sort of pulls it under the lip just to hope he makes it and get back around on to some sort of clean face. He's got a whole lot of whitewash from Barlon's last wave, but he's dealing with it pretty well. Hasn't really connected for an outrageous move, but only his second wave, definitely his best by a long shot. So things starting to take shape, but geez, that was probably one of the bigger wipeouts of the day, that wave there by Mate Barlon.
That was like I said, he committed. He went for it. He was not afraid of going for that section. And I love to see it. Even if they don't land it, seeing them commit and show how much it means to them to really pass these heats.
Well, he had the belief he could make it. That's why he went for it. But the thing just got too large, too quick. Mate Barlon goes down for it, just a 183. Only featured one sleepy cutback. Reha's got the best wave and a dud second. So a surfer in red. He's trying to upgrade a 2.6. He's got priority. He's still got half the heat to go. So good news there for Reha. But really dynamic surfing. Everything he does is kind of big. Even this wave he fell on. His 683 had a lot of good moments. So for me, he's definitely a red-hot contender.
100%, and he wants to back up that 683 quite quickly. That 260 is not a big score at all. To solidify his lead, he needs to get rid of it. Nice first opening turn. This wave is looking like it's going to give him some more to work with,
yeah,
and
well done.
he makes it.
Yep, you can see the surface of the waves are pretty grumpy. There's all sorts of lump and bumps. So connections like that, I'm sure the judges take note that the conditions have changed, and just the quality of that last spicy hit by Reha, very good. Really negotiating a lot of moguls on that wave. Let's have a look at white now, Kishore.
That's a solid looking wave for Kishore. Nice opening first turn. Wraps it around, stays close to that whitewash, which is where the most of the energy of the wave is. Here, a bit of whitewash everywhere, so it makes it hard to keep control of your board, especially with this onshore wind as well. So nothing really critical happening on this wave. Let's see, this inside section unfortunately falls off. But yes, a lot of cutbacks, a bit repetitive.
Well, I imagine there's a lot of Indian surfers watching this heat. They seem to be a pretty tight community. The times I've met them at that Maldives event in the past, and for all you crew that are out there, we hope more of you guys keep coming to these sort of events, because it's a fledgling nation that want in on pro surfing. And this is one way to do it, is get out here with Kishore and others, and attend these sort of events. Mate Barlon, it's got the wrong wax on. It's not really working for his last couple of waves. He's got a 4 and a couple of throwaways.
So this is now Shangyang taking a look at that one, was not convinced.
No one's got priority, interestingly.
Oh, a bit of a paddle battle here.
All right. Well, apart from the 683, it's been a 617. Well done, Reha. So the judges. So this is the wave. This is the 617, and it was 2 turns. It was that thing and this. Boom. But the judges note how hard it is to do that sort of a maneuver now on that bumpy wave that just had lumps and bumps all over it. It looked quite horrible from the drone angle, and he managed to put that hit together. So thanks, judges, for just taking note of how hard that was to do. Good work, Reha.
100%, and it was really critical. He threw a lot of water. It was tight. He kind of, from the drone angle, he completely disappeared behind the whitewash.
It was really good.
Popped back up, so it was really nice to watch.
Yep, well done. It was nice to watch, G. I agree. There we go. So that's a solid lead now. A couple of 6s we saw in the last heat was enough for Yuma to win. So Reha is super well positioned here. Still got 10 minutes to try and upgrade and go even more nuts, which spells bad news for Mate, Shano, and Ashang and Kishore.
Yeah, so for now, with just over 10 minutes left, it's kind of looking like it's a battle for second. Reha pretty comfortably up in first, so it's up to the other guys to play a little bit of catch up. There's not any real big significant
numbers.
Score, yeah. Besides Reha's.
Everybody's pretty shaky. Second, third, and fourth will all be nervous. Kishore's wave, as you suggested, a 317. Lots of surfing, but lots of the same surfing without really being brutal. And I guess maybe for Team India, if you're listening or you've got some input into Kishore when you get hold of him, just got to be a little bit more high risk at this level of surfing to extract big numbers. And that's probably what cost Dylan in that last heat as well. He got a wave where he did like 10 turns, but it was 10 squiggly. Lots of things was a 3 something, but it was the longest wave that I've seen with a lot of surfing for a 3-ish. So Keyshaw, I think, read between the lines here and just practice being a little bit more risky and a bit more brutal. He could still get through. He only needs a 2.67. Yeah, Shang needs only a 2.87. So Mate Balon, he'll know by his level, he's having a bit of a shocker.
100%, yeah. Has represented Indonesia in the ISA juniors in the past in El Salvador. So he knows what he has to do. He has been in this position before. While we have this lull, though, I'm gonna say a big thank you to our sponsors for this event and for making it possible for us to be here year after year. Thank you to Kemenpora, the Indonesian Sports and Youth Minister. Thank you to the WSL and the PSOE. Thank you as well to the province of Lampung and the region of Pesisir Barat. And of course, thank you to ASC. Without you guys, we wouldn't be here today.
Nice work. And right on cue, a lot of the government officials here today, being their first time in office, have probably never been down here and seen what all the fuss is about. And the ceremony was big. It was a lot of officialdom out there. And that's why that's the first time they've kind of checked out pro surfing. So thanks for coming on board and making it what is going to be a historic event. First time ever we've done a 6,000 in Indonesia. So this event has got better and stronger pretty much most years it's run. The first time it was like a 1,000. Then they jumped it up to about a 3, and then on it went to this stage where when we get to the QS event tomorrow, 6,000 points are available for the first time ever. So for the government officials and those people involved, double thumbs up. So good.
Yeah, these events are so important for these surfers. We've seen so many of them win it and then go straight onto the Challenger. So it's an event that you can't miss if you want to be, playing with the big dogs.
Exactly. The first Asian region events of the year, dual sanctioned. So the Aussies are here, the Kiwis are here, as well as all the Asian regions being well represented. We'll see all those countries do their stuff once we hit the QS event, which will start tomorrow. By the time we get to tomorrow, I think we only have about 10 heats left of juniors to round out both women's and men's juniors, and rip straight into the men's QS sometime tomorrow.
It's going to be exciting. I took a quick look at the forecast, and we're going to be having pretty similar conditions throughout the week.
Good.
So that is going to be ideal for us because it has been absolutely firing all day. Even with the onshore, the conditions have been incredible. We've had a dreamy setup. This wave is world-class. People from all over the world come to compete here. We've had competitors in the past from other regions come here just because they want a piece of the Krui cake.
Yeah, exactly. Jesse Mendez won a couple of years back and couldn't take the points, but happily took the cash and the kudos, and he had a good time. Lucas Silveira, another one who came and won, and I don't think it was Asian regions back then, but it definitely helped his campaign over the years. So a little bit of lull in proceedings. I'm sure Reha won't mind one bit. He's in the lead with priorities in the perfect spot. Mate Balon in the blue there. Center of picture will be a little nervous, a little freaked out that he's got third priority. He's got Shang Yang Chen breathing down his neck, looking for a number that is only a 2.87. And I can't see why Keyshaw is somewhere. But he needs a low number as well. 2.67 will do it. Team India, thanks for tuning in. Keyshaw, he's there. I hope he gets another wave. I want to see him have a good red-hot crack at getting this second spot. 5 minutes, team. Balon.
Balon's going to take this one under priority, wants to get rid of that 1.83. This is a pretty smart tactic if the wave provides. So that's the first good solid turn. Straight up into the second one. Let's see what this wave does here on the inside. He keeps going, a small one, but he got some work done. Oof, unfortunately, that just went over his head.
Had a pretty good read on turning between the chop. There was a lot of, that was a really funky wave. It almost split in two on him, and he somehow still managed to get a couple of squeaky moves away. Nothing big, so it won't be a banger, but it will be enough to have these dudes requiring more than the 2 point something to beat him.
I think that was actually a really smart play from Made Balon. He had third priority. He knows that 183, so he's like, I might as well get rid of the 183, apply a bit more pressure on the other 2 surfers, come back out. I will have third priority anyway, so he'll just have to wait.
So he's upgraded his act by 2 points, and the requirements for the other 2 go up by 2 points. All right, so Green now needs a 4.9, which is kind of a tough figure to get. It's much harder than the 2.87 he needed. And Keyshaw, he needs a 4.7. So Keyshaw is a little better positioned on the requirements. Just comes into picture there in the white rashi. This is a super hard wave to surf. Look how bumpy this thing was. So Mate, that's just years of practice and surfing some onshore beaches and just reading the moment and responding. Well done.
Yeah, beautiful style, Made Balon. You see he's super compressed. The bumps don't really, his upper part of the body doesn't move much because he's so well compressed. So it was really nice to see him navigate through that.
He got a lot out of a crappy wave. So well done. 3.87, not a big number, but it now's got to play with the mind of green and white just a little bit more. The 2s were easy. They're like, 2, no worries, I got this. You now need almost 5, both of you. Let's see what Reha can put together this time. Another one of these bumpy sort of waves, G. That was a pretty quality hit, and that might be all he gets. He does, so that won't factor in. A well-played heat, though, by Reha. A 13-point total. Keyshaw.
Oh. Didn't like the look of that wave, and I think he did well. Kind of looked like it wasn't going to be providing too much on the inside. He needs a 4.7. So hopefully he gets another chance in the last 2 minutes of this heat.
Been one of them heats where, like last heat, one surfer's run away with it. A couple of surfers have scrapped around. Someone's starting to stand up for a second spot here. But it's still wide open.
Conditions have changed so much since this morning.
Yeah, this is way harder.
Yeah, we went from a perfect glassy high tide to low tide onshore.
And with the limited waves rolling through, there's not much cleaning up action going on by the wave in front because a lot of the time there's not a wave behind. So I think everybody that's riding waves are getting that similar mush and bump to kind of contend with. Second priority is Made, so this is a better looking wave. Let's see what you like about this, G.
So you are right. It does look like a better wave, but so much whitewash on the face. You can really see him trying to stay in control of his surfboard. It's just chatting so much. He's doing a great job for now, but unfortunately this wave doesn't seem maybe as good as we thought.
And just that low tide. You could see how that thing just about threw him off a couple of times because the bottom of the wave was super sketchy. Bumps all over it. Once again, Mate. Whoa, hang on, Reha. Look what he's found. Stop it. Ouch. All right. Well, it'll be the last for now we see of Balon. Green and white are still challenging here. Both need roughly 5 points. Keyshaw, the Indian, he's got a wave. G, is this going to be enough to bother Made Balon? He's got one big hit coming up. He gets it and over the hangers for a horrible wipeout. Keyshaw will not advance. Neither will Shang Yang. But Made Balon kind of dodged a bullet. Here he is. This is still... No, this is green.
Okay, so nice first opening turn. Unfortunately, this wave just runs off from him. Comparing to what Reha has done in this heat, I don't think that will be the 4.9.
If Shang had got another one of those, that could have put the screws on Balon.
100%. But
We're
it is
0-4.
looking like Raiha and Made Balon going into the next round.
Yep, we're 0-4 numbers, but I don't think anything's going to bother the leaderboard. The end of Heat 8. We're about to swap divisions. 2 heats of ladies coming up next. Finishing with 4 quarterfinals of the men's. Scores filtering through. Look like they're not going to bother Keishaw's outcome. Made's still got a couple of low numbers to drop. Rayha was on his way to a big score. Once again, the power act of Rayha was good enough to overcome pretty much every lump and bump that came his way. Did a really good job. 13 points in these sort of conditions is a huge number.
Yep, it's definitely not easy out there.
No one's gone near 13 points in the last few heats, so well done, Rayha. A couple more scores to drop, but it's going to be, red first, blue second. Well done to those 2 surfers. I think that's where it stands. So what we'll do is we'll throw to a quick ad break. We'll be back, everybody, with the ladies round of 24. So stay with us. Don't go anywhere. See you shortly. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
To the Krui Pro Junior. This is day 1 of the event, and welcome back to Starling into the booth.
Yes, thank you, Giada. That looks like a pretty tough last heat, but Raiha, 13-point combo, that's pretty exciting one for him, and we've rolled on through to the women's first round.
Yep, super, super exciting. This is the first time the girls hit the water today, the women. We will be seeing in red Kia Hewer, in blue Lydia Kato, in white Arisa Ishi, and in the green Arcelia Tuta Prajawasita. Exciting stuff. I can tell you a little bit about the first 2 surfers. So Kia is part of the Mentawai crew. She grew up there with Dylan, Jaden, Ifran, and Alin. And Alif as well. Beautiful crew. They always travel together. It's epic to see. They're really tight. Ray always taking care of everyone and making sure everyone is safe and having a great time. I think they actually drove here from Mentawai or from
Really?
Padang. Yeah. So it's a solid drive. Yeah.
Wow, yeah. How long is that? I didn't even know that you could do that.
Yeah, it's definitely, I would say a couple, I don't know if days, but it's solid.
Wow.
Yeah, so huge congratulations to the team. But they have so much fun together, and they're a great, great family. So it's great to see them here again this year. Hopefully we'll be seeing them in Nias as well. Kia has been dropping some incredible clips from the Mentawai. They have had nonstop swell out there. It's been firing.
Wow.
And she's been charging. I'm stoked to see her get some huge bombs. So incredibly well done from Kia. And Lydia has represented Indonesia in the juniors and the opens for the ISAs. And with that, we're going to go quickly with Dai to a post-heat interview with Raiha Ono.
それでは、見事第1位通過を果たしましたこのライハ選手に来ていただいています。ヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
そうですね、まあ、朝よりこうボコボコしててバンピーな感じなんですけど、まあ、いいターン2発って決めてて、まあ、そんな多いターンいらないなと思ってたんで、まあ、しっかりその2発が入る波を狙ってました。
He sticks to the plan where he just needed 2 big turns and he sticks to the plan and he got the score, he got the result and he's very happy with that. ここの来る前にまたインドネシアちょっとこうサーチしてたように見えたんですが、どうでしたか？
そうですね、まあ、ジャワのポイント行ってて、まあ、ニアスの練習やクルイの練習、ここのリーフがちょっと苦手なので、まあ、苦手なことをちょっと練習しに、こう、ジャワの方に練習しに行ってました。
He's been in Indonesia for quite a bit, and before this contest, he was traveling in Java with Pepen-san, and so he's just used to this big reef, good reef breaks, and he has a lot of confidence with it. では最後に、ヒート見てくれた皆さんにメッセージの方お願いします。
そうですね、今年最後のプロジュニアなんで、まあ、できるところまで頑張って自分の実力発揮して、まあ、今日もう一回あると思うんで、そのためにもう一回調整して頑張りたいと思うので、応援よろしくお願いします。
次もイケイケなサーフィン見せてください。おめでとうございます。次も頑張ってください。Thank you guys. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Dai, and thank you, Raiha. Raiha spends a lot of time over in Oz, training over there as well, in between events when he can. So it's always fun to go see him in the surf over on the Gold Coast. So exciting to see him take that last heat out. But you were just saying Lydia represented Indonesia in the ISAs.
Yes, so Lydia has represented Indonesia in the ISAs for both the juniors and the opens. She's definitely one of Indonesia's up-and-coming female surfers, so it's super exciting to see. And every year I see her surf this event, she just gets better and better. We did a trip together last year to HTs with the Channel Islands team, and she was charging. Like I was talking, it was like 12 foot out there, and
Wow.
she was just like going for bombs. All the girls were like, I've never seen anything like it. We were definitely a powerful little group of girls out there, so it was a great time. Lydia is Indonesian Japanese, so she speaks fluently 3 languages,
Wow.
Japanese, Indonesian, and English. So it's great to see her really blend into all the communities here in the Australasian. As we see our woman in white right now, Arisa Ishii, on a tough looking wave out there. You can really see the low tide affecting this wave. It just starts to create a bit of a backwash when it starts to when the reef starts to show here right at the bottom of your screen. So it's definitely not easy out there.
Yeah, it's challenging for sure, and it's, you know, it feels like a completely different day to what we saw this morning from those first few heats. It's changed a lot, but I feel like, you know, those challenges are things that these pro junior surfers are going to have to get used to, because it's not going to be perfect all the time, and it's those moments where you just make the most of what you've got for sure. And Arisa did that on her first wave, so I'm excited to see where that score locks in and if she can back it up. And it's Kia. Kia, great. She's holding first priority yet to take off on her first wave. And she's having a look at this one, but doesn't quite like the look of it. It kind of looks a little bit too fast. Maybe she was a little bit deep, but it kind of just runs off anyway. So definitely not a mistake letting that one go.
Yeah, it's like you said, these girls are going to have to get used to these types of conditions, especially if they want to compete full time. Here we have Kia now on her backhand. Kind of gets a little bit stuck as she does that cutback, but she makes it back to the whitewash. Hits it again. She's going to want to have to stay onto this one, but unfortunately the whitewash just knocks her off her feet. It's a pretty good start. It's not maybe ideal, but that's a score on the board and so much time left, so she's chilling.
Yeah, heaps of time. I feel like that moment, especially on those bigger waves in the whitewash, that's the danger zone for sure.
There we have Imari, Lydia's friend, and Kutu Agus on screen earlier. Both surfing around in Bali a lot.
Surfing with them hassling them a little
all
bit,
the
surely.
time. Hey, I'm a little bit older, so
Yeah, full rank, just go. Well, this last wave of Arissa locked in out of 4. She gets that beautiful first turn. She's just patient off the bottom, maybe nursing it a little bit. And you can see she just kicks out, and that first wave of Kia, a 2.67. So unfortunately coming unstuck on that second turn, but plenty of opportunity. And yeah, as I was saying, I feel like getting too close to that whitewash, especially when it's like this and a little bit more powerful, is where it can really catch you off guard. But this is live action right now. Arissa loads up for that first turn, straight up into it for a second one, catches a little bit of rail going into it, but does well to recover. And Arissa's just going to be patient through this end section. It goes a little bit fat. And out behind her, Lydia, she's trying to get around this, but doesn't look like she'll make it, unfortunately.
Yeah, the combination of onshore and low tide is definitely not ideal for Ujung Bochur. This is Kia now pulling the trigger, wants to back up that 267. Oh, unfortunately, just goes not over the handlebars, but behind his handlebars.
Yeah. She, unfortunately, that looks like it could have been a good wave as well, just leaning on the back foot a little bit too much. But plenty of time, 16 minutes to go. Lydia, first wave was a 0.5, has a score to lock in. Arissa True also has, Arissa Ishii also has a score to come through as well with just under 16 minutes to go. And yeah, the conditions, as fun as I'm sure it would be out there, it is also challenging navigating the texture, the bumps and lumps on the waves, and that backwash as well. You really need to time your turns.
100%. Going back to the conditions, I mean, when we were doing the QSs and Pro Juniors in Australia, this is some of the better conditions you can actually
100%.
get.
I remember surfing, like events in 1 foot on shore.
It's where you're out there, you're like, why am I here?
Yeah, literally, and it gets super fun. I've surfed really good waves there too, but to then come over to Indo and be, spoiled for choice pretty much out here. There's so many good waves that are coming through, and that you're going to get at least 4 or 5 opportunities
100%.
with those sets. So it's just, it's exciting. And this is that last one of Arissa.
So a couple replays coming through of what's been happening to live action. But yeah, that's the beauty of these Indonesian events that, 80% of the time, you're going to get pumping surf. And that's what we had for practically like most of the morning. So it was great to have a couple heats run in those glassy conditions.
And Lydia actually locked in just now, the best wave of the heat so far, a 4.93. So she's in second, chasing a 3.9 to go to first. And Kia looking for that 2.77 to get up into second place. But really, she's probably hoping to crack that 4 range so that she can really challenge both Arissa and Lydia in this heat.
Yeah, so most of the women in the Pro Junior will be double dipping and joining the QS later on this week. So this is a great start for them to kind of get those first heat nerves off, warm up, get some time in by yourself, because the free surf has been so crowded. The entire QS is out there almost every morning, every lunchtime, and every afternoon.
Yeah, it's been busy. Even this morning's free surf, I was watching it going, oh my goodness, that is, I don't ever remember it being so packed. And it's exciting to see so many amazing surfers come here and, want to compete in this QS 6000. It's an important event, especially for Challenger Series qualification. So yeah, it's great to see the depth of talent that we have here in both the Australia and the Asian region, because this event is co-sanctioned. So it's exciting to see everyone kind of challenge each other and push each other in heats and in the free surfs too.
100%. And I feel like it's those free surf moments where everyone's kind of eyeing each other off, seeing how much they've improved throughout the year. You're like, oh, he did this better and that. So it's a good little fuel to the fire every morning and afternoon, watching your who you're going to be competing against. So it's interesting to see. And it's
Yeah.
also cool to see who manages to bring their free surfing into the heats.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. I feel like a few people, especially who've been coming here for a few years now, probably have an idea of the lineup. They know where to sit. They know kind of what's going on. So they're pretty dialed in. And then there's people who come here and they just have that instant connection, and it's just like the waves just come to them, and it's special to watch. But I feel like, I don't know about you, but I feel like I'm sure a lot of the competitors in the heat draw's already out for the QS. We know we're literally quite far into the Pro Junior right now, and I feel like maybe they've been watching who's in their heat out in the surf, just being like, oh, that's such and such out there. They're in my heat. What are they doing and how are they attacking this wave?
100%. You're totally right. Some people like approach the competition surfing so differently. I know people who surf 500 times a day before the contest starts, and then I know others who will surf maybe once or twice. They're like, maybe I'll surf this morning. So everyone is different, and everyone has their own approach to it, and everyone locks in differently. So it's the beauty of contest surfing.
Yeah, it is. It's exciting. And Kia, she's looking for a 277. Oh, unfortunately, her fins just skip out on that wave. So she'll have to regroup for the next 10 minutes. Still enough time to catch another one for Kia. We'll see if she can scratch onto this one. Arissa having a good look, and she gets onto it. Wow. And loads up for that first turn. Maybe just a little bit late to that section, but driving through another one. That's a better connection for the Japanese surfer, as she patiently waits for this one, gets around that section. It kind of gets a little bit flat, but she's going to stay with it and then kicks out. That's a finish there for Arissa Ishii, the current heat leader. She's looking to get rid of that 4, so we'll see what happens.
Ooh, you think she did it? Do you think she got rid of the 4?
Potential. We'll see. I don't know. It was a smaller wave, and that is Kia looking to connect a few more sections on this wave. And she really needs to complete this one, but unfortunately just coming unstuck. She's chasing that 2.77, but Lydia's backup is a 0.5. So if pretty much as soon as Lydia stands up, she's going to increase that score.
100%. She just has to get herself to her feet. Take a look at this one. Not convinced. Probably a good call. Had a lot of whitewash. You don't want those last waves of the heats because there's going to be so much whitewash from the previous waves, just like kind of fumbling on the face of that wave, and it makes it so much harder to control your board, especially if it's already onshore and with the backwash. So it's not easy.
Yeah, there's definitely challenges out there to navigate. But with 8.5 minutes to go, we've got scores for Arissa and Kia to lock in. We'll see if Kia can crack that 4 range. Looks like scores are coming in for that last wave of Arissa. It's a 4.73, so she extends her lead. The judges liked that commitment. And scores still to come through for Kia. She's challenging for second place. Lydia holds that first priority. And she's looking to better a 0.5, which is a pretty easy task ahead of her. We'll see what she can do in the next 8 minutes of this heat. Ocean's just gone a little bit slow. And she's going to hold on to that first priority. It looks like last of Kia locks in at a 4.6. So she goes up into second place. Has a 2.67 as her backup. Lydia now chasing a 2.34 to go back into second place. She holds first priority with 7 minutes to go and has a little look at that one. Maybe a little bit of frustration there.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of that slap in the water. She was showing a little bit of frustration. This is a replay of our woman in white, Arissa Ishii. She is the current heat leader of this Heat 1 round of 24 for the Pro Junior Women's. Beautiful surfing on her backhand. We see her have really good control of her board there. So while we wait for some action to go down, wait, let's see if Lydia's taking a look at this one. I don't think so. So I want to give a massive, massive thank you to all the sponsors for this event. It wouldn't be possible without them to be here. Let me quickly put a pause on that as we see Lydia looking at this one on her backhand. She wants to get rid of a 0.5, takes it up, unfortunately gets knocked off. I mean, she's going to improve the 0.5, but it's not going to be the 234 she's looking for.
Sometimes I feel like they're the hardest scores to get, especially those small ones, because they're so achievable, but then the nerves come in because you're like, I can't fall.
Yeah.
And that was Arissa just coming unstuck. But a few thank yous.
Yeah, so a couple thank yous to Kemenpora, the Indonesian Sports and Youth Minister. Thank you so much to the WSL and the PSOE. Thank you to the province of Lampung and the region of Pesisir Barat. And of course, thank you to the ASC for organizing this, making sure we're here, we're well fed, we're well taken care of, and everyone gets a chance at winning this QS and Pro Junior.
Yeah, super exciting. And yeah, it's great to be back here for another year at the Krui Pro. That was just that drone angle of that last wave of Kia, which was a 4.6. It took her up into second. You can see she's got a little bit of excitement there behind that paddle back out. Lydia looking for that 2.34 right now with 5 minutes to go. Let's see if she gets the opportunity, Lydia, to challenge for second place. That last wave was a 0.9. Unfortunately, she came unstuck pretty quickly. And 5 minutes to go, 2.34. She'll get the priority over Kia, which is a good start.
Yeah, so it's been a little bit of a slower heat, this one. Most of the girls sitting on a 4, but the only one really able to back it up was Arisa Ishii on this one. So, conditions really changing. It's onshore, it's low tide, and it's not easy out there. But anyhow, I would take these conditions any day for a contest.
Definitely, yeah, it's super fun. Even though there's a few lumps and bumps, there's plenty of opportunity, and it's just making the most of them. I feel like there's heats where it's maybe a little slow for sets, and then there's heats where the sets kind of start to be a bit more consistent. Just finding that good rotation. And we've got a good heat, I think, coming up next. It's going to be heat 4 of the women's. Rita Suzuki is going to be in the red. Aura Zeflin in the blue, and in the green we have Hikari Yoshida as well. So it's going to be an exciting one.
So Aura Zeflin is also known as Allen. She usually goes as Allen.
Allen.
And she's also part of the Kandui men's Y crew.
Amazing. So she tackled that big drive as well.
Super, super sweet girl. Always happy. Always has a huge smile on her face. Incredible surfer. And definitely one of the up-and-coming women here in Indonesia that are going to be, remember her name. She's going to be a big name soon. She's already taking to the air.
Wow.
She pulls in. So it's going to be great to see her out here.
Yeah, it's exciting to see the, next generation of Indonesian surfers. And now we're seeing that with the Japanese crew as well. And also there's a few younger Australians that are coming through in this event too, which I'm going, wow, I feel like I just commentated your Grom comps like 2 years ago, and now you're here. It's exciting, but it's also like, wow, it's growing up so quickly, and it's cool to see them progress in their surfing. And someone that's doing that, Lydia, she's chasing a 2.34, nurses that first turn, a little bit of lump and bump on this wave, gets that second connection in. She's on her way to getting that 2.34. She needs to complete this turn, but comes unstuck. Unfortunately, that would have been a really good number for Lydia. She already has that 4.93. Kia on the answer back right now.
This is Kia also on her backhand. Kind of does a bit of a check turn here. This wave is going to stand up for her. Will she be able to finish it? And she does. She holds through. Wants to get rid of a 2.67. I'm not sure what she did out the back. So we're going to be seeing some scores come through. It's going to be interesting and maybe a shift in the scoreline, maybe not. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Scores to drop with 90 seconds to go in this heat. And Kia, she's looking to get rid of a 2.67. She needs a 4.96 to go to first. So we'll see if it challenges for that. I really liked that last turn. It was fast. It was whippy. It threw a bit of spray. I feel like the judges are going to like it as well. And then after this next heat for the women, we are going to finish the day off with the men's quarterfinals.
Yep. So we just punched through today. We will be finishing the men's junior quarterfinals. Some big names. So after that, most of the surfers in the men's heat draw have surfed. At least all, actually. Never mind. There are some names I've seen here before in the past, and some big heats coming up. So it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, definitely don't go anywhere. We have a huge afternoon of surfing and huge score just locked in for Kia. A 6.5 goes straight to first place. Lydia is now chasing a 4.63. Her last score was a 2.57. So it was not enough, unfortunately, to move up into second place with 20 seconds to go. Arisa Ishii holds first priority, and she's looking to defend second place. We'll see if Lydia gets another opportunity with 10 seconds to go. It's going to be really close here. You can see Arisa paddling right near where Lydia is right now, but doesn't look like anyone will get an opportunity. And the heat is over. So Kia taking out that heat, that 6.5 is looking healthy in her scoreline.
That is right. And with that, we're going to head to a quick break before we start off the second heat for the women's round of 24.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
True Styling joined in the booth with Di Wacko. And Di, we have an exciting heat. We just saw Rita up and riding. She's taking on Aura Zeflin or Allen. And Hikari Yoshida will be in the green. So a super exciting heat. And unfortunately just getting caught behind there, Di. Some fun waves coming through.
Still
Yeah.
a lot of fun waves
Still.
coming through. Even though we have little texture from onshore, still there's plenty of the waves coming through. And we're gonna see men's round of quarterfinals, right after this.
Yeah, men's quarters to finish off the day. That first quarterfinal looks really stacked as well. It's going to be Westernhurst taking on Aoi Oguri, Liu Ming Jang, and then Chikal is going to be out there as well from Indonesia. So it's going to be a super exciting first quarterfinal for the men's pro junior. And that's going to finish off the day, that round. So it's going to be good way to finish the day. And then I'm sure it's going to be packed with free surfers out there straight after that. And Alan from the Mentawais looking solid on her forehand. A lot of the crew, Giada was just telling me, actually drove here from the Mentawais, which is like a couple of days. Yeah, I didn't know that was possible.
Didn't know that too.
Yeah.
Neither. Maybe take a boat to the island and then
couple of days driving.
Yeah.
Wow, crazy. Yeah,
that's crazy journey to get here.
Yeah, well, that first wave of Rita Suzuki, a 4.33. First of Hikari, a 1.5. And Alin or Aura Zeflin, she's got her first score to lock in. It was a good-looking wave. We saw Kia just take out that last heat. Arisa come in second. Lydia Kato in third. Unfortunately bowing out, but most, if not all, of these women are going to be double dipping in the QS.
Right, definitely. So pretty much it's a good warm up for QS 6000 coming up for the next couple of days. And if I were the competitor, I definitely wanted to surf in the juniors before the QS starts.
100%. Yeah, it's so, this wave is so fun. So to be able to have more time out there in Arashi
Right.
with 2 or 3 other people out is pretty luxury. That first wave of Allen locked in at a 3.6. So she jumps up into second place with just on 21 minutes to go. And priority is with Hikari Yoshida. And while there is a break in the action, we're going to throw over to Giada Legati. She is with the winner of the last heat.
Guys, I'm here with Kia, the winner of the last heat. How are you feeling? Nerves, surfing wise, everything?
Yeah, I definitely had a couple nerves out there because I came out from, I had to walk out on the reef from around, and I was like, I didn't know what time it was. I didn't know when the heat was going to start, so I was like, oh, I'm scared I'm going to miss the heat. I saw people paddling, I was like, oh, let's not miss the heat, let's not miss the heat. And as soon as I got out, I asked Lydia, I was like, did it start yet? And she's like, not yet. I was like, oh, okay. And yeah, I was just like trying to find my position, and it was it's really tough out there. It's really choppy and it's just kind of blown out. So I just try to line up off my lineup point, and yeah, got a couple in the end, thankfully. Kind of had a iffy start, but yeah, I got a couple in the end. It was great, yeah.
That's the important part, is that you got your scores. Tell us a little bit about your team and your crew and who you're here with.
Yeah, I'm here with all the Kandui Groms, and I'm just so glad they're there to support me and my mom and my friends and my caddy, Efren Saipu. He's the best caddy in the world, and he was really like pushing me out there, giving me hope. He was like, come on, man, paddle, paddle, paddle. So yeah, I'm so happy I'm here with all the Kandui Groms, and we always travel together and always together all the time. I've known them my whole life, so it's like family.
So I was talking earlier that you've been dropping some crazy clips from the men's wave. You've been charging. Tell us everything about that and how you get ready for these different types of conditions.
Yeah, well, living in the men's wave, it's definitely a bit different because, I don't know, I usually don't go out when it's choppy and like on shore, but yeah, I've been practicing a lot more with like Dylan and all that because we practice for comps when it's on shore. Like we need to go out and practice. But yeah, it's been pumping at home recently, and I was just there about a month ago, and I was getting a lot of clips. It was really fun. Yeah.
All right. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family at home?
Hi, Dad, and hi to everyone watching at Kandui. Thanks for watching and supporting me all the time. I love you guys.
All right, Epic. I'm going to take it back to you guys in the booth.
Giada. And what a super energetic Kia there. I mean, congratulations on that heat win. A few waves have been ridden, though, during that interview. Rita just locked in a 4.4. Hikari locked in at 2.83 and a 1.5. And Alin just at 3.6. She's chasing a 0.73 to go up to second place. And Di, it's exciting to finish the day off with the men's quarterfinals. Hopefully we'll see an afternoon glass off in the waves.
Right, I hope so too. I'd like to watch when it's really glassy, but this is a replay of the second wave of Rita. It was a one big turn only, but still managed to get 4.33 for that one.
Yeah, the judges rewarding just that one turn, that quality over quantity. And yeah, it was super committed. It was right in the lip. So yeah, Rita, it's
Right.
awesome to see her just committing to that in the Pro Juniors. She was having a little look there with 17 minutes to go.
It looks like she's sitting in a really wide position right now. Compared to other surfers, maybe, but she's looking at this one, but nah.
Yeah, the women just a little bit too far in for this one. If this is that last one of Hikari, it was a 2.83 for that one turner.
Well, no takers on this one, and a few sets coming through to the lineup. Yeah, I wonder where about they're sitting actually.
Yeah,
Looks
where
like
in the
they
lineup?
where in the lineup they are sitting right now.
Yeah, they look like they're a little bit,
Mm,
as you mentioned, wide, a bit further down the point.
Probably the tie is going out, so a little bit sitting in a wider position is better idea, but Brita is no one's on it.
Yeah, finding that, the change with the tide, the changing conditions is definitely something that you got to adapt to it, it's not going to be the same forever. So we'll see where these women are. It looks like Rita has that first priority over Alan, so she gets the pick of the lineup with 15 and a half minutes to go. A little bit of a slow heat here, Di.
Right. I was interviewing with Yuma Nagasawa, who
Yes.
got through maybe round one just then, and he said every time he surfs here, it's different. So it's kind of hard to pick right ones out there. So probably this place has a lot of faces.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, definitely. I guess when it's like that, it's probably more just relying on instincts,
Right.
as well,
Definitely.
and what's coming through and trusting your gut in what
Yeah.
wave is going to be a good one, because you can't really, especially when it changes so much,
Right.
and it's like you just got to go with it and just be like, this feels like it's going to be a good
Yeah.
one, so I'm going to go.
Especially it's good. It's good out there. You don't want to wait for the good ones because everything is good out there. So you don't really want to miss out all the opportunities.
Yeah.
But it's easy to get lost in a good condition, actually.
Yeah, it is. And it's easy to get too overexcited as well. I feel
That's
like
true.
we've seen a fair few surfers get way too overexcited and like do too many turns on the waves.
Right.
And then you see the surfers who can convert and get those good scores, like we saw from Rita. That one turner was a 4.4. It's the best wave of the heat.
Right.
And that the judges were rewarding that, and that's just from one turn.
Yeah, that's true. Raiha, who got through in the heat 8, run of 32, he said his plan was to just do big 2 turns only. Even though it's really good out there that you can put couple, 4 or 5 turns in, you only need is couple of turns.
Yeah.
Big couple of turns. And this is 鈴木リタ選手。さあ、4.33、4.40をマークして、この波にテイクオフしていきます。面がガタついていて難しいセクションをしっかりと攻略して前に出てきて2ターンを終えたところ、ここからもう一度ターンをしていきます。そしてここで波がなくなってしまうのでキックアウト。That was a different approach from Rita Suzuki. It's a good wave choice. Managed to put a couple turns in. So I wonder where the wave's gonna be. It's gonna be, better. Her backup score 4.33, or it's gonna be close though.
Yeah, it's going to be close. We'll see where that one locks in. It was a little bit fatter, I guess. She didn't she got some good turns in, but not really that steep connection we saw on that previous to last wave of Rita's. So scores to lock in, it's a 4.4. So it's exactly the same as that last one.
Right. Slightly better the backup score though.
Yeah.
4.40.
It's interesting to note, that for one of the 4.4s, I think, was rewarded for one turn.
Right.
And then she did 3 turns and got the same score, and it's just highlights the fact
Right.
that the judges are quality over quantity.
So clear that you need just one big turn to get decent scores.
Yeah, definitely. And it's yeah, it's good to kind of take that in, and I'm sure the women out there would be noticing that and being like,
Right.
okay, I don't need to do so many turns on the wave. All I have to do is just drive off the bottom and hit the
Right.
lip, you know?
Just one turn will be enough
Yeah,
to get through this heat.
Exactly. Well, 12 minutes to go, and it's Rita out there with a pair of 4.4s in the lead. Hikari Yoshida in second with a 2.83 and a 1.5. She's chasing a 5.97 to go to first, and it is Alan Zeflin from the Mentawais. She's holding first priority, has a 3.6. She's looking for a very small score, a 0.73 to move up into second place. Right now, she's in the driving seat and holding first priority. She gets a pick of the lineup. So,
She's been patient for quite a long time, but it's a good idea to just making sure the next wave is going to be good because she needs 0.73. That's like when you takes off the wave, then you kind of get it.
Yeah.
But you don't really want the 0.73, right? So you
Yeah.
kind of want to get decent scores to back it up. So it's a smart move from Zeflin.
Yeah, definitely. She's just waiting for that good wave. Let's take a look at this replay of that 4.4 die. It was a good looking wave.
Right. But just like you mentioned, didn't have really steeper section, but still she navigated the wave really well and got a 4.40.
Yeah, it was just smart
Right.
surfing on that wave from Rita. She was able to get a couple of nice turns in there and better that back up. Like I think so far she's had a really smart heat wave wise. So with 10.5 minutes to go, let's see if she can break that 5 range really. And right now the pressure's off. All she needs to do is just find one of those waves that she's able to open up on, I guess.
Now she has one big turn wave and a couple turns, 3 turns wave, and now she knows that what kind of wave and maneuver that she gets good scores. So probably she will be really patient after this.
Yeah, she has the opportunity, and it looks like we've just seen priority be swapped. So Hikari Yoshida gains first priority. Alan Zeflin now down into second priority. So little bit of a mistake there, but there's still 9.5 minutes to go. So plenty of time remaining. And maybe a few lines coming through. Let's see if we get any takers on this one. A couple of good sets. Hopefully rolling through the lineup. And here we go. It is Alan up and riding. She's chasing a small score to get up into second place, but coming unstuck. Unfortunately, just standing a little bit too tall.
That was a good-looking wave, though. That really unfortunate for Zeflin. It would have been the best wave in this heat, but fortunately, came unstuck.
Wow, that was really unfortunate. She gets a 0.9, so she actually goes up into second place. She only needed a very small score. Hikari Yoshida now chasing a 1.68. She's down in third place, I should say, but holding first priority. Doesn't like the look of that one, which I think is a good decision there.
Right. It was a little bit too foamy. It's hard to surf on it, so it was a good move for her to just not take it off.
Yeah, finding those good waves that have a little bit more of a green face, so that whitewash can also make it really hard to surf on. As you'd know, Di, like a couple of lumps and bumps, and then you add the whitewash in there and the churning and everything like that. It's just makes it that little bit trickier. So with 8 minutes to go, Hikari Yoshida chasing that 1.68. Alan looking for a 5.2 to go to first, and it's Rita Suzuki who's well out in front right now.
You can tell from this drone angle that all the water is going out now. It's a very low tide at the moment, and a little bit of texture on the wave, a little bit of onshore, but still we have a lot of waves, good waves coming through.
Yeah, we definitely do. There's still plenty of opportunity. you can see as well, like, you know, the lines that are rolling through. Even this morning, there were so many good
Right.
waves. So like there were so many barrels. Saw some great free surfing as well. It was awesome.
Right.
All right, well, just on 7 minutes to go. And it is Rita Suzuki once again out in front. Not much has changed in that situation. And Hikari, she's going to use her priority on this wave, but
Ooh, that
wow.
was really unfortunate. Something happened when she was trying to take off, but she went down and loses her first priority over to Rita Suzuki. Still chasing 1.68, which is a very small score.
Super small score for Hikari. Wow. That was, yeah, 0.3 just locks in. And that was super, yeah, as you said, really unfortunate. It had the opportunity to offer her that score.
Right.
So 6 minutes to go. She still has time. And it looks like Alan maybe isn't out there just yet. So Hikari will regain that that second priority, I believe, over Alan, which is a good leg up.
Right now, Rita is looking at this way, but no takers on this one. Just over 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this heat. Rita is looking at this wave and up and riding 鈴木選手がこの波にテイクオフしていったようですね。I'm pretty sure she was on the wave before.
Yeah, she was definitely on the wave. She's just going too fast.
Right.
Couldn't keep up with her. So coming down to 5 minutes. I'm sure we'll get another look at that one of Rita Suzuki's. No takers on this one. So Hikari does get that first priority. Alin in second priority. She's looking to maybe try and sell Hikari, but
That was, I think that was a big mistake for Hikari Yoshida. Now first priority goes over to blue.
Yeah,
Well,
Alin. Wow.
Should I say that was a great move from Aura?
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely. She just sold her. She sold
Right.
Hikari really, really well onto that wave. And it was just unfortunate that Hikari couldn't quite scratch on. So, yeah, now Aura or Alin is, she's in a really good position. With 4 minutes to go, she holds first priority.
If you were Aura, would you block the green, or would you go for the wave to get a backup score?
It's a really I
3
forgot
minutes
that
and
she's
30
only got a
seconds.
0.9. If I was Alin, I would probably sit on the other side of
Right.
Hikari.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's a really hard one. I feel like with 3.5 minutes, if you catch a wave, you can't, and there's a second one behind, like you can't really do anything about that because Hikari will get that first priority. But I'd probably focus on getting rid of that 0.9. I think right now it's a battle of the backups between Alin and Hikari, which is, it's hard because a 0.9 is such a small score. There's lines coming through. So Alin really needs to just get a bit of surfing done on her next wave.
This is going to be a very important set for both of blue and green. So blue is not going to get this one. Kari had a paddle, which means probably second priority goes to red. But there's still plenty of the waves coming into the lineup.
Yep, still time with 2.5 minutes to go. Will Allen get an opportunity to get rid of that 0.9? It is a very small backup. And looks like she doesn't like the look of this one.
Oh.
Rita had a paddle,
Mm.
didn't quite scratch on with 2 minutes to go. Mate, the women are just, they're kind of caught out of position right now, it looks
Right.
like.
But this one, alright, up and riding. Good looking wave with a green face. Nice first turn, straight into the second. Really like the first and second. Now, better cars on the third turn. A couple turns in. And is she going to get the finish? So she's looking for a wave to beat a 0.90. To me, she's done that, and she's milking it to inside.
Yeah, she's definitely increased her scoreline with that one. By how much, we're not too sure. I mean, she needs a 5.2 to go to first.
Right.
The question now is that the best wave of the heat? Who knows? Rita looks like she's gained first priority. Hikari needs a score. She's trying to scratch into this one. It kind of sucks up quite a lot in front of her, so she doesn't take off on that wave with 50 seconds to go. Rita had a little sniff, doesn't like the look. Scores to come through for that last wave of Allen. It's starting to lock in. It's a 5.17. She goes to second place. So Hikari Yoshida, with 30 seconds to go, is looking for a 5.94 to move up into an advancing position.
Wow, that's a well served from Aura. 5.17 is highest score in this heat so far. Remains in the second place. Just over 10 seconds.
Wow. Rita Suzuki with a pair of 4.4s holds a lead. 5.17 for that last wave of Aura Zeflin. A really nice wave. Very well surfed. So very good composure there from the surfer from the Mentawais, but it is the Japanese surfer Rita Suzuki taking out that last heat. We're going to roll straight into the men's quarterfinals, a jam-packed heat to kick off that round. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this quick break.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
Pro, day one here, we have gone straight into the men's quarterfinals. This is a huge heat, and alongside me to call this one is Mark Clifton. Mark, wow, look at the names in this one. It's going to be exciting.
I know, right? Let's have a look at him. Westernhurst, for me, just one of the best waves of the day. Just brutal in his attack. First thing this morning in Heat 1. He's in red. Aoi Oguri is the surfer in blue. Had a good heat to get into this position as well. Don't think I called Liu's heat, so I can't comment on that. Chikal, though, this is his third heat of the day. The little fella local is on a tear.
Wow, 3 heats in one day. That's huge. This is Liu Ming Jiang. He had a great heat this morning. Actually, taking that one out. The conditions have definitely changed a lot throughout the day, but there's still some fun ones. Loads up for his third turn. Gets a nice connection there. This is where he's going to tag it once again. Ditches the fins. Gets a bit of a little tail slide in there. So the natural footer Liu Ming Jiang is looking solid. He's opened up his account on this heat really strong, and you have to do that when we're in quarterfinals.
Look, I reckon that was pretty well done. I mean, there was a really good connection with that. About 3 moves before he finished. he was feeling it at the end. Tried for a little crazy little chop hop. So he was in the groove. Won't be a huge number, but did nothing wrong. Just surfed the wave, finished it, bang, well done.
Yeah, smart way to start off the quarterfinal. Apply that pressure maybe a little bit earlier with 22 and a half minutes to go. But yeah, these surfers needing to bring their A game in this quarterfinal because it's going to be a stacked one. Aoi Oguri from Japan is a really good surfer. He's smooth. He is strong on rail as well. And then Chikal, he's surfed 3 heats today. He's one of the local groms here. I'm sure he's got energy for days. And he's just going with the momentum.
And he is, and he surfed a great heat to be here. And the score is in. It's a mini wave, a mini score, 417. Probably got 2 of those points out of that third last blast. Was pretty good. But speaking of blast, this fella just blasted his way all over the first heat of the men's here this morning. Really showed his experience and just what he can do with his power game. He's the biggest person in the draw, I reckon, as a junior. He's super strong. He's won a lot of stuff in recent times, so his belief with the Rashi on is unwavering, and so it should be because he's dynamic. And after his heat this morning to set off the men's round of 32, everyone just went, whoa, how's what Western just did?
Yeah.
Really strong.
Yeah, he's really setting the tone for the pro juniors, and I'm sure a fair few of the QS surfers are keeping their eyes on his heat as well. I have no doubt he's double dipping in the draws. So scores to lock in for first of Westernhurst.
And what we've got to remember is he's 16. All
Yeah.
right, so he's got another 4 years in this division.
Wow.
When he gets to the Opens, it's kind of a free hit because he's not really going there yet anyway. It's not probably really on his radar for this year, but you get Westernhurst in a men's round, and I'd be very nervous.
For sure. And this is that front-on angle of that replay for his first wave. It locked in at a 517. And once again, ditches the fins on that turn. Just so much poise and control. So, yeah, he's looking really strong and some bigger sets rolling through in this quarterfinal. Will there be any takers? Looks like everyone's a little bit caught out of position.
So let's have a look at those numbers in contrast, right? He did about half the amount of surfing as the surfer in white. He got a 1 point extra bonus. So a 517 versus a 417. So judges just sending that message. It's always been about quality over quantity. We saw that earlier with, he goes Western again. Watch this. Oh, speaking of quality, look at this first section. Rah. Uh-oh.
Wow. Really good control.
Someone's got the right wax on their boards.
Yeah, wow. He liked it as well. You could see him just feeling the energy, the passion for Westernhurst. So
it was such a short wave
Yeah.
that he just got the 2-for-1 bonus, 2 big hits on a giant wave, through major risk at that last move. I think the judges haven't seen anything like that for a little while, and they'll probably go, whoa.
yeah, it'll definitely excite them.
I think so.
A good way to kick off the quarterfinals too.
Got us in the groove. And I remember last year, Western had a big campaign with his good buddy Bronson, both in the final around there on Krui left on finals day. I remember directly that Western pulled into a tube on a wave that he needed a score to get up into the lead and challenge for the win, and he got so close to coming out of a tube, that he didn't make, that he probably would have won that junior event had he just squeaked the extra 5% out of that wave that he needed. The job was almost done, and he fell at the end, and it turns into a 1. It could have been a 9. Basically.
Wow.
Yeah, it was so good.
Well, he's got the job done so far in this heat, an 8.33 on that last wave for Western. And right now, Chikal, the local Grom, in his third heat today, loads up for a nice second carve there and drives off the bottom to get a third turn in. He's trying to get that completion, just doesn't quite ride out for Chikal and Liu Ming Jiang. He's got a good-looking wall ahead of him as well.
Yep, good work. Still bowling out here, so he's helping himself. He needs to really tag this, and he does, right on cue. Needs to just ride out, but that's the bit he couldn't complete, so he won't get much credit for that end move. Did some pretty decent stuff leading up to that point, and Aoi out the back in blue, waveless at this stage. But back to Western's 2 waves, if you don't mind. 8.33, a short ride, big ride, dynamic stuff. He's already kind of matched the work and the scoreline of his first heat in the first 7 minutes. He got an 8.33 and a high 5 in his first heat. He's almost done that in 8 minutes. So pressure's off.
Yeah, the pressure is off, and he can just wait for a big set, I guess now, or a really good looking wave and make the most of it.
He can really go nuts. He doesn't even need another completion at this stage. He could just keep throwing mud at the wall and see something sticks. Boom.
Wow, that was a nice turn. That was from his 517, so it was a smaller wave, but still really solid surfing. Ditches the fins once again.
How was the reef draining out right there? If he had fallen then, he was dry docked. That was bottoming out pretty hard. Anyway, young Grom on the move. Trust me, he's been so good for a long time. I sort of grew up watching him progress as a junior through Lakey. He spent most of his from 0 to about 12 in Lakey before he moved to Bali. And really impressed. Gutsy, everything. Watched him improve year after year, and you went, he's got something.
Yeah.
He started doing it with the Rashi on and went, he's definitely got something. And he's still only 16. So, yeah, seriously, watch this space. He's in Bronson's little gang, him and Varun and Bronson. So they're kind of dragging each other up, and he's in that slipstream of seeing how to win and knowing how to win. He won a lot of events last year.
Yeah, and it's cool. I'm sure that Bronson taking out the WSL World Juniors over in La Union and the Philippines would have really ignited a spark among a lot of the Indonesian surfers to, it's just inspiring them to be like, hey, we can do that. I've surfed in heats against Bronson and I've beaten him, so there's no reason why I can't be a World Junior
free surfs
champion.
with him every day. So he knows he's not far off the mark. He's right there. And all right, so what I think we are going to do is cross over with Dai Wacko, who's got the winner of the last heat, who is Rita. Go for it, Dai.
見事第1位通過で次のラウンドに進出しました鈴木リタ選手お越しいただいています。ヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
朝入った時より面がすごいガタついてきて難しかったんですけど、やっぱりすごいいい波なので楽しくできました。
It was kind of difficult to surf because it's got a lot of bumps on the face, but still had a great surfing and had a fun surf out there. 今回はどんなプランでヒートに臨んでいましたか？
まずしっかり最初2本インサイドでもいいので決めて、それから5点6点っていう点数を出していこうっていう作戦だったんですけど、4点止まりになってしまったので次はそこ改善していきたいです。
そのプラン通りの波には乗れていたように見えたんですが、いかがですか？
そうですね、波は乗れたんですけど、やっぱりすごいバンプがすごかったので、そこでちょっとスタックしてしまって思うようなライディングができなかったです。
Her original plan was to get 2 scores inside with the inside ones, maybe 5 or 6, but he only got 4 points and 4.4 and 4.4. That wasn't a plan, but still she's happy with the result. じゃあ最後にライブを見てくれている方々に一言メッセージの方お願いします。
いつも応援ありがとうございます。遠い日本から、時差も2時間ある中で応援ありがとうございます。次もしっかり勝てるように頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Thanks and back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Dai. So there we go. So something's gone on with Aoi. At this stage, it looks like he has suspended priority. You can see the cross in his column. So he's waveless. He should have first priority, but maybe he's just drifted off the spot that the judges want him to go back to some sort of point of takeoff. Anyway, here's big fella stomping around again. Boom. Just negotiating these lumps and bumps like they're nothing. A little chop hop over. If he can't go through them, I'll just fly over him, he says. Oh, spins the wheels. So the shackles are off. You can see that. He's just relaxed. He's just throwing everything at it. Here goes Aoi. He's back.
Aoi, nice backside attack for the Japanese surfer, driving through another turn, flying down the line, loads up here. That was a good looking section. And he's trying to get another nice critical turn in here, catches a little bit of rail and he kicks out. So Aoi, after about 12 minutes, opening up his account in this quarterfinal.
Yep, good call. He's on the scoreboard. He's back in contention. Nothing super huge, but a 4.17 and a 3.1 is all he's trying to track down to get into second. via the 7-2-7 total by Lu Ming Jiang. So back with Daiwako's in the hot seat, mate. You've been on double duties. Doing a lot of the Japanese interpretation today, but I'm sure the crew back home, when you go home, do crew go, thanks for doing that. It was unreal watching and getting a little bit of the local Bahasa.
Right. I get a lot of message.
People enjoying that?
People really enjoying that. So
cool.
I'm happy to be here for them.
Yeah, because it's a big part of the Asian
Right.
region. There's a lot of Japanese surfers that come here and they're very, very good. So Lu Ming Jiang is tacking away in the pocket on this wave. He's already got a 4 and a 3. For sure, he's already on his way to a much better number. Some pretty solid work. And
wow,
yeah, his wave still keeps bending at him. How's the angle that wave came at? It didn't break away from him and die out in the channel. It sort of hugged the reef and sort of just kept bending at him, and he helped himself to probably 6 or 7 pretty good turns.
It was a great wave choice from the surfer White.
Yep.
Wave just kept open up for him.
Yep. So for sure he will extend his hold on second. I don't think it'll be in the realms of what Weston's been doing. But while you're away, let's just have a look at the scoreline. See that 8-3-3.
I seen it at the beach.
Did you? Did you see it live?
I saw it live, and it was great surfing.
All right.
Yeah, big finish turn.
Big finish turn, wasn't it? A huge wave too. It was a pretty solid wave. So Westonhurst is not messing around. He's probably still disappointed with his third place finish, I think it was last year here. Could have been a first. But he didn't do much wrong in that junior event here last year. He's no doubt in the men's round as well. When we get to that tomorrow, we will get to the men's QS 6,000 starting tomorrow, because we'll come back in the morning. I'm not sure what time we'll start, maybe 7:30 or something. And then we'll have 10 heats to finish totally pro junior boys and girls. Done. See ya. We'll know champions tomorrow in those divisions. And then it's all about QS from that time on. So, I'm thinking that we'll at least roll out 8 men's heats tomorrow as well.
So we're going to see juniors and men's QS action tomorrow.
Yep. For the first time ever made, a 6,000 here on Indo soil. So it's history. Be a lot of serious contenders here wanting to get some runs on the board early, as this is the first event for this year's Asian region qualifying series points.
Yeah, first QS 6,000.
Yep. So if you get some good runs on the board here, you're well positioned. Here we go. Let's see this wave here. Still not sure of the score. The score is only just over 4 points, right? So the judges are sending the message that they want to see him just get a bit more brutal. But he had the right sort of wave.
Right. Here's a little bit of downtime, but from there, waves just kept, opening up for him and put a couple turns in.
And he goes Chikal. Third surf of the day. His last wave was a 2.67. A little better, just kind of tags it a bit, doesn't really sink his teeth in and get super brutal. That was better.
That was a strong finish.
Yeah. Here comes the wrecking ball. Westonhurst.
Nice connecting turn right there. Another nice cutback. Waiting for the section to open up for him. But here is better section to hit. And he kicks out quickly.
Yep.
Well surfed from, Surfer Red. But really like to...
He's done something to his foot as well. I saw him looking at that earlier. Just at the top of the screen when he was paddling back out. He was... Something's bothering him. He might have cut himself or something. Anyway, we'll get to that when one of us have a post-heat interview with him at this stage by the look of things. Going about it really well. You can see the difference of his surfing compared to White's wave, where White did about 7 turns for a 4-1. Right. Weston does less than that. He'll probably get a bigger number. So he's going pretty well. He picked a good wave too, Weston. So I imagine his old man's watching. Troy and the team out there at the big board factory in Bali. There's Weston again checking his foot. He's done some sort of damage.
Right.
He's not happy.
Maybe step it on the reef and have some cuts.
Is he even thinking about coming in?
Right.
What's he doing?
Well,
he looks to the beach. He's unhappy. He's not comfortable.
Looks like he's
got 3 good waves. All right. He's miles ahead. Something is not going well for
Right.
Western. He's got a solid lead with the score to come, so he's probably going to extend that. But you'd be a little bit concerned, day one of an 8-day event, and he's come in for a pit stop because some sort of medical issue with his foot. So Troy, I'm not sure what it is, team in Western's corner, but I think he's tapped out. It looked like he turned around and caught that bit of foam in. So he's got a lot of breathing space between, white, green and blue. So I don't think there's any fuss on him advancing, and he probably realises that and went, I'd rather go and get my foot checked out.
I hope it's not a big deal for him, but he's still in the lead. This is the last wave from Western. It's nice connecting turns. Racing down the line, comes around the section, hit the section really hard, straight into kicks out. But here is小栗選手、2本目のライディングになります。少し面がガタついていますが、ここはキックアウト。今日はこのクォーターファイナルメンズプロジュニアが終わると、本日のスケジュールすべて終了となります。
Okay, so Western scores in a 4.27 throwaway number. I imagine he's on the sidelines. Strong lead. The others to win. Oh, how's this? The surfer in white, who is second, needs a 9.33. So Western is pretty confident he's done the deed, and I agree. The next best number on the scoreboard is a 5.07 in Chikal's corner. So the locals lad in green is catching up rapidly. There's not much between him, about half a point between him and Lu Mingjiang. And Aoi might have just narrowed the gap as well. Let's see. Oh, no, he hasn't had away for a little while. He's only had a couple. He needs a 4.5, your boy.
Right. Definitely. He needs back out and, regains the first priority. Just under 60 minutes remaining. But just battling for the second place at the moment. I'm pretty sure Western is going to be sitting in the first place.
Oh yeah, look, he'll move through to the semis. He'll have the red rash vest in the first semi when we get to the juniors tomorrow morning. So it's got a fairly quick turnaround just this afternoon and tonight to regroup with whatever issues going on. I imagine tomorrow's format will start with the women's quarter due to the fact we'll be down to the men's semis, right? So I imagine it's women's quarters, boys semis, women's semis, final, and then men's QS. It's the way I'm reading the picture. Just looking ahead into tomorrow's format. We'll no doubt get a buzz as to what time we start tomorrow. Big takeoff now for White, who is already in second and a solid section.
Whoa. Really tucks into the first section and into the second. A little bit of a check turn, but now steeper sections, but unfortunately comes unstuck. So he needed a wave to better 4.10.
Yeah.
The question is, has he done that?
Not sure there was a lot of joy on that wave, but here is Blue.
小栗選手、3本目のライディング必要なスコア 4.50。しっかりと大きなターンを入れてくる必要があります。少し緩慢なセクションが続く波になっていますが、この後どうですかね。インサイドセクションが出てくると大きなターンを入れられると思いますが、ここはしっかりとインサイドまでつないできます。少しカメラが追いつけないか。
Well, long wave, surfs out of the screen. What did he need? Geez, a 4.5.
Well, he needed a big, strong finish after that, so we didn't
see what went on, so it might be borderline. Just down to 4 minutes. Our next heat's looking like an absolute ripper as well. Ricky Sato will take on Made Nessa, Iko Watanabe, and Philip Duke. Yep,
it's going to be a good
all those people.
Matchup.
All those people, high-powered heat. 2 young Indos, 2 Japanese surfers. Let's see where that one goes. That'll be starting shortly. They'll be sitting out in the water already, mate, no doubt out the back, just biding their time and going through rehearsing their game plan and filling themselves full of positive thoughts, no doubt. But your boy, this could be close. 4.5. They're definitely not giving away those numbers easily here today.
My judges are just taking good time to
be his best wave. I think it looked like it went a little flat after he sort of took off.
This is the last of White.
So, and his wave doesn't factor in. So the requirement still remains the same for Oguri, and he doesn't get it. No, what is it? It's way down.
2.87 for the last of blue. Still needing 4.50, just under 3 minutes remaining. And probably he's still paddling back out.
It was quite a long way, but it was a flat wave, right?
Mm.
So it doesn't matter the work you do. The boys still want to see it at some point, some top to bottom verticalness or thereabouts in a pocket. You know, lots of that little cut-backy stuff on flat waves is super basic surfing. And the judges send that message to the boys with these numbers. 2.87 for that last for blue, not enough. So this is the surfer in second. That's a nice big blast with a little bit of a tail drift. If you can finish it off here, pity he didn't really get another quality second move. He's found himself that little right shory, but that's not going to garnish many points.
Well, that was a great first, action, but he didn't finish the turn. I mean, he finished the wave strong.
No.
So I don't think it's going to go to his best two score.
So the door's still open for
Right.
Chikal in green, who's got priority, just under 2 minutes. Needs himself only a 3-2. And looking at what he's done today, he can get this. Here he goes. Chikal, that unmistaken goofy foot, tall stance that he's had all day. He needs something good out of this section. And he knows it. He kind of had the right intentions, but he just didn't get the execution right at all.
He went for it, but something happened and just comes unstuck, unfortunately. So just under 1 minute and a half seconds remaining.
I think the moment might have just got to him,
Right.
knowing he had the speed, had a section, need a number, I need to belt this. And he kind of went for it, but it didn't work.
Right. He pushes
Bummer.
too much, I think.
don't
He
know.
only needed 3.20.
3.2. He just needed a big
Right.
turn on that section. So congrats for driving hard and going straight at it. The fall, he might come back to lose some sleep over that tonight, because had he hit that well, the 3-2 was probably going to happen.
So true. He might have got the requirement, but just under a minute remaining. Looks like nobody's out there because no indicators for the priority situation.
Wow, it would have been so nice to have one of the local lads in the semis tomorrow.
Right.
And Chikal could have been that person. There's been no sighting of Weston since we've seen that little issue, so there's something up. He's on the sidelines. You might get to have the interview with him at the end of this, you or me. In fact, how about this? I haven't done one today. Do you mind if I go down and talk to
No
Weston?
worries, no
He's a
problem.
good friend.
Right.
He's a good friend. There's only 10 seconds to go. So Weston will win. I hope he's still there. I'd love to have a chat with him and get a post-heater with him. So, Dad, stick around, Troy. We'll go and find out what's up with your boy. But great heat again. Just the wrecking ball surfing of Westonhurst, stacking up really well. 8.33 and a 5.17. Congratulations. We'll be back shortly with quarterfinal number 2. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life.
I'm Dai Wako here in the booth with Jada.
Dai,
Hey.
I finally get to talk to you
Finally.
today. I feel like we've always missed each other.
Right. Now into quarterfinal number heat 2.
So we will be finishing today off
Right.
with the quarterfinals. So 3 more heats.
3
And
more
then,
heats.
Are you going to go out for a surf?
Definitely. Waiting for the time to serve out there.
Me
It's, you
too.
too. It's got a little onshore taste, but still a lot of fun waves coming through. So
Hopefully the onshore will keep some people out of the
Right,
water.
that's true.
I don't think so though. Everyone's got to be like frothing. Especially since the QS hasn't started yet, so everyone's going to be out there.
definitely it's gonna be really packed.
You're
after
going to block
this.
some people for me?
Oh, I can try. So here's the first wave from イコ渡辺選手1本目のライディングになります。さあ、大きなバーティカルリップ、大きなセットで決めてきます。ここはカーブターンでインサイドまでつなげていきますが、キックアウト。That's a well served from イコ渡辺。Great opener. So he scored 8 and 8 in the last round. So,
Yep, that is very true. Thank you for letting
Mm.
us know that he did just come off a win from a QS in Japan.
Yes.
So you can really see the confidence
Right.
this year. He's a name that we've seen come a
Right.
lot. He's here every year competing at both Korea and NIAS. He is looking in great form. So it's going to be exciting to see him not only in the Pro Junior, but also in the
Right.
QS.
But it's funny that when I was doing post-heating interview with him, and he said he doesn't really have confidence at this place. He's always struggling to get good results, but he's just hoping to get good result here. But doesn't look like he's nervous or anything like that.
Yeah, he looks like he's in good form. Did he tell you why he doesn't feel confident? Is it because of the beach break and the reef factor, or
It's just because he doesn't really get the good waves here.
he hasn't found his groove
Right.
yet? I mean, he should be feeling pretty good after his first
Right.
round.
Definitely.
That was really, really well done.
And first up wave of the quarterfinals, 5-3-3 for Iko Watanabe. So must be gaining some confidence.
100%. Here is a replay of Iko Watanabe's last wave. Nice first wrap to start things off. Straight upside down into the second one. Disappears behind the whitewash and reappears. That was a little bit of a fill-in turn just to, show the judges like, I'm here, I'm done, I finished. Here's another turn, and then pulls off.
And got a 5-3-3. That's a great way to start this quarterfinal.
So some of the other surfers that we have right now are Ricky Sato in red. We have in green Philip Duke, and in blue Madenesa. All right, what could you tell us about Ricky Sato?
He's from Chiba, and he's very smart competitor. Well, this is the first ride from Philip Duke. That's a great first turn. Straight into the second. Oh, is he going to get finished? He finishes strong. That's a great ride from Surfing Green.
That was really well done from Philip. All right. So with that, I think I'm going to let you have your break, or maybe not. We're going to keep you here. So I'm going to ask you again what so Ricky Sato, what can you tell me about Ricky Sato?
He's 21 years old, and it's very this is his actually last year in the junior division, and he's been surfing and competing since he was 8 or 6.
Oh,
so
wow.
Been competitor really long time.
All right, and with that, we're gonna invite Mark straight back in to the booth as we see our man Madenesa now on a good-looking wave. Unfortunately, doesn't get to ride out on it. Looks like his board was going one way and he was going the other.
Wow, Philip Duke, 750. What did he do?
So he did a 3-turn combo.
Is this it?
Here is a replay of it. Started off strong. This second turn was nice, but the money turn was this one right here.
Boom, crunch. I mean, he so surfs above his weight division. When you see him, he's a skinny little grom. It just gets around. He goes and finds a wave like that and extracts a 750 out of the judges, which is not been easy today.
That's exactly right. That's definitely one of the highest scores we've seen today, or at least this afternoon. And the first wave he catches in this quarterfinal. So he must be feeling pretty good right now. That's a good score. He just has to back it up to make sure he has that 1 foot into that next round.
Speaking of 1 foot, I went looking for Westernhurst, right, to maybe do a post heat with him if you wanted to. So for his dad and people in Western's camp listening in, apparently had a cut on his foot that he opened up a bit more during that heat, and he came in and he's not in the athlete area, and I went looking for him. He's apparently in the medical zone, getting his foot looked at. So he surfed about 18 minutes of his heat. Threw down an 8.33 and a 5.17. Solid, convincing victory, but then just tapped out, came in early, and went straight to the medical hut. So the boys didn't seem too bothered, that there's major issues, but Weston just wanted to get it checked out. I think he knew he had it in the bag, so he didn't need to paddle a wave anyway, G. But just for his dad and his mum that are watching, and his supporters around the place, no biggie. The big fella has got this afternoon to just rest up and get back into his stomping ways tomorrow in his semi-final.
100%. We will be finishing off today with the Pro Junior Men quarterfinals, and tomorrow morning, first thing, we're going to go straight into the Women's Pro Junior quarterfinals and probably finish off the Pro Juniors.
We definitely are. We'll have 2 champions tomorrow, and then I know they've got a fair schedule booked in for the men's QS round as well, which is probably going to be the round of 144 or something like that. I think it is. It's a big one coming at us, G. Get ready.
100%. We've got a huge marathon coming straight our way, and this is just day one of it. So today is probably going to be one of our shortest days.
It will be. Yeah, so definitely get your free surf in today, G.
100%. I was like, you know what? This afternoon is my chance.
It is. It's your window. Whereas me, I'll probably go and see Dino down at Lani's and talk some crap over a nice coldie.
I'll see you there for dinner then.
Yeah, I'll be there.
So not much after Phillips 750. He is in the lead. Iko Watanabe 533 in second. Madenesa just sitting on a 0.6 and a 0.2. And Ricky Sato yet to open up his debut here in the quarterfinal heat 2 of the day. It looks like the wind has died down slightly from the screen. I'm not sure what is actually happening outside, but with that incoming tide, I'm sure this wave is going to clean up a little bit. I've seen time and time again when that reef is kind of popping up on the front of your screen, it starts to create a little bit of a backwash, and it just makes it that extra bit harder for the surfers to execute those big vertical turns, especially when the wind is so onshore. So it's been great to kind of see them power through, especially the women. It was a good couple heats. So it's exciting to get those clean conditions again tomorrow, though.
Boy, oh boy, you'd want to be one of the first heats tomorrow. The juniors, again, are going to score because it's going to be like today. And this morning was just a whole different scene. Super clean, barrels and things spitting and hissing, and it was just going nuts. And it just looks like a different day. That's the ocean. I think you might be right with your call about the wind. There's limited white caps out there, though, G. So although it's a little funky and got these creases on it, the surfers in these next 3 heats, this one and the last 2, are definitely good enough to make sense of it all. Little fella Philip Jute goes out and gets a 7.5 in the first, few minutes of a heat. If he can do it, they're out there. He's up against, I reckon what this does, it's got to rattle Iko and Ricky, who are really quality and both had blasting winds to get into this position. Iko, BOG today, the best on ground. He's just heard some guys probably has never really heard of with a 7.5. Ricky Sato has a nothing, and he won his heat, and he's probably thinking, oh my God,
he's like, what
one of us could potentially drop out here, one of Team Japan.
100%.
So he might have rattled the cage early here, Philip, and have these other crew asking some questions of themselves. Look at Ricky in the red.
Yeah, but it's still early days, just under 15 minutes. So anything can happen still. It's not done just yet.
No.
There we have Iko Watanabe now on his backhand. Oh, a little bit of a funky first turn there, but manages to pull through nicely. He will need to finish this one off to make it a significant score, and he does.
So good. Well done. That little pump going into that end move to get that extension above the lip. Such a good read. It was basically a great recovery out of his first turn. Then got a pretty good second snap, and then he was kind of late to the party on that end hit, but he just gave it this pump, lifting pump at the right time, and able to get half his board above the lip for a solid, great finish. Who we got here?
This is Madenesa now. He's on his front hand, goofy footer, wraps it around on this first one, sets it up for the second one, and manages to stick through This wave looking a little flat, so I don't think it's going to be a very big score, especially with the last of Eco coming through. This
Here's
is Philip, the man of the moment right now. Lots of whitewash on his face, but he's handling it pretty nicely.
Yep, just cutting through it like it's not even there. He's doing a great job.
Yeah, usually when there's a lot of foam on the face of the wave, you can really see the board just chattering. But he held it really nicely. That board was running smoothly, and it was going through the turns really nice. So really well done from Philip Duke.
You know what? He's been everywhere lately. He's been in Hawaii. He's been to California. He's had a spell at Lakey. He's pushing hard at a young age. He wants every piece of this pro surfing act, and every time I see him, he seems to improve. And then you see him with the Rashi on, and go, well, he competes well as well, and he's young. He's still yet to put some muscle on, so there's plenty of room for improvement. But the foundations are pretty good.
100%. He's looking really good, and you're right. Every year I see him, he gets better and better. He spends quite a bit of time at Sandbar in Canggu, so I see him out there sometimes, which is probably where I see him most, actually.
So this will be a good number. This will well and truly, well, he's dropped into second because Iko's last wave in at a 5, 6, 7, enough with a pair of fives there to go into first. Philip didn't need much to regain the lead for sure. That's going to happen. So well done. Nice answer back. Ricky Sato still sitting there with priority and no waves. Ouch. Things are getting away from Mr. Sato.
Yeah, we've seen this with Teddy Billy on the first. He was patient and sat with priority, and it looks like the nerves got the better of him, and he wasn't able to really get back into the heat the way he wanted to, and just last minute got pushed down to third. But let's hope for Ricky Sato that it doesn't go that way. He doesn't seem very interested in this wave.
He's probably hoping for a two-wave set. He might have found a two-wave set. Looking like something lurking up out the back. So if this is something he likes, he's got to make it count and get some runs on the board. It's looking pretty good. Has a look down the line. He's now interested. So let's stay with Ricky Sato's very first wave. It's fast. His first scoring option turns into a flick out. Oh, my God. Things not going to plan there for the man in red.
He will not be feeling great.
He's probably going to regain first priority here, though.
I don't know.
He's furthest out. There's no one else there.
If I were Ricky Sato right now, I would just start trying to catch an average wave and just start getting some turns in and try to, get some rhythm in. This is a replay of Philip's last wave. Comes in at a 5.37. Nice upside down turn right there. Wraps it around here on this flatter section, but it pushed him straight back into first. So he's looking pretty comfortable now. Iko Watanabe looking for a 7.21 to go back into the lead. Madanesa an 8.30.
Ricky's back onto his game now. Look at this. That was a great turn. Again, just connects with the lip. Rides out. He's really taken some risk here on this wave. So the judges have got to be taking note of this guy's commitment here. He's surfing like a man that has no scores because, boy, oh boy, he made that one count. That was sick.
100%. He really did. This is Madanesa now answering back on a good-looking wave. The first two turns, nothing too critical, nothing too vertical, but nice and smooth there. He does a bit of a layback.
Is Made Balinese? I guess he would be.
Yes.
A name like that. Okay, so do you see him much?
Actually, no, I haven't seen much of Madanesa. I think I saw him around the area in Krui and as well as Nias last year, but I don't see him much around Bali.
Okay. Just I haven't seen him before, so I was just wondering where his surfing comes from and where he's at. But what we're going to see is Ricky Sato's really going to put himself in the mix here. Iko Watanabe with a pair of sort of pocket fives there, 11-point total. He's got to be a little concerned. I reckon his mate's just caught up big time. He'll still need another wave, obviously, but I think his wave will score better than maybe Watanabe's. So his requirement won't be much. His quality act. Philip Duke just going on his killing ways with the 5.37 was a very good score to sit alongside a 7.5. So well done, Philip. So the little fella that both these lads would not have heard much about before is got up there and given him a good sting early in this heat, and is looking like he could run away with the win.
100%. It's looking really good for Philip Duke right now. And you're right, a little bit of an underdog in this heat.
Yeah, for sure.
You wouldn't place your bet straight away on him just looking at it on paper, but he's shut everyone up, and he's there with a 7.5 and a 5.37.
Yep.
So really, really well done from Philip.
I'm interested to see Red's number. I really want to see a good showing in these last 8 minutes from Ricky Sato, because he's a quality act that just he's having not the best heat, but he's going to put himself right back in the hunt. I'm sure Iko Watanabe will know his mate's really dangerous as well, and one of those two is going to get knocked out is how I'm reading it, looking at what Philip's done.
So Ricky Sato's last one comes in at a 6.03. Goes straight to third, but he still needs to get rid of that 0.77, looking for a 5.
Yep.
So we know he can do it. We know he's got the talent.
Yep.
But will he get the opportunities? The question.
Either way, I reckon that's throwing a heap of pressure onto Iko right now. He would have heard those numbers and gone, damn, thought I sort of had not discounted him, but I thought he was just having a shocker, but he's back. So Iko's waving his arms now. He's like, okay, I know I have to stay on top of my game here. He can't leave the door open for Ricky. He's got top priority. He's going to have to just immediately try and burn off a 5.33 and just add to the requirement of Sato. Oh, I'm interested to see how these last 6.5 burn off, because Made Nessa doesn't seem to be attracting many favours from the judges. So I think he's kind of out of the picture, although he needs just close to 8 points or just over 7. Something blockbuster would have to happen for Made Nessa. So I think the real threat here is Red. He goes the little mini-me. Philip Duke out there sniffing around. Being a little ferocious Grom. He'll catch at least 1 or 2 more waves in this heat. Here he goes. Look at him.
Yeah, taking a look at this one with second priority, he's going to cash it in, and it's looking like a really good wave, actually. So this could be...
Oops.
Oh, unfortunately, I spoke too soon.
Doesn't need it. No harm, no foul. Back out there, mate. Still 6 minutes. Indeed, he'll get another wave. So Ricky Sato's got to be paddling back, feeling pretty good about things now. He's got a shot. He's given himself a shot at advancing to become a semi-finalist.
Yeah, so it's going to be a pretty interesting finish here with 5.5 left. It is all eyes mostly on Iko Watanabe and Ricky Sato. You know, Philip is pretty comfortably out in the lead. Never say never, but looking pretty good.
Philip's probably just going to get over there and stay in their face and go, hey, boys, don't forget about me. I'm sort of winning here.
I'm first.
Yeah, you guys might not have heard about me, but I have, and I'm winning. All right, so White scouring the lineup. He'll be keeping a close eye on these two. This wave might slip. It's going to slip under White. Does Ricky pull the trigger here? 5 minutes on the clock. He's got second priority, so he says, nah, not good enough. A 5, a couple of substantial things have to happen, or one huge thing to get that number today. Ricky's on the hunt here, big time. No, wave shuts down.
I really want to see this exchange go down, actually.
Let's see what the medal of Ricky Sato looks like under extreme pressure.
So actually, earlier we were saying that Iko Watanabe just came off a QS win.
Yep.
And we were mentioning, you know, that must mean he's really comfortable and confident out here. But just talking to Dai, he told me that Iko actually doesn't really feel comfortable out in these events, because he says he's never really gotten a good result. He tends to bow out pretty early. So it's interesting to see. And this is Ricky Sato's last 6.03.
They're so strong. Such good surfing in these conditions. You know, once again, under pressure to do that and get himself back into this position where the doors are still open. He's now got to dig back into that mindset and make it happen again. A 4.97, call it a 5. It's something solid has to happen on a pretty good wave for him to, you know, convincingly get that number off the judges. Iko is still got to try and upgrade a 5-3-3. I think he can't sit there and just kind of block for 3 minutes, 20 seconds. So, and Philip's just casually going, hey, fellas, you sort it out. I'll see you guys, one of you, in the semis.
So looking like Iko Watanabe now playing a little bit of priority mind games. He's going to go on Ricky Sato's outside. So whenever he sees Ricky probably paddle for a wave, he's probably trying to get that wave off him.
Yep. So Ricky needs 2 good waves to roll through. Philip's just looking over at his shoulder at these guys. They'll probably go in now and know who Philip Duke is at the end of this heat. That little fella that got us at Krui.
Some insiders coming through with 2.5 left. It's going to be crunch time now for Ricky Sato.
Wow, it's not going to break. That's a nothing. Does seem to be some lines out there, but they look really deep on the reef. Can't see much directly in front of the surfers.
I think it's gonna be a bit of Iko Watanabe sitting on Ricky Sato for the last 2 minutes.
So yeah, he hasn't had to use he hasn't been asked the question of using your priority because there's been no waves. So Iko is doing it well. Ricky is just totally bummed. He's not even getting a sniff at this 497 he needs. There's a little one waver right here. I can't see a lot behind it. Ricky definitely needs this. Iko's just keeping him honest. And Philip is in the lead. He doesn't care either way. Here he goes. No, he doesn't want it either. So the conditions predicting what's going on and having a part in these results here this afternoon. Limited good waves. Back end of the heat gone a little quiet there for Ricky, so he's been a little bit bummed by things you can't control. He might have an opportunity here, but White's got to stay close here. To me, it looks like a good wave.
Yep, I'll definitely be trying to take on this one, but it's on that last minute left. Iko Watanabe staying really close to Sato, and he's gonna try sell this one to Iko. There's one more chance he doesn't go. That is very smart play from Iko Watanabe.
Yeah, he probably didn't have to because he was far enough away from Sato to not have to paddle and not lose priority. So he's looking at him again. He's gone, this time I have to. But he doesn't. Well, no, it was a dud wave. So Blue's the beneficiary of all this out wide. Minding his own business. Made tries to pull off some sort of bizarre backflip, and it's not working there for Made, but it's definitely looking like Philip Duke, you know, surfing out of his weight division here with a big win, courtesy of the opening wave of the heat being the 750. Well done, young man. I'm going to actually get to have a chat with him. How good.
Can you imagine if Ricky took off on that one and it was actually the score? That would have been the best sell I've ever seen.
Well, that heat is over. Philip Duke. Wow, such a good result for Philip into a semi-final. Iko Watanabe will join him. Tough luck there for Ricky and Made. I'm going to go have a chat with Philip, and we'll be right back with quarterfinal 3 shortly. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
Welcome back to the men's Pro Junior. This is quarterfinal heat 3 of the day. I'm in the booth with True Starling. Welcome back.
Thank you, Giada. Last 2 heats of the day.
Yeah.
Crazy.
This went by pretty quick. I mean, we've had a lot of things go down. We've had incredible waves. We had the opening ceremony. Then we finished the day off. And then we get to go for a surf.
Yeah, I'm so excited.
Me too.
Girl surf. Yeah, it's looks like it's starting to maybe glass off a little bit out there. And this is Kenshin Matsunaga up and riding on his first wave on his backside. Wow, really tags it there, times it really well. We saw him surf in one of the earlier heats today in that second round, and he was looking really sharp and just really dialed into the wave. And yeah, as you can see, he's just patient off the bottom, tags it there, throwing heaps of spray, and gets that completion. I mean, Kenshin's just opened up beautifully, and so has Sho Shirai, a 6.5 for his first wave.
Well, this is already a super action-packed heat. You know, the last one was a little bit slow. We had some big scores come through, but not this quick into it. So this is Made Balon now on his backside. Big open face, just wraps it around to get close again to that whitewash. There's so much white water on the face of this wave, so it makes it really difficult to keep your board under control, but he's holding it through really nicely. I haven't seen anything too critical just yet, but I don't want to speak too soon before this wave is done. Beautiful style from Made Balon, our man in green.
Oh, it was a good wave.
Yeah.
Just
It was nicely surfed. I think he surfed it the best the wave was providing.
Yeah.
I just think that it didn't have too much wall, like critical wall, for him to do anything more than what he did.
Yeah, that's like the real. I feel like that's been such a key thing today, like finding that critical wall to really open up on. Is really separating the fours from the sixes.
100%. 100%.
So, yeah, hopefully he can find another one and open up on it with 21.5 minutes to go. So scores to lock in for him and also Kenshin. But Sho Shirai 6.5 to open up. It's a good way to start a quarterfinal. And I saw Philip Duke had a bit of a blinder in that last heat.
Yeah, he started off his heat with a 7.50 and backed it up straight away with a 5.33, I think. And it was incredible because we were saying that maybe on paper he's the youngest one of the heat, maybe not the tallest or the biggest, so probably wouldn't place your bets on him first go. But then he showed up and he blew everything out, like he blew up. So it was great.
It's so awesome to see. I guess maybe a dark horse.
Yeah,
in that heat.
100%.
So awesome.
Philip was a little bit of a dark horse there, so it was great to watch. I love those moments when you get really like something surprising happens. It's cool.
Well, this is a replay of Sho Shirai's first wave. It locked in at a 6.5 and bigger looking wave. 2 connections. That was solid surfing. Bit of an awkward jump off there, but Kenshin's just locked in a 6.5. And while we have a break in the action, we will go over to Mark. He is out there with Philip Duke, the winner of the last heat.
With the winner of the last heat, Philip Duke. A very popular win, Philip. That must feel good.
Yeah, it does actually.
You beat some big hitters. You had a couple of top quality Japanese surfers in that heat. You opened with a 7.5. You must have been feeling so good.
Oh yeah, it feels so good.
He's got some fans right behind us. Trust me. This board is going really well. What are you riding?
Driver 351, Lost Surfboards.
You're killing it. You're in the semi-finals. What are you going to do tonight? What are you going to have for dinner?
Maybe some chicken sausage. Nasi goreng. Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, I'm going to shake your hand. That was really well done, everybody. Philip Duke is a semi-finalist. Thanks, Philip. Woo!
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Philip. He seems really excited to be in the semi-finals, and what an incredible win from that last heat.
Yeah, it's a cute little interview. It's good to see everyone supporting and being there for each other. So it's nice to see the community come together for these events.
yeah, it's great to see that support behind, everyone, especially there's been a lot of local surfers. We've seen a few throughout the day. Chikal surfed 3 heats today, and I'm sure he would have had some amazing support. So it's great to see that. Kenshin just backed up his 6.5 with a 2.67, so he's out to an early lead. I'm sure he's got some great Japanese support down here for this quarterfinal. Number 3, there's 3 Japanese surfers in this heat and 1 Indonesian, locking in a 4.0 for his first wave as well. And 18 or just under 18 and a half minutes to go.
Yeah, so this is the second last heat of the day.
Mm-hmm.
We are almost done with day 1 of the Krui Pro Junior. True, tell me some of your highlights.
I was thinking about asking you the same question. So I was like, I don't even know if I have a highlight. I feel like this whole day has been so awesome to watch. Highlights. I think watching Chikal surf 3 heats, like for me, that was super cool to see the local surfer just keep showing up in each heat that he had and pushing. And it was super cool for me to see and pretty inspiring. And then also watching the girls go after it as well. That was good fun.
100%.
Yeah. What about you?
I think some of the heats from the second round of the men's were pretty amazing, like Weston and Iko Watanabe as well with the 2.8s. The girls are always a highlight for me. I love watching them, especially the juniors, because they're so cute and they're all like stoked to be out there. They're like, yeah, it was fun. They're nervous for the QS, so I'm like, it's all good.
Yes.
It reminds me of like when we were girls and doing like the Akigram comp and all those things. I think, wow, the waves were a highlight for sure. I mean, this
definitely.
morning was all time. I was watching it. I was like, oh, I just want one.
Yeah.
Like, I'd be stoked on just one.
Just one, please. And the opening ceremony too. But this last wave of Kenshin Matsunaga just loads up. I mean, bang. Oh, just coming unstuck, unfortunately. That was at 2.67. I always love watching opening ceremonies, so I think it's super cool to kind of see that and experience the culture from different places that you go to. I find that really exciting.
100%. The dances are really cool.
Yes.
And it shows how much effort and time goes into these events before we actually even get here. So it's just so much preparation, so much hard work goes into every single day that we're here, and to show it out to you guys as well. So definitely those are a couple of my highlights for sure. Philip was a highlight too. That was really awesome. Little Philip. I served with him quite a lot out at Sandbar at Canggu, my home breaks.
Love that. That's so awesome. Yeah, he's a charger. Hey, he just is. I remember surfing here last year, and I think he was here last year, right?
Yeah.
And he was just like on every wave, and he was just having the best time. I was like, I need to like get in this kid's rotation because he's just in the zone. He was so in rhythm. It was such a wave magnet. I was like, wow. And surf so good. It was awesome to watch.
Yeah, there's definitely always certain people that are in the free surf that you're like, I'm gonna sit next to you because you're catching a lot of waves.
Yeah. And then you chat to them and you're like, can I please maybe go to the next one?
Especially, I'm not gonna lie, being a girl and like smiling, hey,
Yeah.
could you give me a wave?
For sure.
The charm.
Yes. Yeah. Smiling assassin. For sure. Well, 15 minutes to go, and it's a bit of a slow heat. 4 waves ridden in this one, and it is Sentaro Sakai who holds first priority, and he's having a good look at this one, up and into it for his first wave. Driving through that first turn, leans into his rail again for this second one. Hasn't really had that steeper face just yet. Couple of carves. You can see this wave is going a little bit fat, so hopefully he gets an opportunity. It's looking like it's going to wall up here as he tags it there from Sentaro Sakai. So good way to open up his account in this quarterfinal, but fair bit of about 10 minutes down in this heat. So he's really staying pretty composed after waiting that long.
That's pretty true. He was pretty patient. I maybe spoke too soon. I was like, whoa, this heat is action-packed. And we just had like 10 minutes of nothing.
Yeah.
But yeah, those lulls out here are pretty common. We've seen them time and time again in Krui. Happens at point breaks. But Here we see a couple lines coming through. It is Sho Shirai with first priority. Mare Balon, second priority. He cashes that in and pulls the trigger on this wave. Goes a little more vertical on that one. This wave looking like it might stand up for him, but again, just more of those rail to rail turns, more of those cutbacks, nothing too critical or vertical just yet. And unfortunately disappears on that last one.
And this is the current heat leader. Kenshin tags it there and gets that completion, looking to replace that 267 out behind him. Wow, flurry of waves right now, Giada.
Wow, I keep saying the wrong thing. Sho Shirai goes upside down on that last one. Big fan of spray comes out the back, and he is not done just yet. This wave will keep providing for him.
Wow.
Beautifully done. He's going to be backing up that 650 really, really nicely, though.
That was really, really strong surfing from Sho. I mean, definitely backing up that 6.5 with a really good score, especially for that last kind of 3-turn combination. I really, really loved his attack. So 12 and a half minutes to go. We've got scores to lock in, and I feel like, I'm excited to see where the scoreline goes. Sentaro Sakai, his first wave was a 4.83, so kind of you could see the difference between his wave and the waves of Kenshin and Sho. They kind of had that critical section, and Sentaro didn't really have that until that last moment. But apart from that, it was pretty carvy, right?
Mm-hmm.
That last wave of Made was a 3.83. So he goes up into second, but I feel like we're going to see the leaderboard change a little bit when these scores lock in.
100%. We're waiting for 2 big scores to come through, and it is currently Kenshin and Mare Balon, but I'm sure Sho Shirai is going to back up that 6.5 really, really nicely. I'm calling maybe, if not the best wave of the heat, it's going to be top 3 for sure.
Yeah, I agree. I really, really liked it. And this is Sentaro once again. Gets a better looking turn there, but that wave just dying out. So he makes his way back out the back with 11 and a half minutes. And I think this last wave of Sho is going to be a really good one. I agree. Giada was solid surfing, committed, critical. I liked it a lot.
Me too.
It's good, nice. A good warm up kind of to see for our heat when we go out there after the end of the day.
Our heat with 500 people.
Yeah, can't wait.
Dai already said that he's gonna block people for me.
Really?
Yeah, he's gonna help me out there. He promised to. It's
promised,
on tape. It's
okay.
on live. He was like, "Yeah, nah."
Oh my goodness, that's so awesome. Well, that last wave, Kenshin locks in at a 6.27, so increases his lead. Still waiting on last waves of Sentaro Sakai and Sho Shirai. We'll see where they come through with 10 and a half minutes to go. Up next is going to be quarterfinal number 4. It's going to be the last heat of the day. Yuma Nagasawa is going to be in the red. In the blue, Sinar Tanjung. Raiha Onu in the white. And we will also have Teo Radcliffe in the green, I think, for that next heat.
Oh, there we go. We called it 767 for Sho Shirai. We should be judges. Not
yeah. We can do everything.
That is amazing. Go straight into first. Funny thing, he's only sitting on 2 waves, and with those 2 waves, he's in first place. So that's a good sign. Good sign for Sho Shirai. Kenshin Matsunaga 6.5 and 6.27. So really, really great job from these boys. This is a replay of the 7.67 of Sho Shirai, our current heat leader. Upside down on that one. Big fan of spray. Takes on this more downtime of this wave, he carves it out, but he works it really well.
Yeah, these few moments here, love that end turn. He gets that bit of variety, and he's just looking really strong. And as you said, a 6.5 to start, and then backs it up with a 7.67. It just shows how comfortable he is out there right now. I feel like in that first heat, the first heat that he had for the Pro Junior, it was the same. I feel like he's just leveling up now in the quarters. He's just bringing a little bit extra 10%, lifting a little bit more. So, yeah, it's exciting to watch. That means that it's Kenshin Matsunaga in second. He has a 6.5 and a 6.27. And right now, this is Santaro Sakai. He's looking for a 7.94, huge first turn. And he needs to go big towards the back end of this wave. He's looking for the best wave of the heat, the best score of the heat. Nice connection there, and he claims it. He liked the feeling of that wave. He needs to get close to an 8 for this one, and out behind him, Kenshin backing up second place.
Oh, unfortunately goes over the handlebars on that one. But interesting, Sentaro Sakai. It's gonna definitely be getting rid of that 357. I'm not sure it's the 794 that he's looking for. The Rise Out, our drone pilot, just quick sneak peek in front of the camera. But it's gonna be something that is gonna definitely be chipping off at the score he needs for sure. But I don't think it's a 794. What do you think, Drew?
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Giada. I don't think it's a 7.94. I feel like it'll go into his top 2 for sure. It was a good wave. He did some good surfing on it, but there was just a few moments, if you're looking to get into that near excellent range, you kind of need to have that really clean line and that clean surfing. It was great to watch, but he just had a few moments of fumbling there, which I feel like will really limit the score.
Yeah, 100%. Compared to Sho Shirai's like 767, there was seriously no sections that he missed at all as well. I felt like he was pretty on it with every time the wave kind of built up and got a little more vertical, he was there in the pocket getting it done. So just little details where it can give you that excellent wave score or that good wave score.
Yeah, looks like it just locks in at a 5.27. So it wasn't the 7.94 that he was looking for, but it does lower his requirement. He now needs a 7.5 for Sentaro Sakai, and Made looking for that 8.77. So decent scores required for red and green right now, but there's still some really nice waves coming through. It feels like it's getting a little bit better this afternoon as well.
Yeah, it definitely has. The wind has died down quite a bit from lunchtime. And hopefully as the sun goes down, it'll just get cleaner and cleaner throughout the afternoon. I don't want to jinx it. I've apparently been jinxing a lot of things this heat. Everything I say, the opposite happens. But hopefully that will be working out. We will be finishing this quarterfinals with Heat 4 and then going straight into the Pro Junior Women's quarterfinals tomorrow morning. And the conditions are going to be pretty similar to this morning. This is Made Balon now looking for an 8.77 to get back into this heat and keeping the dream alive to win it. Unfortunately, just that one turn. Current heat leader, Sho Shirai, showing why he's the heat leader, and unfortunately falls off. You see what I mean? I'm jinxing everyone right now.
It's okay. He's well out in front, so I mean, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, all good.
But yeah, I love that first turn. His backside looks just really smooth and super stylish as well. He's a real stylish surfer. So with 5 minutes to go, Kenshin Matsunaga holding down second place. He's going to try and keep Sentaro Sakai off a wave that he thinks he might be able to get a 7.5 or better on. And hopefully that opportunity will come through surely within the next 5 minutes or so. But yeah, Sho Shirai just really showing us what he's capable of in this heat.
Yep, and you're totally right. Most of these surfers are not only, especially the Japanese surfers, they're not only stylish in the water, but I see them outside the water and they've got steves. I'm like, yeah, their outfits, their looks. I'm like, whoa, I'm not even half as cool as you are, guys.
Yes. Well, there's a few people that stand out for me. Roy Kanazawa is super stylish. And Amuro Suzuki. Every time I see her, she has the coolest fit. I'm like, Amuro, where are you getting this from? And like, help a girl out. Come on.
Pass the links.
Yeah. She looks cool all the time.
Even out in the jungle, they're looking cool.
I know.
I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Where did you
Bringing
guys learn
styles
this?
here.
Yeah. It's epic to see.
And
so-
also Daiwako always looks super stylish.
he's got that retro look.
Yep.
He tries.
Well, 3.5 minutes to go in the second last heat of the day. And Sho Shirai, 14.17 combination. It's probably got to be up there with one of the highest of the day so far. And Sentaro needs a 7.5. It's a smaller wave, getting a good amount of surfing done, but he needs a near excellent score. He needs to do something pretty special. Comes unstuck, unfortunately, for Sentaro, and I think he kind of knew that wave wasn't going to offer him the 7.5 he's looking for.
Last 3 minutes, and it's not looking great for Sentaro. He would need to power back out, have fourth priority, and look for a pretty decent score. Made Balon looking like he has a bit more of a chance. He has second priority, but still it is Sho Shirai and Kenshin Matsunaga in with a solid lead. Sho practically sitting on just 2 waves. Like, he's caught 3 waves, but the first 2 are what made his heat. Here are some of the replays. This is what I mean by he never really missed. Oh, sorry. This is the one he fell on. But he never really misses sections. He knows when to hit it. He knows when to go vertical. He knows when to do a check turn. So really good read on the waves.
Yeah, I agree. It's just smooth, crisp, really trusting, his equipment and his surfing as well. I mean, it's hard to get it's really hard to get waves out there, especially in the free surfs. So to see these junior surfers look really confident and comfortable out there after not really catching too much is a real testament to their ability. Looks like Sentaro is going to have a look on the inside. He has a little sneaky peek out the back. Hopefully this wave stands up for him. A little bit of a fumble there. Unfortunately, it's just a smaller one. That wave isn't going to offer too much more. He needs a 7.5, but it's going to have to be, one of the better waves of the heat.
Yeah, so wave selection is a huge part of the first big scores of both white and blue. So unfortunately, I don't think the insider ones are going to be the ones for Sentaro Sakai. I am pretty sure he will get another chance in the QS because if you're all the way here, you might as well double dip.
Yep.
So that's the beauty of the Pro Junior, that you still have the QS.
Definitely. It's so awesome to have them back to back as well. And lean into so much good surfing, so many jam-packed days. Made chasing an 8.77, and he's driving through this second turn, hoping to get a steep section. This wave looks like it's fattening out a little bit, but he's making the most of what he's got. Tags it there, really has a good read on this wave. 30 seconds to go, and he's not leaving anything in the tank. He's not giving up. An excellent score requires excellent surfing, and he's doing really well on this wave. Wow, nice jam in the pocket there. That was sick, but I'm not too sure if it's going to be the 8.77 he's looking for. I mean, it was really solid surfing, and with 5 seconds to go, he gave it his everything, that's for sure.
Great surfing. I just don't think it was a great wave. So I don't think it's going to be the score that he needs. But really, really well done from Made Balon. We saw a last victory lap from, I think it was our man in blue. I can't see, the glaze is pretty gnarly out there. So waiting for the last scores for Made Balon and our man in blue.
Yeah, we'll stick with this. We have this score to lock in for Made Balon in the green. He got a good wave. Well, he did some really good surfing, but yeah, I agree, Giada. I don't think it was the best wave. So waiting on this score.
All right, and with that, we're just gonna wait for the scores while we're on the break, and we'll give you guys the update when we're on our next heat.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
The Krui Pro Junior, I should say, and that is the results from that last heat. Unfortunately, Made Balon locking in a 4.4, so he came in third, Kenshin Matsunaga second, and Shoshirai taking that last heat out. It is quarterfinal number 4. Out there right now, Yuma Nagasawa in the red, Sinar Tanjung in the blue, Raiha Onu is in the white, and Teo Radcliffe out there in the green. True Styling joined in the booth with Giada Lagati. Wow, huge first turn for Yuma Nagasawa. That is very similar surfing to what we saw in his first heat.
Amazing. That was 6 start. I was unexpected. It just popped up on my screen. I was like, whoa. Yeah, so we've had a wave as well from Sinar Tanjung on the break. We are only 2 minutes into this quarterfinal heat for last one of the day. Exciting stuff. We've got some big names here. Teo Radcliffe, Raiha Onu, Yuma Nagasawa, and Sinar Tanjung, also known as Dynamite.
Exciting heat to finish off the day with 23 and a half minutes to go. Scores to lock in. It looks like Raiha up and riding on this one. Good backside attack. Tags that first section. Wow. Navigates that really well, but unfortunately just gets a little bit caught behind for Raiha. But huge commitment.
That was really well done. I was super impressed. I think his knees are probably going to be feeling that later on.
Yeah, definitely.
But you know, when you're out there in the heat, there's so much adrenaline going through your body. You're like, any injury, you only feel it when you come in.
Yeah, you're like, oh, maybe I actually did hurt myself on that one.
I think I just tweaked my knee.
Yeah.
You're like
but
injured
it's fine.
for weeks.
Yeah. It's fine. I can still surf for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, that actually happened to my best friend Emmy last year. We were at Krui Left and she did a turn, had this crazy wipeout. And I'll get right back to it after we watch this wave from Sinar Tanjung. Beautiful performance in his last heat. That smooth, calm style just pulls off. So I don't think it'll be a big score. But yeah, so she had this crazy wipeout. The whole like it was one of those wipeouts where everyone's like, ooh, you know, and you hear everyone. She paddles back out, catches waves and passes her heat, and then she comes in and like 20 minutes later her knee is like the size of her head. It was crazy. She actually ended up having to like stop surfing for a couple months. It was pretty wild.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, it was super heavy. So it just shows how much adrenaline you have when you're out there and you just don't feel it. So you're just like powering through it. But yeah, poor thing. She was pretty devastated.
Wow. That is super devastating. Yeah. Is she back in the water now?
Yeah, now she's all good. This was exactly a year ago. It was in the Krui, almost a year ago.
Wow.
Time passes fast.
Yeah, so quickly. Wow, that's insane. Oh, I couldn't even imagine that. I don't think I've had any injuries like that. Thankfully, touch wood.
Touch wood.
Yeah. In heats. Maybe I won't go surfing this summer. But yeah, hopefully nothing like that happens. And Sinar had a little look at that one. He locked in a 1.7 for his first wave. Second wave of Yuma Nagasawa was a 317. We're actually still waiting on his first score to lock in with 21 minutes to go. So we'll see where that comes in. And this is going to be the replay of that first wave. So strong connection. I'm wondering if he got a few more turns out the back and just ditches the fins. Unfortunately comes unstuck. Out behind him, wow, there's so many waves coming through. Sinard just unfortunately coming unstuck on the takeoff. That looks like a tricky one to navigate.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking easy out there. It's still kind of lumpy and bumpy, and that low tide as well. It's coming up now, so when we're out there, it's gonna be good. But it's not easy. We've said it all afternoon, especially compared to this morning where it was like perfect, glassy, Indo setup. Now it's looking a little more Aussie style, eh?
Yeah, definitely, for sure. It's a little bit windy, a little bit going on, but there's still some good opportunities for sure. We've seen some big scores lock in. That first wave of Yuma Nagasawa was a 2.1. Backs it up with a 3.17 in an early lead. Raiha Onu, his first score of 3.33, loads up for this first connection. Tags it again for a second one, gets a completion. Strong surfing there from Raiha.
I think for now, that's going to be the best wave of the heat for sure.
Yeah.
That first turn was pretty sick.
Yeah, that was huge surfing. I think it's just showing, a few snippets of Raiha's flair and his style and power as well. I think he's so awesome to watch. I love watching Raiha surf, especially on his backhand. He has that beautiful drop knee style.
Yeah.
I get super excited to watch his free surfing and watch his heats too. And it looks like Teo, he locked in a 0.5 for his first wave. He's holding first priority. And he's going to reposition himself there, and Sinar as well. He has a 1.7 and just at that 0.4. A few more scores to lock in though for Yuma Nagasawa and also Raiha Onu.
Yeah, Raiha, a name that we've seen time and time and throughout the Krui and Nias events. This is now Theo Radcliffe. Does a bit of a float section there. Unfortunately, just that one. And with that, we're going to go to Daiwako and a post-heat interview.
見事明日のセミファイナルへと進出した翔選手、お疲れ様です。おめでとうございます。まずは
ありがとうございます。
ヒートを振り返ってみていかがですか？
そうですね、最初の1本目に6点台を乗れたっていうのはすごい自分にとって安心できた要因なので、だからこそ7点の波も出せたのかなと思ってます。
7点について教えてほしいんですが、波に乗った時は7点出るなって思いましたか？
いやー、7点出るかな、出るか出ないか分かんないなって感じだったんですけど、結構張ってきたんで、出てほしいなとは思ってました。
So he stick to his plan, trying to get 2 scores in the fast speed, and he did that, and he's really happy with the 7-point ride as well. いよいよ明日セミファイナル進出ですが、この後はどう過ごしますか？
去年はセミファイナルで負けちゃったんで、今年はセミで勝てるように頑張りたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございました。Thank you guys, and back to you guys in the booth.
Epic. Thank you, Dai. Congratulations, Sho. He will be back on tomorrow for the semifinals of the Pro Junior.
Yes, super exciting. Yuma Nagasawa has had a few small scores, hasn't really been able to put together a good combination until now, but that was really touch and go for a completion. I don't think he got that one, sadly. But a 4.83 for that last wave of Raiha Onu. Getting a couple of 2 good turners. He holds first priority now with just under 17 minutes to go. He's going to have a good look at this one. Raiha likes all of it.
Raiha has had really great wave selection all day. He has really been spot on and been landing those big turns, so that got him straight into these quarters. Here, hopefully, he will be finishing this one off, and he does. He liked it, claimed it. What do you think?
I liked it. I thought it was good surfing. I thought it was strong. And I think he did really well on that wave. He was patient off the bottom to load up into those sections. So good surfing there from Raiha. We'll say goodbye to Gianna for the afternoon. And welcome back into the booth, Dai Wacko. Dai, you're a man of many talents, running around here, there, and everywhere. What a great performance there from Shoshira in that last heat.
What a performances he had in the last heat. 2 6s and 1 7th.
Yeah.
That is a great way to finish out for the day.
Yeah, it was such awesome surfing. Really committed. I haven't seen too much of Sho in competitions. Is he still a junior and not really
Yes.
onto the QS scene?
Actually,
just
he
yet?
was doing really well last is Krui and Nias.
Okay.
After that, I don't really see him, advancing through the rounds. But I
Uh-huh.
think he's, physically he's strong and he's very strong competitor. So now he's into the competition like more.
Mhm. Yeah, that was really, really cool to watch. This is that last wave of Raiha. It was a really good wave dive. Locks in at a 617. Best wave of the heat so far. Last wave of Yuma Nagasawa was a 4.73. So good surfing from them both. They've just been putting everything on the line.
Right. I wonder if Yuma is wearing
headband.
Yeah, he's always wearing his headband.
Yes.
When he's in a heat.
Really?
And I talked to him during the post interview, and he said, well, he wanted to have one in the last heat, but because of the wave is big, he just doesn't want to, lose it. But he said he's gonna wear it in
Wow.
his quarters. So I was kind of wondering.
That's super exciting. Oh my goodness.
That's like his
that was
routine.
who was that was doing that in India when we were there?
Wearing
A hat.
a hat. Isn't it Rialu?
Yes.
Yes.
That's right. Yeah, he's
Last
wearing
year's,
his hat in so many events.
Yeah, in so many events.
Oh my god.
I don't think he did in CS at Newcastle this year, though.
No. I don't think so. Well, bring the hat back.
Right.
Well, just under 14 minutes to go, I should say. And Ryaru having a look at this one. Sorry, Raiha.
さあ、小野選手、この波、サイザル波にテイクオフしてきました。深いボトムターンからしっかりと1発、2発立てていきますが、2発目で惜しくもノーズが少し引っかかってしまったようです。彼は現在第1のポジション。
Yeah, at the back, Teo Radcliffe. Flying down the line. He's looking to really unleash on this wave. Doesn't like the look of it. So kicks out and needs to regroup.
It was a good decision for him to just kick out quickly. Otherwise, if you're racing down too much, you have a big paddle out back. And it's going to take a little while, to get to the peak.
Yeah, definitely. No takers on that one. Just under 13 minutes to go. Raiha Onu out in front with a 617 and a 4.83. And Yuma Nagasawa, he was having a look, trying to get into position for that wave, but unfortunately both him and Sinar are just a little bit too far in.
Right.
But Giada and I were just talking about it in the last heat. Oh, we'll get back to that. This Teo Radcliffe just putting everything on the line on this wave, or just a little straight-legged there, and unfortunately just catching a little bit of rail, bit of bump, and goes down. And no takers there. So, Di, what's been your highlights of day one?
Probably Eiko's heat in a round of 16 of 32, I guess.
Yeah, he's 2 8s.
Yeah, where he's got the 2 8s.
Yeah.
He surfed incredible, and because he just won the QS 2000 back in Japan, and looks like he has this good rhythm and has a lot of confidence in him. So
Yeah.
it was my highlight, I guess.
Yeah, it was so awesome to see him surfing so well and just really, I guess just showing us what he's made of. It was awesome to see. And I'm excited to see him in the semi-finals tomorrow. It's going to be a big one. Him be Iko Watanabe taking on Philip Duke, Liu Ming Zhang, and Weston Hurst. Wow, that's a huge semi-final.
That is a huge semi-final. He's number one. I really love the performances from Weston as well.
Yeah.
He's been on fire.
Yeah.
From this morning.
Yeah, he's been looking in form, that's for sure. But so have pretty much all of the surfers that have made it to the semi-finals so far. It's been incredible to see them attacking the waves out there. And right now it is Yuma Nagasawa up and riding.
長澤選手、これはいい波になってきそうです。一発目大きなカービングターン、少しテールが抜けていきましたが、うまくコントロールしました。そしてここでももう一度同じようにカーブターンをしていきます。ここでクイックにキックアウトしていきます。彼のバックアップが現在 3.17 なので、ここは超えてきそうです。6.27 をスコアすると第1位のポジションへ。That was a bigger wave and it was good two turns, solid two turns, I think.
Yeah, it was good surfing, and this looks like Sinar up and riding on his forehand. He was looking really solid and comfortable out there this morning. Loads up for that first turn, getting a second one in, smaller wave, hoping he can find a critical section, drives through another carve. This is where he needs to gain some speed to get around this section here, which it looks like he does. He's not really put a foot wrong just yet. Floats that section to finish, and little look back at the judges.
He liked that ride, and I really liked that ride too. He finishes strong, and you know he only got 1.70 and 0.50, so definitely it's gonna be his best score in this heat. Just under 10 minutes remaining, so pretty much he's back in the game again. And here is 長澤選手、こちらセットの波に抵抗していきます。さあ、フィンを抜いて前に出てこれるか。これはしっかりコントロールして前に出てきます。このセクション抜けるとまたセクションが出てきますがどうでしょうか。さあ、しっかりコントロールしながら前に出てきました。ここで大きなターンを入れて、さあ、ここも大きく縦へのリッピングのアクションしてきます。そしてそこから大きなカービング、これはいい波になってきました。これはフィニッシュターンもありそうです。さあ、ボトムでタイミングを測って、レイバックターンを入れてきますが、少し緩慢になってしまったか。Wow.
Wow.
That was a long and good wave.
Yeah.
Actually.
That was a really long wave. A solid one, too.
Right.
It just looked like it hugged the reef. His actual previous to last wave locked in at a 407, so it went into his top two. So I'm interested to see where this score comes through for Yuma. It was good surfing, committed. So
yeah, right.
Wow.
Bigger size waves and had a lot of opportunities to hit, and that's exactly what he did. Full, commitment. So it's gonna be rewarded. It's gonna be it's gonna be his best score in this heat so far.
Yeah, I agree. That last wave of Teo Radcliffe locked in at a 343. So goes into his top two. He's chasing a score to go up into second place. Last off Sinar was a 3.57. But we're still waiting on this last wave of Yuma Nagasawa. He needs a 627 die. Do you think he gets it?
I'm not sure. It's gonna be close, but I don't think it'll be 6-7.
Yeah.
It was a bigger wave, but doesn't really have the steeper section than what Raiha had.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I don't think it'll be a requirement for Yuma, but still it's gonna be a close score.
Yeah, I feel like it will go into his top two for sure. They're starting to filter on through now. Locks in at a 5.67. So Yuma extends his second place lead over Teo Radcliffe and Sinar Tanjung. Teo now chasing a 6.97. Sinar looking for a 6.83. Let's have another look at this one. It was a 5.67. Good first turn, but kind of fumbles.
Right, a lot of wobbling, right?
Yeah.
On that wave. It's hard to surf on this wave, actually. A lot of bumps.
Yeah, it gets a little bit hung up there. I mean, it was still really strong surfing. It was good to watch, but I think maybe lacked a little bit of control.
Right.
So hopefully on his next wave, he can, dictate his turns a little bit more to really nudge for that 5.34 that he's now looking for to get to first place.
So now Theo has a fast priority, but three other guys are probably not at a lineup place because they don't have any priority. I wonder where they are now.
Yeah, potentially still making their way back out. It is a fair paddle out
Right.
after your waves.
Mm.
I feel like it's a good 3 minutes to get back out there. So 6 minutes to go. Teo will definitely get another opportunity. Chasing a 6.97 at this stage, he's probably looking at doing it in one wave. Raiha Onu is kind of disappeared in the last couple of minutes of this
Right.
heat
Mm.
after locking in that 6.17. He's had a few small scores, 2s and 3s, but they haven't really gone into the top 2. So 5.5 minutes to go. This is the last heat of the day. Are you
Wow.
out there?
After this, definitely going straight out there.
You're such a
after
grom.
this. Such a grom.
Yeah.
Froth
I
about
love it.
surfing.
I remember being in Cloud 9 last year and you'd go for the early and then go for the late and probably in the middle of the day.
Yeah, even in between the heats.
Yeah, during
I
that
would go
low
to-
tide
yeah.
lunch break. Oh, that was so good.
That's great. Great place to surf and watch the heat.
Yeah.
It was a great, just great.
It was so fun. So good. and
Hopefully we're going to have another one this year, right?
Surely. I mean, we're back at Krui, so we'll
Right,
be
hopefully.
back there too. I mean, we're so lucky and so blessed to go to so many amazing places and to come back here to Krui once again, you know, spoilt for choice with the waves. There's Mandiri, there's so many other waves around the island that you can
Right.
literally get to within a day. And yeah, it's pretty special to be able to just jump in the car or jump on your scooter and just go searching.
Go searching and you'll find your own spot.
Mm.
Definitely.
All right, here we go. Teo Radcliffe.
Oh.
Oh, no. That was a nice opening turn too. He was looking for a 6.97.
Yeah, that wave looked really great, and that opening turn was huge. So the wave had a potential, but this is Yuma 長澤選手。さあこの波、まずはスプレーを大きく飛ばしてきます。そしてこのセクションですね、先に抜けることでセカンドターン入れられますが、どうでしょう。ここはしっかりと少し遅れましたが入れてきました。ただ引っかかってしまい、ここはワイプアウト。残り時間3分30秒になるところ、現在日本人選手が2名、1位、そして2位のポジションをキープしています。本日はこのセミクォーターファイナルのヒート4で全てのスケジュールが終了です。Now I just explained a little bit about today's schedule after this.
Yeah.
Yep.
I love it. Yeah, tomorrow we're going to open up with the women's quarterfinals for the Pro Junior, go into the semis and crown some champions, and then I believe go into the first round for either men's or women's of the QS, right?
So we're going to see the champ of juniors tomorrow.
Yeah.
Already.
Yeah.
Day 2. Wow.
Crazy.
Crazy. 小野選手、さあこれは大きな波に乗ってきました。4.83 以上出すとその差を広げてきますが、どうでしょう。ここはすぐクイックアウトしていきます。
Wow, a few lines rolling through, 2.5 minutes to go. Teo chasing a 6.97. Sinner looking for a 6.83. And Sinner holds that first priority. I mean, he had a really great heat in that round of 32, which is his last heat that he had. And Teo paddling onto this one. He's looking for a 6.97. Unfortunately, that wave just a little bit foamy.
Too foamy, too difficult to surf on it. It was a great decision from Theo to just kick out quickly. Just over 2 minutes remaining in this heat. Well, 6.97, the requirement. It's a pretty big score for green and blue.
Yeah. Yeah, they need to be the best waves of the heat so far, that's for sure, which to me feels like they need to be on that, a wave that offers at least 2 to 3 critical sections where they can just go over, as opposed to those carving turns. I mean, they're beautiful to watch, but those vertical snaps is really the difference between that 4 range and that 6 to 7 range, because right now they're looking for 7s, basically.
You don't really need a long wave.
No.
You just need to get 2 or 3 big, big turns. That's all what they need. But here is Theo. Up and riding, racing down the line, comes around the section, lows off the bottom, hits it it's a lip, but well, wobbling a little bit with this wave doesn't really offer too much, but still connecting through the inside. Unfortunately, it comes unstuck.
Whoa, that was so hectic and so quick. His board just flipping underneath him. Wow. With 50 seconds to go, it doesn't look like that'll be the 6.97 that Teo Radcliffe is looking for. He's had a great run in the Pro Junior so far. Last wave locks in at a 3.47, so not enough. He needs a 6.93. 30 seconds to go. Sinar holds first priority. So if he can keep his composure and if a good wave comes through and he does some really good surfing on it, Sinar could be challenging for that 6.83.
Right.
But who knows what's going to happen in the next 20 seconds.
Wow, just under 15 seconds remaining. But here it is, Raiha no up and riding again. 小野選手はこれが最後の波になるでしょう。最初のセクションでどんな技をしたのか見えなかったですが、1位をキープしたまま上がってきそうです。
Yeah, just a smaller wave there for Raiha, but well surfed, and it looks like that is a wrap for quarterfinal number 4. It'll be Raiha Onu and Yuma Nagasawa moving on through to the men's semi-finals of the Pro Junior. That's going to be on tomorrow. Teo Radcliffe coming in third and Sinar Tanjung in fourth. We're going to follow Yuma, just congratulating fellow competitor Raiha Onu. And super exciting stuff. It's been a great first day at the Krui Pro Junior. And we're going to have an exciting day tomorrow.
Definitely, we will.
Yeah, it's going to be good fun. Thanks so much for tuning in today. We'll be back with more action bright and early tomorrow morning for the Krui Pro 2025.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
How? Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone off his. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son. This ain't no smoothie. This is as smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, And top secret, plenty of corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Morn-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm gonna start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
There's one thing we all love to bits, some fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
Hello, my name is Tipi Japrik. I'm from the AAC. Really proud and happy to see the Krui Pro QS 5000. What a great work from Pak Bupati, Pak Haji Agus Istiqlal, and all the crew from the Pemda Pesisir Barat. Hope to see a great event.
Sebuah mahakarya alam dengan sejuta keindahannya. Seakan menapaki tanah surgawi. Sepenggal surga di ujung pulau Sumatera yang masih mempertahankan pola berbudaya dan tradisi yang masih terjaga. Here we go, Pesisir Barat. Menyusuri jalan lintas Sumatera dengan keelokan bibir pantai yang memanjakan mata. Dengan pesona abadi, mempesona mata dunia. Kelembutan dan kedamaian disinilah hakikatnya. Keberagaman hayati menjadi aset penting kekayaan alamnya. Kabupaten di wilayah Barat Provinsi Lampung memiliki keindahan tak terbantahkan, keindahan mahakarya alam semesta.